A Time of Demons, written by Catherine Meyer Griffith, narrated by Wendy Tremont King. Chapter 1. Cassandra and Johnny. "Why are you looking at me that way?" the man asked, smiling. Cassandra Greystone's gaze took in the maroon shirt, the shaggy golden hair, and sleepy eyes, as the man stood a few feet away from her. He had a charming way about him, too, and would have been the type of man she'd have been attracted to under normal circumstances. But those were the key words, under normal circumstances. She looked away, yet as hard as she tried, her face must have shown her feelings of dread. It must have given away a hint of the truth she'd already glimpsed, somewhere deep behind her eyes. The man was going to die very soon. "Sorry, didn't mean anything by it. I thought you were someone I knew, that's all." She used that line a lot. It usually worked. She shrugged and flashed the man an apologetic smile in the dimness of the lounge. "I am, kind of. I've been here the last 3 Fridays. I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoy listening to you and your brother sing." There was still a smile on his lips. "You two have such lovely harmonies. And your brother's original songs are really good. Man, he can play that guitar." She felt flattered and sad for the man all at once. "Thank you. I'll tell him what you said. Johnny loves compliments." Her eyes scanned the room. No Johnny. He's around here somewhere, probably talking to someone or in the restroom. But I'll tell him you liked his songs. "You guys rock." Forcing out a smile, she replied, "Thank you. Appreciate you saying so. We can use all the fans we can get." She closed her brother's guitar case, snapped the locks, then wrapped the cord around his microphone and placed it in the box with the other equipment. She wished the man would go away, leave her alone. He'd brushed up against her, and she knew he was a walking dead person. And, as always, there was nothing she could do to help him. Oh, yeah, she'd learned to keep her mouth shut. People didn't want to know they were going to die, when or how, though she never saw every last tiny detail. People freaked out or thought she was some crazy woman. Having been on the receiving end of that sour tune once too often, she had learned her lesson. She'd been called everything from a bitch to a witch. Once, someone had even slugged her. Don't ever tell them what you see. Don't ever tell them anything. Oh, she'd learned. "How long have you two been playing together?" "Since we were kids." They'd caterwauled on the swing set in the backyard from the time she was 10 or so, later in high school talent shows, and out in public for money as soon as they were old enough to drive. Started with folk music, contemporary pop and rock, tossed in a little of the new country and bluegrass for spice. At 18, Johnny began to write songs, and he taught her how to play guitar, something he'd picked up from his friends in the school band. He could listen to a song on the radio, and in minutes would be able to play it. She had a natural ear for harmony, and their singing careers were born. Lately, for some reason neither of them could explain, they'd taken to throwing in their own arrangements of old-time gospel melodies, and Johnny had begun to write songs that were definitely spiritual, which wasn't so unusual since they were both Christians. "Well, I just wanted to tell you how much I like you two. Your voices sound like they belong together. Like angels." Cassandra looked directly at the man for the first time. "I even like your brother's lame jokes." The man chuckled. "At least someone does." On stage, Johnny told what she considered to be tasteless little anecdotes, and she was always making fun of him for it. But the crowd ate up their ribbing each other, so they'd kept both in the act. "He can sure make the crowd laugh, and your ballads make them cry." She felt her face turning red. Unlike her brother, she had a hard time accepting praise of any sort. "Thank you." Oh, she wished he would go away. She didn't want to know him. She'd only feel worse later. "Someday I bet you two are going to be rich and famous. I know it." She shrugged. "From your mouth to fate's ears. But it really doesn't matter to us. We're happy the way things are. We get to do what we love, and we get paid for it." Oh, sure. When they'd been kids, They'd dreamed of record deals, of being filthy rich, and thought that was the road to happiness. But that was before the fire. Things changed after that. Now, merely being together, being with their aunt and uncle, and singing for their supper, rent, and utilities were all they wanted. But everyone needs money." He shoved a $20 bill at her. "Here, before I go, I wanted to give you your tip in person. 10 for both of you." "No, you don't need to do that." Cassandra tried to give the 20 back, but the man refused it with a shake of his head. "Nah, it's for you. I was really down tonight. Too much bad stuff happening in my life these days. Your music's really cheered me up. Please take it." She hesitated a second. He seemed adamant and wasn't going to be talked out of it. "All right. Again, thank you. Johnny says thank you, too." Of course Johnny would. He forever needed money, because maybe their pay wasn't quite enough to cover all their living expenses, but tips helped, and they lived simply. Or she did, anyway. She rented the upstairs flat of her aunt and uncle's duplex that faced Forest Park. Ridiculously cheap. But living cheaply wasn't her brother's thing. Johnny was good at living high on the hog, even when he didn't have the hog, and couldn't stay on a budget if he were glued to it. He insisted on keeping his own apartment on the other side of town instead of living with the rest of the family. Said he wanted to go home to his own space at the end of the day. 5 months ago, he'd gotten this bug up his butt about being independent and being his own man. A man in debt is what he was. His cupboards were bare, and he mooched most of his meals off his friends and family. She often had to lend him money. Sometimes Cassandra thought he lived by himself because Aunt Ellie was sick, and he didn't want to be in the middle of it. Didn't want to be bothered. Then she'd feel guilty for thinking that. Johnny had a big heart. He liked his solitude, or so she kept telling herself. She had a roomy apartment, but he'd had to live on the first floor with the old ones. So she didn't blame him. Ellie could be difficult lately. "Well, it's been nice chatting with you," the man said. "I can see you're busy, so I'll be going. Say hi to your brother for me." "I will." "See you next Friday?" "We'll be here." The man with the invisible target on his face walked away into the thinning crowd. She took one last glance and saw his bright shirt disappear through the door into the night. With a sigh, she packed her guitar in its case, breathed in the deep polished scent of wood, and looked around for her brother. Time to go home. He was probably outside stealing a smoke, knowing she'd give him hell if she saw him with one in his hand. The lights were dim. It helped hide the shabbiness. The red carpet lounge wasn't special in any way, except for Maury, a generous man who treated everyone like a friend, who ran the place, and that she and her brother had been singing there 3 nights a week for the last 5 months. The money was better than some places. They'd done a lot worse over their careers, if a person could call lounge singing a career. She'd never planned on singing in bars as a living, but life was strange. A person did what a person had to do to survive. It was as if she'd been waiting for her real life to begin, and it just never had. Not so far, anyway. College hadn't appealed to her. Tests made her sick to her stomach, and she'd found nothing else that captured her passion like music. Then again, she and Johnny weren't office types. They'd have trouble punching in anywhere at 8 a.m., being locked up in tight cubicles, or taking orders. Free spirits that they were. Her eyes searched for her brother, anxious to get home and make sure Aunt Ellie and Uncle George were all right. Just a funny feeling she had. They'd raised her and Johnny since she'd been 9 and Johnny 7, since the fire that had killed the rest of their family 20 years ago. Once, she had 3 sisters and 3 brothers, and a mother and a father she'd adored. After the fire ravaged their home and took most of them, all she had left was Johnny, and burn scars on her face and leg to remind her of that night, as if she could ever forget. After the fire, her childless aunt and uncle, her father's much older brother, had taken them in, loved and raised them without a look back. Now it was her and Johnny's turn to take care of them. They were getting old, and though George had his own medical problems, Ellie was becoming more befuddled every day. It affected all of them. George and Ellie were more like grandparents, with the needs of aging grandparents. They were forgetful, had a basket of pills to take each day, and their fragile bodies were home to mysterious aches and pains. They didn't like their routine changed. George's eyes gave him trouble, so he wasn't driving anymore, and Ellie was too out of it most of the time to trust behind a wheel. Doctor visits, shopping, and errands had fallen to Johnny and her, mostly her. She didn't mind taking care of them. All in all, it was a good life, except for the sad memories of her dead family, and her little curse of seeing things she didn't want to see and knowing things she didn't want to know. She hated it when she looked at a face, and another visage leaked through skin and bones, and just for a heartbeat, showed her something hideous. That talent had only begun the last few weeks, and it had her more upset than she'd admit. It made her doubt her sanity, made her wonder if she was delusional. Yesterday, she'd asked her uncle if insanity ran in the family, and he'd laughed. "Not that I know of, but hey, I never did meet any of your mother's side." Great. Her brother was coming towards her, smelling like cigarette smoke and looking tired. "Cassie, you ready to call it a night?" "All packed up and heading for the door. Just waited to say bye." "You smell like smoke, Johnny." She noticed he ignored her critical observation and the unintentional double meaning. They both knew there was more than one kind of smoke. "Glad you waited, sis, because I need to hitch a ride home with you. The junk heap won't start again. I think it's the battery. Probably needs a new one." "You need to get yourself a new car, brother. One that doesn't break down every other day." Cassandra grabbed her purse and her guitar, a 6-string acoustic guild. It had been her father's, had miraculously escaped the flames of her childhood home, and was precious to her. She remembered, as a little girl, her father picking around on it. He'd never been real good, but he'd be proud of them now. She didn't leave her instrument at the bar overnight. It was worth too much to her to chance it being stolen. "Tell me about it. But you know I don't have the cash for a new ride. Tomorrow, I'll see what it'd take to patch it up again. Hopefully I can get a few more months out of it." "You've been jury-rigging that old Skyhawk for years. It's 16 years old, for heaven's sake, Johnny." "Yeah, but you know me. I can't bear to let go of things." "Might have something to do with the fire, and losing everything he ever had when he was young. Sometimes there's nothing else to do but let go. That car's beyond fixing. It's ready for the junkyard." "Nah, it's not. You'll see." She sighed. She handed him the 20 she'd been given earlier, glad to get rid of it. "Here, a tip. Put it towards the new battery." "Thanks, sis." Not one to turn down a gift, he pocketed the bill without bothering to ask who it came from. Money was money to him. "Okay, come on, I'll drop you off." "Good night, all." Johnny spread his fingers in an arc as they walked out. A couple of the regulars, still nursing their last drinks, smiled or returned the wave. "Night, Maury. See you tomorrow," Cassandra told her boss. "Tomorrow, kids," Maury muttered, propped up behind the bar, his head cradled in his heavy arms. He didn't look up when they went out the door. He'd told her earlier he'd helped a friend move that day and was exhausted. The world was hushed. It was the middle of the night, yet the moon's lopsided grin cast a pearly shimmer over the empty streets and buildings around them. She used to love this time of night before the strange things began to happen to her. "Phew," Cassandra said. "It's still like an oven out here. I'm sweating already." And she hated sweating. It ruined her good clothes. "I'll be glad to get home and bask in my air conditioning." "It's normal for July, though. Summer in St. Louis, don't you love it? Even the storms haven't broken the heat wave." "At least it isn't raining, at the moment anyway." "One good thing. I've had about enough of those weird storms. Rain's too heavy, wind's too fierce, too much lightning. It has been sort of freaky, hasn't it? I'll say. Johnny stared upwards, as if he were afraid a storm would come out of nowhere and attack them by surprise. Then his eyes went to a commotion down the road from the bar. Cassandra looked too. She couldn't help it. Sirens screeched, and flashing lights drew up to the crowd of people on the sidewalk. Wonder what's going on down there? Johnny craned his neck. Looks like a meat wagon. Looks like it. Come on, let's go. Turning her head, she hurried towards the car. Johnny straggled behind her, because as usual he was gawking at the hubbub, wanting to know what was going on. He should have been a vulture, the way he was drawn to disasters. What's going on down there? Aren't we going to go see what's happened? Johnny demanded, not getting in the car. The night breeze ruffled his long hair, his face in silhouette. Someone got hit by a car, that's what, she snapped, a bit too sharply. Let's go, it's really late and I'm really tired. Hold on a second, I'm going to see. Don't leave without me. Johnny strode down the street towards the crowd, and she had no choice but to traipse after him like some groupie. She dragged her feet on purpose, not wanting to see what she knew she was going to see. Since the fire, her brother had had a morbid fascination with accidents, death, and she was sick of it. She didn't want to go down there. She didn't want to see anything. It'd live in her memory for days like a bad taste. No, it was better not to look. Better not to know. Johnny was the only one who knew that she saw death before it happened, which made his fascination in horrific events and other people's demises even more of an irritation. She could have kicked him for dragging her to the accident scene, yet she couldn't stop him. She caught up as he stood by the ambulance watching the paramedics load the victim into the back. The crowd surged closer to see more. What happened? Johnny asked the paramedic nearest him. Hit and run. Car got him as he was crossing the street here. How is he? Guy's dead. He bled out before we could get to him, poor sucker. The man shook his head, shoved the gurney completely in and closed the doors. To him, it was just another pickup in a long night. Just another corpse. In the interior lights before the gurney disappeared, Cassandra glimpsed the maroon shirt peeking out from under the sheet. Sorrow nipped at her for a moment and ebbed away. I'm not responsible. I can never stop it. God knows I've tried so many times, but it never makes any difference what I do. They always died. Simple as that. She was only a spectator. Don't, she bit her lip to keep it from trembling, start blaming yourself again. I should have done something, said something. Stop it. The way she'd come to see it, if she'd wanted to prevent the deaths, she'd have to either convince the victims they were going to die, as if that would ever work, or tail them, and physically try to save them in one way or another. Both impossibilities. It'd take all of her time, and she'd have to give up her life as she knew it. If she could even save them, she didn't think so. Huh. And if she began stalking strangers all over town like a berserk PI, people wouldn't understand. Heck, they thought she was weird enough the way it was. Not having a regular job, singing all night and sleeping most of the day. Everyone knew musicians were crazy. Why, she asked God, had she been given such an insight, and what was she supposed to do with it? But he never answered. Not caring if her brother followed or not, Cassandra walked to her car, got in, slammed the door shut, and stuck the key in. The engine roared to life as Johnny, breathing hard, slid into the passenger seat. She pushed down hard on the accelerator. Sorry. Her brother spoke contritely and fell quiet for a block or two, and as she knew he would, then rattled on. When I got to the ambulance, they were covering up the dude who got hit. He was in the bar tonight. I saw him talking to you. She knew what he was going to ask next. Don't ask it, she growled softly. You don't want to know. Johnny didn't push it. It meant she didn't have to knock him in the head. They rode the rest of the way in silence. She dropped him off at his apartment and 5 miles later pulled into the driveway below her flat. Being it was after 2 in the morning, her aunt and uncle's lower apartment had no lights on. "Please, Aunt Ellie," she murmured, "stay in bed tonight. Don't go wandering out in the yard again." The night before, her aunt had snuck out of the house, and Uncle George had had a heck of a time finding her. Good thing he got her back in the house when he did, because later, one of those fierce storms had blown in. It would have been awful if Ellie had been out in it. Time to have her aunt checked out again by her doctor. The old dear forgot things and took off, getting lost more often all the time. That wasn't normal. Aunt Ellie was getting worse. Yet George believed he could still take care of her. All he had to do was try harder. Yeah, sure. He was in denial big time. Truth was, Ellie was becoming unmanageable, and Uncle George wasn't spry enough to keep up with her, much less keep her corralled. Cassandra was still fretting about her aunt's strange behavior and her uncle's failing health, and what she was going to do about it all when she bumped into the man. Only, he wasn't a man. When her body came into contact with his, she knew something was wrong immediately. Images and feelings she couldn't understand rushed into her head, like vignettes from a horror movie, of dripping blood, dead bodies, and creatures that morphed into other creatures. What was that about? Caught off guard and overwhelmed by the images, she blurted out, "What are you? You're not a remnant, but you aren't human either." The man, who wasn't a man, spun around and disappeared into the night's shadows. Had she completely and finally lost her mind? Now she was bumping into and seeing ghosts, too. Like a few nights earlier, she'd been driving past a cemetery on her way to work and saw this smoky wraith-like thing resembling a woman flitting around a fresh grave's headstone. The apparition, floating beneath a willow tree, had stared through the twilight and wiggled pasty fingers at her, wanting her to come nearer. She'd swerved the car onto the shoulder of the road, her body trembling. An eerie, cold sensation sank into the pit of her stomach as she got out of her car. What did it want? But when she stomped up to the wraith, it just wickedly smiled at her and evaporated into the ground mist, as if slipping back into its grave. It was the 3rd time that week something unearthly had beckoned, but then refused to speak to her from a graveyard. It was giving her the willies. This has got to stop. Now, on top of everything, she was seeing spooks. Sheesh. What next? Vampires? Shaking her head, she went around to the rear of the house and climbed the steps to her rooms, wishing she'd seen the direction the man had been coming from when he'd stumbled into her. Wishing she'd gotten a better look at him. She wished the encounter had never happened so close to her home. Pushing the incident out of her head wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. The uneasiness the man had left behind, the sharp whiff of evil that clung to him, wouldn't go away. She knew evil when she saw or was around it. Another side effect of her curse. It was bad enough she could see death coming. Why was she also seeing these other things? She must be losing it. Big time. Slipping inside, she locked the door behind her, dropped her guitar and purse on the sofa, and peered out the window between the blinds. The moonlight showed her there was no one outside. The yard and street in front of the house were vacant. Across the road, the familiar outlines of the park's trees swayed in the night breezes. Nothing was out there that didn't belong. Her fingers drew back from the blinds as she sighed. She was home. Safe. She liked her apartment with its private rear entrance. Her aunt and uncle lived below her and were close enough to keep an eye on. The city, noisy and vibrant, surrounded her. Stores and theaters were within walking distance. Lush and beautiful Forest Park sprawled before her. She could meander in the woods under the shade trees or visit the zoo animals on sunny days, though there hadn't been many of those lately. A frown settled on her lips. So far it had been the stormiest spring and summer she'd ever seen, with horrendous heat, lightning storms, flooding, and monster tornadoes. The weather had been exceptionally destructive. So unusual. She switched on the light and slumped down on the couch. Shutting her eyes, she ran her fingers across the slick fabric. Great couch. It had a bed inside, too, was almost like new, though she'd found it at an estate sale a year ago and had gotten it dirt cheap. How she loved a bargain. She looked around her flat with a smug smile. Spacious for a top floor, it had a living room, kitchen, bath, 2 bedrooms, and a walk-in storage closet that was actually large enough to double in a pinch for a small room. She'd worked hard to make the flat comfortable. Thrift store purchases aside, it did look nice. Fluffy rugs on the floors and original paintings of angels and pastoral scenery in muted colors hung on the walls. The paintings hadn't cost much either. Some of her friends were artists, and some were mystics, or crackpots, as her uncle affectionately called them. One of those crackpots, Sarah, was her best friend. She told fortunes and read tarot cards for a living, and wasn't too bad at either. Problem was, Sarah also thought she was a spirit medium. She'd been performing seances for years, but hadn't heard or seen an actual ghost, yet. She believed it would happen any day. It was only a matter of time and patience. Yeah, sure. Wait until she does see a spook. Huh, it'll scare the bejesus out of her, too. What would Sarah have made of that creature out in the street? A grin slipped out. Sarah would have most likely invited it to tea or something, offered to read its cards. Oh, she'd like to be at that reading. The thought made her chuckle. But then, someone else's take on the encounter might not be such a bad idea. What would Sarah think of the man who wasn't really a man who'd bumped into her? Undressing, she took a shower, made hot chocolate, and crawled into bed with the cup. She couldn't get that strange man out of her mind. The uneasiness wouldn't go away. Was he out there somewhere watching her? He could be. She had the sudden premonition their paths would cross again. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. Her eyes went to the scorched crucifix on the wall above her head. The wooden cross had been her mother's, and it would protect her from anything evil out in the night. God would protect her. She finished the cocoa and put her head to the pillow. There was nothing she could do about the stranger out in the street, or the way she felt, or the things she was seeing, but she could go to sleep and put it out of her mind for the remainder of the night. That she could do. The gentle cadence of the rain began outside and calmed her. When she was on the verge of sleep, her cat, Snowball, hopped on the bed, and purring loudly, snuggled into the curve of her body. She cuddled the cat to the sound of the rain and allowed herself to drift away, knowing she was safe. Chapter 2. Rainer. Rainer skulked through the shadows that muddied the dark sidewalks. People who rushed by as he passed saw what they wanted to see. A man in sweats or in a business suit, with forgettable features they thought they might have known once. They'd forget him a moment after he disappeared into the night. A twirl of mist, an after breeze. They never saw him for what he truly was. He stopped outside the nightclub and slithered up against the entrance wall. Most humans would call him a vampire. They didn't know any better. He was an ancient blood demon. There were no vampires, werewolves, or supernatural beings. No true mass murderers or serial killers either, for that matter. No such things. Only demons. And he was ravenously hungry again. The din of humans laughing, singing and cavorting like mindless children beyond the doors maddened him. They were unaware of the danger so near as he lurked outside in the early morning hours, waiting for his prey. It was like plucking appetizers off a plate. His victims would be drunk, he'd suck their 90-proof blood and get tipsy himself, which is fine with me. Inebriation helps me to forget. Every noise made his eyes blink, bouncing from foot to foot. A snarl escaped from his mouth. His hands were clenched fists at his side. He had to fight the urge to smash something, hurt something. Why wouldn't they stop tormenting him? Those enraged or frightened faces of his victims, some misty, some clearer, that were everywhere in the air around him. One moment they were there, another they were not, his dead humans. Only recently had they begun to haunt and follow him. Their remnants, falling into line behind him, must stretch out for miles and miles. He didn't dare look, but could hear their soft and squishy breathing, their zombie-like footsteps, as they tracked him from place to place. He could no longer escape them. That had never happened before. Sliding into an entryway, his eyes peering into the gloom, he waited. He'd already fed, but didn't yet want to return to his apartment. When he was in silence, alone, the centuries taunted him, with their swift passing, their endless emptiness. The everlasting accumulation of years was driving him insane. That, and waiting for the final battle with humanity to begin. Perhaps it never would. Perhaps all the legends were lies, and his kind had no final purpose, no great destiny at all. They simply existed to kill, 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 and be tormented century after century with the futility of their continuation. His dead victims stalked him. The voices in his head tortured him, and his irritability was getting worse. It was a sign. Something big was about to happen. He could feel, sense, and almost smell the carnage, the upheaval coming. The last time he'd felt this way had been the start of a world war. This time, the forewarnings were worse. No amount of warm blood alleviated his discomfort, but he kept moving and killing anyway. It was all he knew. He drank blood until he could drink no more. It didn't help. He shoved the troubling thoughts from his mind. It didn't help. Frustrated, he'd retreat to his lair and pass out until the next night. Then the cycle would begin again. With what he was, he couldn't stay long in one place, couldn't afford to form close ties to anything or anyone. Growing attached was a problem because he never aged. Soon he'd be packing and moving on. Forever alone was the story of his existence. Humans were only for sustenance, and he didn't get along with his kind. They believed he was too soft, and he had enemies everywhere who mustn't find him. Often he questioned why he should go on at all. The melancholy, as he called it, had again captured him. It happened that way. Every few centuries he'd sink into depression, between the highs of basking in the spectacles of a new age and the lows of having done everything so many times he was bored silly. Very little surprised or interested him anymore. I've been among the humans too long. Their passivity has infected me. He'd thought of ending himself. As an ancient one, he knew there were ways, and had been close to doing it many times. But something, the scent of fresh blood, the lust for the hunt, or a new challenge, would beckon him back at the last moment, and he'd go on until the next melancholy. But truth was, they'd been coming closer and closer together. He hated his wretched existence. A lone woman, her steps wobbly, exited the bar and headed for her car. Her skin glistened with sweat. It must be a sultry night, though he couldn't feel the heat. Oh, how he'd love to be able to feel those tactile sensations of warmth and cold. How he'd love to taste anything but blood. All else tasted, smelled like cardboard. In all his time, he'd never experienced love or hope, compassion or mercy. He was a killing machine that hated, despaired, and, lucky him, could feel physical pain. Some life. The woman had too much to drink, Past her prime, there was no wedding band on her finger, and there was too much makeup smeared on her face. He followed her, spying on her thoughts. She wasn't going home to anyone. No one waited anywhere for her. Ah, what a shame. His smile mocked. Her cat had died the week before. Tisk, tisk, too bad, so sad. He listened to her inner litany of money and love troubles. It made his head hurt. There was something medically wrong with her heart. She was miserable, a throwaway person. She fumbled at the lock of her car door, humming off key, and he readied to strike. Then the others of his kind appeared and charged down the street towards him, moving as swiftly as starving wolves, scenting fresh prey. To a human's ears, they'd be suspicious noises in the twilight or dark, the shiver of a mortal's blood-soaked skin, barely shadows. But Raynor could see them all 4 of them, and they'd seen him. He didn't know who they were, hadn't been officially introduced, though he'd spied them around the area a few times. They were younger than he, wild and impetuous, their actions dangerously risky. Show-offs, who didn't play by the old rules. He didn't approve of their behavior. They might have been invisible, but their voices and laughter weren't. And their bloodlust was insatiable, their kills sloppy. They ruined it for the rest of them, alerted the humans to their presence, made it harder for their kind to remain hidden. The pack swooped down, snatched the woman and dragged her into the air, screaming and kicking. They broke her neck. He heard the crack, loud and sharp in the air above, and drained her of blood, passing her around like a communal cup. The woman's broken body was tossed at his feet, an empty husk. Another demon commandment shattered as the shadows sped away. Blood drinkers with half a brain knew that after they fed, they disposed of the leftovers in a woodsy grave or deep ravine where humans wouldn't discover the bodies too easily. All the missing people in the world, well, that's what happened to most of them. Demon snacks. The woman's cries echoed in his head. Most of the young ones were brutal. For them, the hunting and killing were better sport than the feeding. Stealing the humans' lives weren't enough. They had to torture them first. Had he been like that once? He probably had, but it was a long time past. Once he would have joined the gang for the rest of the night to feed on whatever mortals they came across, and to lord their superiority over the unlucky race. Not tonight. He didn't feel like it. The demons flew over the parking lot and rocketed towards the towering silver arch standing guard before the river. The arch's metal gleamed in the city's lights. Called the Gateway to the West, it was beautiful, graceful and shiny, a marvel of architect fashioned by the very creatures he'd always detested. Had detested. Now he wasn't so sure. Once he thought he was a god among them, and that someday the mortals would be extinct, except as food and slaves, and his kind would rule the earth when they won the final battle. It hadn't happened. Eons had passed and the humans had proliferated like termites, had grown stronger over the millennia, and now dominated the world. Now, how had that come to be? How had humans, with their frail bodies, weak minds, and unruly hearts, become masters of the planet? He didn't know, especially since humans were so motivated by emotions. Love, hate, revenge, guilt. So messy. And they didn't have a clue to what was coming. Well, most of them anyway. Something stirred in the bag of bones at his feet, and a translucent being, a wraith-like ghostly thing that appeared to be human but wasn't, escaped the remains and stood up to stare back at him. It smiled and gestured gently with milky hands and gazed upwards as if it saw something he didn't. Something exquisitely breathtaking. Its see-through face was full of awe, happiness, and such peace. It glowed. Frozen, Raynor felt an emotion he'd never had before. Amazement. What was this thing, and why was it so blissful? It was dead, after all. The demon couldn't understand what the shimmering creature was trying to say to him. Though it wasn't angry or upset, it was so happy. All Raynor could do was watch in astonishment as it drifted upward into the velvet blackness of the vast night sky and vanished, taking all its radiance and his strange emotions with it. The humans would have called that glowing thing a soul. He'd read about souls. It was something humans believed they had that allowed them to live forever in a place called heaven. Live forever, without stealing blood, without killing other beings. Finally being happy? What a pipe dream. Had it really been a soul? No, impossible. He didn't believe in souls. None of his kind did. It was just another myth, a great lie perpetrated by the enemy to enslave their soldiers. But it fit the description of one, if that was what it had been. How strange. Staring up into the sky, the rain began to fall softly and then heavier, until the night world was a curtain of water. It washed away the small amount of blood that pooled beneath the woman's corpse, and somehow the pile of skin and bones left behind debris seemed less now. The translucent being must have animated it. Now the body was only a dead thing. Raynor didn't know what to do. No matter how he tried to justify it, seeing that thing come out of the body and rise into the skies had shaken him. He wanted to go home and not think about it. Disturbed, he wasn't hungry any longer. There were no such things as souls. And demons weren't supposed to be able to see them anyway. But he'd seen something. What did it mean? The rain pursued him through the abandoned streets. Steam rose from the sidewalks and wrapped him in a smoky haze. He passed no people, saw no other demons. He was alone. Inside the apartment, he made sure the shades were down and the windows and doors were locked before he went into his room. Barely more than a walk-in closet, which was part of a larger suite. It wasn't much, but didn't cost him a penny. He never paid for anything. He lay on his single bed and let his gaze rove the tiny, bare, and unadorned space with the empty walls. He'd never spruced it up. It was only a place to fritter the day away, in between hunting and slaughtering humans. After a while, the divorced stockbroker who rented the apartment, Shelley something or other, came stumbling in. For some reason, he had no idea why, he'd allowed her to live. She wasn't any trouble, and the ruse helped conceal him. People were used to her living there and asked no questions. She traveled a lot, and her mind was easy to manipulate. As most humans, she didn't believe in supernaturals, so he could hide right in front of her. She'd never seen him, never guessed she was living with a demon. Her hand was on the closet door. "Go away," he silently ordered. She did. It worked every time. Her clothes were strewn all over the apartment because he lived in her closet. Later, the outside door opened and shut. The woman had left again, probably running an errand or going out for a late rendezvous. She was a restless human. He wanted to sleep and forget what he'd seen earlier on the parking lot. How unnerved it had made him feel, but the disquiet had returned stronger than ever and kept him from it. There was a racket outside his room. Someone was in the apartment, and it wasn't Shelley what's-her-name either. Glass broke, someone yelled, and malicious laughter came through the door at him. There were the mournful cries of a human child. "Damn, how did they find me?" Raynor growled. He yanked the door open. The demons from outside the bar who'd taken his meal were in the apartment, and they'd brought a captive. Cowering in a corner, terrified, was a red-headed human boy of about 10 or so. "We brought 'em for you, Rainer. A gift," said the demon nearest him. It wore the empty face of a 20-year-old mortal with greasy flaxen hair, and was dressed in leather from head to toe. In its ears were earrings, and in its nose a ring. Skin was as white as a bottle of milk. It looked like the perfect movie vampire. Oh, the young ones, they liked their little jokes. "To make up for stealing that woman earlier. Sorry we got carried away. You know how it is, when the hunger hits." Rainer didn't believe they were sorry for what they'd done, for anything they did. They were there to gauge his strength so they could taunt him, try to vanquish him. The young ones were forever trying to depose of the old ones. Doing so carved vivid notches on their belts and gave them power and higher standing in the demon world. They had much to learn. But Rainer wasn't worried. They didn't know who they were dealing with. They were more a nuisance than a threat, disturbing his tranquility and reminding him of being stupidly young. He didn't like to remember those days and didn't appreciate those who made him remember. "Please, let me go," the child begged. "I won't tell anyone what happened to me. That you took me, I promise." Blood dripped from the boy's nose, and bruises darkened his tiny face. His fragile body was plastered against the wall. "Want to go home," he whimpered. One of the demons walked over and kicked him. The crying became sniveling. Tear-rimmed eyes pleaded for help, full of fear and pain, and fastened on the one being that had not hurt him so far. Strangely, the boy's eyes made Rainer uncomfortable. He saw his pain, and something rippled beneath his cold skin. He felt swift anger at himself, at the demons who'd brought the child. Why should he care if another human died? Over the centuries, he'd killed thousands, hundreds of thousands. One of the demons dropped a lamp and grinned at Rainer as it crashed to the floor. Short in stature, the young one had donned skin the color of dark chocolate, and a gaze that glittered with hatred. Being one himself, Rainer could see the real demon behind the facade, its true form having scaly, Stygian skin, huge clawed feet, and 2 sharp tails. Its eyes were ebony stones, and its teeth were sharpened spikes. Damn, he'd liked that lamp. It had been elegantly expensive. The stockbroker would definitely miss it, which meant he had to either replace it or tweak her mind so she'd think she'd broken it herself. Or he could kill her. But the bottom line was, now Rainer had to move on. He didn't trust the trio in front of him, knowing where his sanctuary was. That made him the angriest. Was he losing his grip that such young ones could find him so easily? That they knew his name? Or had he been marked for termination because of his actions and what he'd been thinking lately? Had some of his older demon kin read his thoughts? Uh-oh. "I don't want your peace offering," Rainer spat. He was watching the blubbering child who'd realized he wasn't going to get any help from him. "I want you all out of here now." He pointed at the door, straightening to his full height, which was taller than any of the other demons. "And take your meal with you." We're not leaving, Ancient One. You can't turn us out so easily," Greasy Hair said. "We came here to pay you a visit, and visit we shall." The demon moved about the apartment, knocking things to the floor, walking on the shattered glass. It made crunching sounds beneath its clumsy feet. "Nice pad. Much better than where we're living. Some abandoned, decrepit house on the outskirts of town. Mind us crashing here with you for a while?" "Yes, I mind. Get out." It had been a long time since he'd used his mind control against another demon, but he called on what he had and leveled burning eyes at the 3, willed them to obey. Their minds were puny, and there was no hesitation. They left, dragging the boy behind them, with only their trance-like response reflecting their confusion. The leather-clad leader glanced over his shoulder, his expression baffled, as if to say, "Why am I doing this? You just wait, we'll be back," Raynor observed through the window as they herded the child down the street in the rain. The boy's eyes, peering up at him, were still begging. Poor human. So young. He'd be dead before the sun rose. Raynor experienced a rare twinge of guilt at the boy's fate, then shrugged and turned away. It was none of his concern. Humans were there to feed on, that's all. Young or old, what difference did it make when they died? They didn't live long anyway. But he'd killed no children recently. No, not in many years. The memory of the boy's pitiful face, those terrified eyes, continued to annoy him as he searched for and located another place to live. He couldn't shake it. It had never crossed his mind to save the boy. Why would he? So it irritated him that the memory wouldn't leave him. He found another place to live in a duplex across the street from St. Louis's Forest Park. He noticed the for rent sign on a stroll. The woods before him and the city behind appealed to him. It was a place to hide and to hunt all in one, a perfect spot. Soon he had the landlady, a fleshy mortal with tinted hair and ferret eyes, thinking he'd already paid 6 months' rent in advance. And she fell for the rest of the fairy tale, that he was a reclusive writer, one of the many fake covers he used, who didn't like to be bothered during the day because he was working on his new novel. Under the guise of an eccentric writer, he got away with so much. He moved in, but didn't meet the young woman next door until he bumped into her late that night. She was coming home around 2 a.m. as he was leaving. He'd made himself invisible to human eyes, but she saw him. She actually saw him. That was the first shock. The second was when she stopped, looked at him directly, and said, "What are you? You're not a remnant, but you aren't human either." He'd stared at her, mouth open. He couldn't read her thoughts at all, not a glimmer. And then he ran. He fled from her sharp eyes, her special knowing, hoping she hadn't seen him come from the adjacent house. Didn't know what he was, and that she'd unsettled him. An awful thought hit him. Had humankind evolved so much that now some of them could see him when he didn't want them to? Humans see demons and other invisibles? A sarcastic snort. Good grief, wouldn't that change things? Truth was, she'd intrigued him. He sensed something different in her than in any other human he'd ever met. She was surrounded by this rainbow aura of pulsating light that he'd never witnessed before. And for a human, she'd had courage, showing no fear whatsoever when she saw him. There'd been caution, yes, but no fear, as if she'd dealt with his kind before. Odd. He couldn't stop thinking about her. It had been a long time since anyone had touched him in any way, and she had. In the dark, notwithstanding the scars on the side of her face her hair was meant to hide, he'd seen she was young and tall for a human female. Her voice had been husky, strength hid behind her movements as fluid as an athlete's or a dancer's. Shoulder-length hair shone softly in the moonlight. Her eyes glistened deep with secrets. He saw all that and more. The dark hid nothing because he drew power from the night. After the encounter, he'd returned to skulk through the shadows around the 2-story building he saw her go into, trying to peek in. But the blinds were drawn, and he wasn't sure which part of the house she was in. Other people lived there. He could sense them, so he couldn't run in and drag her out. Not that he wanted to. It'd be foolish to cause trouble close to his new residence when he didn't want to find another apartment. He liked his rooms, the location, so he went on his way. He had time. Unwise or not, he had to get to know the woman next door better, find out if she could actually see his kind, and how. Then he'd decide what to do. Chapter 3. Manasseh. He'd been told the demon that had stumbled into Cassandra on the street went by the name of Rainer, though that wasn't its real name, and he was not to interfere with any of its dealings. But Manasseh knew he had to do something. The Ancient Ones were trouble. They had great strength and were unpredictable. Rainer, one of the oldest of them, was extremely clever. The meeting hadn't been an accident. If Manasseh wasn't careful, the demon would steal Cassandra away to the other side, and that couldn't happen. Or the demon would kill her. Manasseh wasn't sure exactly how strong Rainer was, but he couldn't take the chance that the fiend wouldn't be able to harm the woman. She hadn't yet come fully into her own, though her abilities were growing rapidly. It only puzzled Manasseh that Rainer hadn't struck. Not that he'd succeed. Cassandra didn't know it, but she could probably take care of herself, even against such a formidable adversary. She'd soon have powers she couldn't currently imagine. Except she wasn't ready yet. She hadn't seen or accepted her destiny. The world, still fairly secure and sane, hadn't altered enough. Soon that would change. The enemy was preparing to launch a full assault. All the rules established over the millennia were about to fall away, and the first thing they'd do would be to track down their enemy's best warriors, the strongest and special of all the humans, and viciously eradicate them in any way they could before the final confrontations began. And they had begun. More humans were vanishing every day. The death toll increased every week. Before long, it would be a bloodbath, and even the mortals would notice. Manasseh had to be vigilant. Nothing must happen to those in his care. But of all of them, Cassandra was the most important, and would be in the greatest danger if the other side discovered her existence too soon. Standing by the tree in the streetlight's glow, the leaves hiding him, he watched Cassandra leave her apartment for work that evening. The demon, Rainer, lounged in the doorway of the house next door, his coal red eyes also on the woman. The humid air was heavy with the scent of coming rain, and the sky murky under a canopy of swift and menacing clouds. Another squall was brewing. In these times, storms, floods, hurricanes, and earthquakes would become more volatile. Turbulent weather, such as the world had never seen. This was the beginning of the end. This was mild. Cassandra got in her car and drove away. He wrestled with knowing he should follow, protect her, but he needed to check on Obadiah, another human in his care. The man was facing a new crisis, and Manasseh was concerned about him. Tonight, Obadiah would learn that his business had failed. His shop, the center of Obadiah's solitary life, had been losing money since the new mall with the Walmart had opened, and once the plummeting economy kicked in, it would be all over. Over the books and the bills Obadiah couldn't pay, he'd finally accept his business must close, and the next step towards his final path would be taken. That knowledge, along with the death of his wife the year before, and her medical debts, could plunge him into a complete spiritual breakdown. Evil could sniff out despair. Manasseh had to find a way to ease the man's burden without revealing himself, and protect Cassandra. So he'd tend to Obadiah's situation as soon as he made sure Cassandra was not in immediate danger. Her car chugged over a hill. The next time Manasseh looked, the demon was gone. A split second later, Manasseh was sitting at a dark corner table in the red carpet lounge. He didn't want to be seen, and so no one saw him. He was there for Cassandra, not there to judge the people drinking and loudly mingling around him, attempting to fend off their loneliness. They were the normal collection of humans. Sometimes he could look at them and know which would survive, and sometimes he couldn't. He was not permitted to know everything. A middle-aged woman was working behind the bar serving drinks. Maggie Sounder had 3 children she was raising alone. Her husband, Charlie, was a drunk and had run off with another woman 6 months past. Maggie was having a hard time coping. She wasn't a bad woman, just a wishy-washy one. She loved her children, but couldn't give them her time and full attention, or teach them about the love of God, all of which they needed. She was too busy working, flirting, and looking for a new husband. She believed a man and money were the answers to everything, and if she had both, then everything would be better in her life. An anemic soul barely flickered beneath Maggie's flesh and bones. Faith and God's love were what she needed. The way she was, she wouldn't survive the first wave of troubles if she lived that long. Beyond the windows, darkness and rain had arrived, slamming a storm surge against the glass. Thunder and streaks of electricity ripped and echoed across the sky. The window panes rattled in their mountings, and the light show brightened the world. Even with the downpour, the temperature had become warmer. The humans drifting into the bar were soaked in water and perspiration, and were short-tempered as the heat and the noise level rose to a shrill crescendo. Manasseh recognized demons behind several of the human faces. More than usual tonight. They were one of the reasons Manasseh didn't like going into buildings where there were crowds. The ratio of demon to mortal was shifting quickly. There were demons everywhere. Manasseh detected and avoided them, and they couldn't see him, for now. There'd come a time when the blinders would be lifted from everyone's eyes, including theirs, and he'd have to kill them. They'd have to try to kill him. His foot tapped softly at first, and then faster. His body tensed. He couldn't wait for the day when he could raise his sword and strike all the fiends down once and for all. It had been coming for so long, and he was tired of waiting. There were demons, disguised as humans, drinking at a table beside the bandstand. "When's the damn music gonna start?" one griped. "Yeah, when are we gonna get some entertainment in this dump?" His friend threw the remaining contents of his drink at the waitress as she scooted past, barely missing her. He stuck his booted foot out and tripped a man returning from the restroom. The guy sprawled on the floor, stunned surprise on his face. But when he looked up at who'd waylaid him, he just lowered his eyes and stumbled off to hide in a corner. Demon mind control. The weaker the human mind, the stronger the control. Dressed in t-shirts, ball caps, and blue jeans, the demons appeared to be ordinary mortals of different ages and races. Manasseh never understood why, but most of them wore beards and never robed in bright colors. They especially hated yellow and sky blue. Most were wearing dark glasses. That he understood. In certain lights, their eyes, empty as their souls, or, when angry, burning like crimson embers, betrayed them. Manasseh could hardly bear to be in the same room. Demons had a stench of burnt blood and ash around them, and their minds were as dark as the place they'd come from. They mingled among men and committed the crimes that made humans cry. Arson, wife-beating, torture, and murders. Manasseh scowled. If there was a heinous crime being committed somewhere, there was most likely a demon perpetrating it, or somehow behind it. They were making him angry. He had to remind himself why he was there, and that his first responsibility was guarding Cassandra. It was difficult because all he wanted to do was to exterminate them. Not here. Not yet. Cassandra, guitar case in hand, wandered in with her brother in tow. They set up their equipment, tested microphones, got something to drink, and after tuning their instruments, began to play. The demons were instantly agitated at the sound of Johnny and Cassandra's voices. One of them glared balefully at the girl as another snarled something to his friends, his face shifting into a sneer. Manasseh didn't like the looks of any of them. They were a fight waiting to happen. Malevolence glinted in their looks, and their pretend smiles had no mirth. But he knew their kind. Most of them were cowards and wouldn't hurt Cassandra or Johnny in such a public place. It'd garner too much attention, and they wouldn't want that. They usually waited until they could get the humans alone somewhere to do their damage. An omen of things to come. Thunder rippled through the sultry air and eerily mimicked the resonance of human screams. Manasseh shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Still, there was no sign of the demon, Raynor. Perhaps he wouldn't show. Though there was enough danger lurking in the crowd without him. Manasseh listened to Cassandra and her brother. Choir music was more his style. Yet their voices were harmonious and their instrument playing skillful. There was an innocent goodness in their demeanors and the messages of their songs that made their performance compelling. And behind the melodies, their souls were luminous and shone like beacons from their eyes. Both of them were pure of heart and strong. The brother not quite as much as the sister, and would need to be, because the future wouldn't be easy for either of them. An hour went by. The songs and sibling banter were entertaining. People drank, conversed, and socialized. Raynor never showed up. The demons behaved themselves as much as they were able, hiding their impatience behind their smirks. No doubt they were planning something wicked for after they left the bar. He was about to see to Obadiah when one of the demons behind him threw a bottle at Cassandra. She ducked before it made contact and smashed into the wall. Another demon flung one and hit Johnny in the head, and the brawl was on. Everyone shoved and kicked each other. Fists and flesh collided. The demons had instigated the clash and notched it up, and that alarmed Manasseh, though it was in their nature to cause pandemonium wherever and whenever they could. They were usually less obvious about it. Another bad sign. The room was an erupting volcano, and people spilled into the stormy night to escape the flying glasses and bottles. Crouched down behind the bar, Maggie shouted into the phone. "Maury, you better get over here quick. There's a big fight and everything's being busted to hell. I'll try to call the police." The phone obviously went dead in her hands. "Damn!" She dropped it and ran out the door. Someone threw a table through a window, and wind and rain splattered in. Everyone was screaming, slugging each other, or trying to escape through a door or window. One of the demons hurled itself at the two singers as if it wanted to tear them apart. Cassandra nimbly stepped aside, and the fiend overshot and ended up beneath a table, scrabbling to keep from being booted by a bunch of furious cowboys. Amidst the chaos, Cassandra shoved her wounded brother towards the back exit, their guitars protectively cradled in their arms. Manasseh followed them into the alley. He'd shield them if he had to, but Cassandra knew what to do. Survival was an instinct she'd been born with. Through the falling water, she aimed her brother towards her car, and they scrambled in. The sound of police sirens rivaled the thunder. There were demons behind Cassandra and her brother, and Manasseh slammed the door in their faces as the pair of humans drove away. Raynor was nowhere near, or Manasseh would have felt it. Satisfied his two songbirds were out of harm's way, he cloaked himself and took to the sky, wings unfolding to the length of two men. He had to take care of Obadiah, and afterwards there were places he had to be, and preparations he had to make. If he hadn't known it before, he knew it now. Time was getting short. Chapter 4. Cassandra and Johnny. "We should have stayed," she moaned, "and talked to the police." A police cruiser raced past in the rain and screeched up in front of the bar. The night around them was a kaleidoscope of undulating colors, muted by a heavy mist of rain. What would we have told them? Johnny put his face in his hands and slouched back against the seat. Rain dripped from his clothes and pounded on the outside of the car. Who knows what, or who started that ruckus? We didn't, besides, he added under his breath. I kind of owe a few parking tickets. If they run my name on their computers, they'll haul me in, and I don't have money for the tickets or bail. Cassandra pulled the car over to the side of the road. Oh, Johnny, I thought you straightened that out months ago. Didn't I give you the money? I spent it on something else, sheepishly. Rent, I think, or groceries. Oh, Johnny. Sorry. Promise I'll clear it up soon as I get some extra cash. Behind his head, a branch crashed against the outside of the window. You better. Right now, let me look at that cut. Always the big sister. She reached over and pushed his hair off his forehead so she could see the wound. The car rocked and the wind howled. She was worried she'd gotten her guitar wet in the dash from the bar because she hadn't had time to slip it into its case. But she was more concerned about her brother. The beer bottle had hit him in the forehead, and there was blood flowing down the side of his face. It's not that bad, sis. He pushed her hands away. I'm still conscious. Let me see. Told you I'm okay. His voice was petulant. Since the fire, she knew she was overly protective, but couldn't stop herself. I'm no baby, you know. His fingers felt up around his hairline and came away bloody. From the overhead car light, she could see the queasy look spread across his face. Cassandra ignored his protests. There was too much blood. Oh, I think you're going to need stitches, little brother. I can't afford to go to the hospital for no stitches, neither, he complained, glaring out at the raindrops. Lightning flashed and lit up his face. Cassandra could see the fear in his eyes. Since the fire, and the time he'd spent recovering as a kid in the hospital from trauma and smoke inhalation, he'd hated hospitals and doctors, and stayed away from them if he could. Cassandra may have walked away from the fire with the visible scars, but Johnny had the invisible kind, her Aunt Ellie always said. He'd heard the dying screams of his brothers and sisters, and physical pain wasn't all that haunted him in his nightmares. You need medical care. In a voice lower than before, he replied, Don't have any medical insurance. You let your coverage lapse again? Too darn expensive. The premium kept going up. Who can afford it? Yeah, well, it'll be a lot more expensive now when I take you in for those stitches. She gave him a disapproving look. I'm not going. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I have money I can loan you. Cassie, I don't want your money. You're saving it for that new microphone you've been drooling over for the last month. Both their microphones were second-hand junk, but Cassandra's was the worst. It was always squealing during her solo songs. He tried to change the subject. Good thing we grabbed our guitars before the bar came down on top of us. I wish we'd gotten the rest of the stuff out, too. If we're lucky, it'll be there tomorrow. If not, then we're going to need new equipment. You'd better hold on to that money. Let's hope everything will still be there, but that's not what bothers me now. We're talking about you needing medical attention. At the moment, that's more important. If you have to go to the ER, we'll go, and I'll put it on my credit card. Case closed. I can get a microphone anytime, but I only have one brother. Their eyes met, and he nodded. Okay. I'm feeling dizzy, and I'm not up to arguing. He leaned against the window. Trying not to pass out, he whispered. In the wet dark, Cassandra thought for a moment she saw black shadows creeping around the car, hiding with the help of the storm, crowding against the windows as if they were peering in. For a moment, she shook her head. It must be her imagination. Her attention returned to Johnny. She turned on the car's overhead light. Let me get a better look at the damage, and then I'll decide what to do. She moved closer, tilted his chin up, and put her fingers on the edge of the cut. She softly felt along the wound until her whole hand covered it, flesh against flesh, and warmth flickered and glowed around and beneath her hand. It startled her slightly. Her brother's eyes widened, and the pink crept back into his face. Cassandra was puzzled as her fingers for a second time explored his forehead. "I could have sworn I felt something for a second. A wound or a deep slash. I mean, there's blood all over you, but there's nothing there now." She tugged a Kleenex from the glove compartment and swiped the blood off Johnny's forehead. "There's only blood. No injury beneath it. As far as I can see, you're unharmed. I was wrong. You're not hurt one bit." Then where had all the blood come from? The words died before she spoke them. Strange. There had been some kind of gash there, she'd been sure of it. But she'd touched it, and it had healed. No, that was her imagination, too. That was crazy. Maybe a bottle had actually hit her on the noggin. She just hadn't seen or felt it. "I feel better. Pain's gone." Johnny straightened up, grinning at her. He touched his head. "Wow, that was weird. I could have sworn I was cut. I mean, it hurt and everything. I was sick from it, but it was nothing. Boy, what a relief." He let out a sigh as Cassandra switched off the light and stared into the rainy night. Her mind was tumbling in circles at the odd things that had been happening to her lately. Some small, some large. They all mystified her. What was going on? Her eyes went to the murky shapes surrounding the car again. She could have sworn they'd multiplied and were surging against the glass as if they were gathering their courage to attack, drawn to her and Johnny like fire to wood. Another minute. "Oh, please." "Johnny, it was nothing. You're fine. Well, we can't say that about Maury's bar now, can we? That it was nothing?" She breathed. Beneath her conversation with her brother, she was beginning to feel uneasy, as if there was something wrong, something else, something close by that could hurt them, would hurt them if it were given the chance. The shapes slinking away low to the ground. She wanted to leave. No, it was a mess all right. We might not have a joint to sing at once the rubble settles. My thinking exactly. I still feel bad about us running away like we did. But she couldn't risk her brother being taken in for questioning, of being accused of participating in the fracas. Not with all those tickets he had over his head and the blood all over him. Tomorrow we'll see what's left of the place. Find out if we have a job anymore. Cassandra put the key in the ignition, her intuition of danger nearby making her hurry, and turned on the car. She switched on the headlights, and the shadows scattered as she drove off. Her thoughts were on the men who'd tossed the first bottles in the bar. She'd glanced at them as she and Johnny had skedaddled, and thought she saw what she'd seen before. Not human faces, but grotesque, leering gargoyle faces. The worst so far. Had someone drugged her soda? Snap out of it, she chided herself, and thrust the images away. The car turned towards Johnny's apartment. There was nothing else to do but go home, call it a night. In the morning, they'd see Maury, apologize for running out like they had, assess the destruction, retrieve their belongings, and see if they still had a job. After being silent for a while, Johnny asked, "What was that bar fight about anyway? Did you see who started it and why?" "I think those guys at the front table to our right started it." "Oh, the ugly ones with the facial hair and sunglasses?" "That would be them." "I guess they didn't like our singing." "You think? But hated it enough they had to throw glass bottles at our heads?" Johnny chuckled. "A little much overkill, wouldn't you say?" "I would." She shrugged and twisted the steering wheel. "They were pretty drunk. Could be that's the explanation. You know how some people get when they drink too much." "Fighting mean." Johnny rubbed his eyes. "Just our luck. Shame they had to trash Maury's bar, though. Thank goodness he wasn't there tonight. He would have tried to break up the fight." "Yeah, and might have got himself hurt." Maury had been a bouncer at an assortment of bars when he'd been young, and still thought he could throw a punch like a man 2 decades his junior. He couldn't. His arthritis wouldn't let him. "Boy, sis, They were smashing the booze and the mirrors behind the bar as we were getting out of there. See that? Front window shattered. Broken tables, chairs, everything. It'll cost a fortune to make it right. Poor Maury. Poor us. I liked working there a lot. Cassandra exhaled the breath she'd been holding. We should give Maury a hand cleaning and fixing it up if he needs it. That would be a way to assuage her guilty conscience a little, for hightailing it as they had. For a price, right? She sent a sideways grin at him, not taking her eyes off what was in front of her. I suppose we could ask for some money. Heaven knows we need it. We're both handy with a dustpan and a broom, and thanks to Uncle George, we know how to use a saw and a nail gun. Their uncle was a carpenter, and had taught them well, believing a person could always use building skills, and he'd been right. They'd saved a load of money by remodeling their uncle's house themselves. She didn't want to worry her brother, but the rain was coming down so hard, the winds so strong, she could hardly stay on the street, much less see it. The wind shimmied the car all over the place, and ending up wrecked in a flooded ditch somewhere wasn't what they needed to end their perfect night. First thing tomorrow, we'll go in and offer our services to Maury then, huh, sis? I think we should. Least we can do. Right then, what she wanted was to get her and Johnny home. Get safe and dry behind solid walls. Forget about the strangeness of the night they'd just come through. Climb into bed and sleep. You think Maury's going to pay us for tonight? Her brother was making funny doodles on the foggy window with his fingers. Cassandra laughed softly. We played less than 2 hours, Johnny. Maybe he'll half pay us since 2 hours is half of 4. Be better than nothing. I need the money no matter how little it is. You, she retorted, always need money. Doesn't everyone? He quipped, but there was weariness in his voice. Gosh, I'm tired. Being caught in a bar fight takes it out of a person. I'll say. And seeing her brother hurt had taken it out of her. But he hadn't been hurt, thank God. He was okay. She looked at him and felt what she always felt. Unconditional love. He was all she had left of them. Her family. Her 3 sisters, 2 brothers and mother and father. They were all dead and gone 20 years now. How swiftly time had passed. Yet she still missed each one of them so much. She was blessed to have Johnny, and never forgot it. Not for 1 millisecond. Maybe that was why she couldn't get mad at him about anything. Not his carelessness with money, or his nonchalant approach towards life. To her, he would forever be the boy he had been when he'd thrust his small, trusting face up towards hers, the flames reflected in his terrified eyes, as she led him from their burning house that night so long ago. She'd saved him then, but he'd saved her in so many ways so many times since. She'd lay her life down for him, or Aunt Ellie or Uncle George. They were her family now. She'd have to say a prayer before bed, thanking God that Johnny hadn't been hurt, and light a candle before Mass on Sunday. Make that 2 candles. 1 for her brother's near escape, and 1 for the souls of her dead family. Strange thing was, she could have sworn that beer bottle had hit Johnny. She was sure she'd seen the cut and the blood. Forget it. He's fine, that's all that matters. Now that we don't have to go to the hospital and I've saved you all that money. Are you hungry, Cassie? Want to hit a drive-through and pick up hamburgers to eat at my place? You don't have any food at home? There's not a thing at my apartment fit to eat, I swear. Not even enough for a mouse. You got any money on you? She countered teasingly. He pulled something from his pocket and waved it around. Whoa, I found a $20 bill. Doggone, imagine that. Yeah, imagine that. But weren't you going to use that to fix your car? I'll worry about that tomorrow. Right now I'm hungry. All right, you treat then, she chuckled. But I can't believe after what happened to us tonight you can think about food. Hungry, that's why. Typical. She shook her head. A McDonald's loomed up ahead on her left. You're always hungry. But never mind, the drive-thru will get us off the road and out of this heavy rain for a couple of minutes. Maybe the deluge will slack off by the time we're through. Before she turned off the highway, something skittered out in front of the car, and she narrowly missed it. A wispy, floating snake of a thing that crept from among the wet, shadowed trees alongside of the road. What the hell? It had been a bad night. She was still imagining things, that's all. Calm down. Get a grip. Get a cheeseburger, a large shake with extra chocolate. That'd help. Warm food always did. Back at Johnny's apartment, a dingy little dwelling he had the nerve to call home, the cheeseburger and shake filled her stomach and took the edge off her nerves. She and Johnny made jokes about the bar fight and how frightened they'd been. Talking about it put it in perspective. It had been a close call, but they'd gotten out of it in one piece. Just a part of the bar life. She had other problems. The whole trip back to her flat, driving carefully through the pelting rain, she couldn't focus on anything but the strange things she'd been seeing, the strange way she felt. Her perception was subtly distorted, and everything felt unreal lately. She hadn't felt this way since the night of the fire. Bad enough she could see the soon-to-be departed, but now those other things, too? Perhaps she was crazy, one of those thousands of people who lived on the fringe of normal sanity. Not quite nuts, but not quite in her right mind either. She'd touched Johnny's wound, and it had disappeared. Yeah, sure. She was relieved to get home, because nothing could hurt her there. No apparitions or wispy creatures hiding in her closets or in the dark corners. Her aunt and uncle had the house blessed by a priest every year. She was protected there. Chapter 5. Cassandra. Parking the car, Cassandra would have made a run for the outside stairs to her residence, but seeing the lights on at her aunt and uncle's, she detoured and knocked on their door first. It was just after 11, so they might be awake, or her uncle anyway. A night owl, he often stayed up to watch television, while Ellie went to bed early. Her uncle answered the door with a smile. "What the heck you doing home so early, Sweet Pea? You two didn't get fired, did you?" Once he'd been a big, tall man, whom the passing years and hard times had shrunk. His long, iron-gray hair was streaked with white, and his kind blue eyes were rimmed in age lines. But his caring nature and smile were always genuine. "No, we didn't get fired, but I didn't feel like going home yet. I need to talk. If you put a pot of coffee on, I'll tell you all about it." "I was thinking myself how nice a cup of Java would be with those cinnamon rolls I made this morning. Got 'em from a can. You know, the kind you tap on the sink and it pops open? But they're not bad. Sit down. First I'll fetch a towel so you can dry off. You look like a drowned kitten." He hobbled out of the kitchen. His legs must be hurting him again. "Start talking," he said from the other room. "My hearing's the one thing that hasn't gone yet." That's what he thought. Lots of times she'd say something and he'd mishear it, but she'd never tell him that because she didn't want to hurt him. As she settled into a kitchen chair, her uncle returned with the towel, tossed it at her, and stood at the sink making coffee. His hands moved slowly, and his shoulders sagged. It was awful, she thought, watching him get old. "We had a bit of trouble tonight at the bar." She dried her face and hair. "A couple of yahoos decided to start a free-for-all, and the place got a little busted up, I'm afraid." "Anyone get hurt?" "Nah, don't think so." She fibbed. No sense in upsetting her uncle with the truth. "You two okay?" She didn't tell him about wrongly thinking Johnny had gotten hurt. She didn't tell him about the men in the crowd whose faces melted to reveal monsters underneath. Oh no, she didn't tell him any of that. "Sure, we left before it got too rowdy. It was only a fight." Another lie. There'd been massive property destruction, and people had gotten hurt. She'd seen the damage, heard the shocked cries of pain. Her head was spinning from the bad memories. "Oh, my," he clucked as the coffee began to perk. He took the rolls out of the microwave. Cassandra liked them warm. "You two had quite an exciting night. At least there were no casualties except for Maury's bar. I hope you still have a job." Her uncle placed the rolls on the table. "Me too." She'd had enough of talking about the fight, so she picked up a roll and sunk her teeth into it. "Thank you. These cinnamon buns taste so good. They hit the spot." "So, how was your and Aunt Ellie's day?" Cassandra hadn't seen either of them all day. She'd been out running errands and tidying her apartment. "Uneventful, the way I like it. Ellie helped me make breakfast, did the cleaning up by herself, and was fine company for most of the day, until after supper, when she threw a fit and broke a couple pieces of our best china because she thought I'd called her a name. Oh, and that I'd been cheating on her with that painted neighbor lady." He snorted, canting his thumb in the general direction of the woman's house. "She threw a hissy fit tantrum over it." "She didn't." "Yeah, she did. But the name-calling and that cheating stuff is all in her mind, you know?" He tapped the side of his head with his finger, his smile sad. "Of course it is." Cassandra laid a hand over his. "You okay? You look tired." "Oh, I'm fine. And I should look tired." A quick grin. "It's after my bedtime." Uncle George was the sweetest of men, devoted to his wife, and certainly not the kind to fool around with anyone, especially the woman next door. Mrs. Valerie Tyler, a widow, was nice and all, but a clown would envy the amount of cosmetics she wore, and her behavior reminded Cassandra of someone who didn't always live in the real world. Even Cassandra's friend Sarah thought Mrs. Tyler was a little off, and for Sarah to say that was saying a lot. Sarah was the queen of off. "I hate this illness Ellie has," her uncle muttered, gazing around, exasperation and loneliness etched into his face. His hands around his coffee cup shook slightly. "Never know what she's going to do next. Never know if my Ellie is with me at any time or if that other Ellie is." He referred to Ellie's acting out as the other Ellie, the one who was often hateful, demanding, and childishly bad. The one who was showing herself more and more each day, though they rarely talked about it openly, and Ellie hadn't actually been medically diagnosed, because her uncle kept putting the tests off. They strongly suspected Ellie had early Alzheimer's. It ran in Ellie's family. Her father and her late sister, Mabel, had it. Ellie had slowly begun showing symptoms in the last year, but George and Cassandra couldn't face the truth yet. It was a little overwhelming. Another bite of roll went into Cassandra's mouth. Sitting in her uncle and aunt's cozy kitchen with the sunflower curtains and cheery wallpaper comforted her and made the memories of the night seem distant. It was the only home Johnny and she had known since their sprawling childhood house on the hill had burnt down. Though Johnny had moved out, it was still home. She was grateful for the privacy of her upper floor, but enjoyed spending as much time with the old folks as she could. Her uncle needed the company. He didn't get out as much as he used to because of Ellie's condition, and became depressed if left alone too long. Ellie wasn't always good company for him. "You know," her uncle said, "Ellie hides in our room when she gets mad at me. She escapes from the house, her prison, as she calls it, by climbing out the window and hightails it for parts unknown." Cassandra thought he'd laugh, but he didn't. "This morning, I had to put a fancy iron grill over our bedroom window to keep her in. It does the job, but it makes the room look like a cell. Ellie got so mad at me for that, for a few hours, then she forgot what she was mad at me for. That happens all the time now. She's been forgetting a lot lately. I don't know what I'm going to do if she gets any worse." "It'll be okay. You'll see." Cassandra patted her uncle's bowed shoulders and said to him what he'd said so many times to her over the years. "I'll help you. We can handle this. Johnny will help, you'll see." Then she added, "People grow old, get sick, it's life, you know." "Yeah, life." This time her uncle smiled. "Thank God for you and Johnny. I don't know what we'd do without you two." "You'd make it. But you don't have to do without us. We're here." Cassandra returned the smile. If only he knew. He was depending on her and Johnny as if they had all the answers, with their youth and strength, and she was beginning to wonder if she was even sane. And Johnny, he could barely take care of himself, much less two old people. Yeah, life, wasn't it grand? On the other side of the kitchen window, the wind wailed and lightning struck the earth. Thunder roared. The storm was close. Cassandra couldn't take her eyes off the fireworks. She'd read a newspaper article that morning about the dangers of lightning strikes and how hundreds of people died each year from them. It made a person think twice about going out in a storm, standing under a tree, turning on the water faucet, taking a shower, or even being on the phone because lightning could travel through pipes and lines. If a person thought about it too much, along with the other horrible things that could happen, it'd make them want to jump off a bridge. So she tried not to think about it. "Some weather we're having, hey?" Her uncle's eyes had strayed to the world beyond the windows as well. He was fond of storms, the power and flash, while his wife was terrified of them. "Wild." "Real wild. Wasn't sure I was going to make it home. I couldn't see a doggone thing, the rain was so heavy, almost had a wreck." The next lightning bolt lit up the room and her uncle's wrinkled face. "This weather? 'Tain't natural, I say. These storms have a mind of their own. Not like normal storms. They make me itchy in my own skin. But it's prophesied that the weather will be terrible in the last days." Here they went again. He had that look on his face, and Cassandra got ready for what she knew was coming next. Her uncle and aunt were devoted churchgoers, true believers in the book of Revelations, and raised her and Johnny to be the same, and they believed fervently that they were in the end times, that the rapture, and all it heralded, was near. Her uncle wasn't a raving end-of-the-world fanatic. He merely accepted it, like he accepted the sun rising in the morning. He didn't preach nonstop. He talked softly about it when someone asked. That's all. He'd read the whole Left Behind series. The tattered paperbacks were now tucked away under her living room coffee table. She hadn't had time to read them yet, but she planned to, someday. But her uncle and aunt truly believed. "You need to read those books I gave you," he said. "Right away." I know," she mumbled under her breath. There isn't much time left. She didn't actually swallow that truth. She merely humored her uncle. People had been saying for millennia that the end was near, and would probably be saying it for millennia to come. God's time clock, she reckoned, wasn't anything like man's. It's just a storm, Uncle, that's all. But listening to it, she wasn't so sure. The weather did seem more severe, the storms more frequent the last few months. "No, I don't think so," he replied. "Can't you feel it? There's a smothering heaviness to the air, and the clouds are so odd, darkly layered and angry-looking all the time. The rain is so torrential. No gentle showers for us anymore." "Perhaps," she teased, "you should start building an ark, huh?" He played along. "Or a bomb shelter beneath the house." "A bomb shelter?" "For the trials of the end times. So we'll be out of harm's way from the rioting crowds and the Antichrist's edicts." "Oh, you mean the 7 years of tribulation." Her tone was dismissive. "You don't really believe we'll see that in our lifetime, do you?" It was a silly thing to ask a believer, yet she couldn't stop herself. It was late. She was weary and didn't believe for a second that the end was near. No way. "I don't know." He was studying the rain. It was hitting the pane so hard, it was a miracle the glass didn't crack. "All the biblical signs have been falling into place now for years. Just you wait until all those people disappear in the rapture. All gone in the blink of an eye." He snapped his fingers in the air. "Then you'll believe." Huh. If that happened, a lot of people would believe, she thought. Even her. And the world would go insane. She definitely didn't want to be there for that. Who would? She didn't say another word, didn't believe, but loved her uncle too much to make fun of him, so steered the conversation in another direction. "Did you balance your checkbook this morning like you said you were going to do?"
Nah, I was too busy with Ellie and putting the window bars in. You can do it for me tomorrow if you want." He winked at her. "You're better at figuring than me anyways."
It was a subtle capitulation on her uncle's part. They went through their little game every month. Cassandra would wait for him to do his finances, and when he came up with a plausible excuse not to, she did them for him. It saved his pride. She'd begun balancing their bank statements and checking their accounts the year before, after their electricity had been turned off for lack of payment. Her uncle had forgotten to log in some checks, forgotten to pay a couple bills, and had become confused to what he'd paid and what he hadn't. From then on, if it dealt with money, she knew she had to keep an eye on it for them. Then there were the tricky medical issues. Her aunt and uncle couldn't be trusted when it came to scheduling or keeping doctor or dentist appointments, and anyway, they couldn't drive anymore either. She had to see to it all now. Paperwork, too, and it was a handful at times. Ellie had endless doctor appointments, and Uncle George had had 2 surgeries the year before.
"If you're not too tired, can I show you something? I got this weird bill today from Ellie's doctor. Can't make heads or tails of the thing."
She didn't hesitate. "Okay, sure, let me look at it." He fetched the bill. They drank more coffee, and she did her best to explain what the endless columns of figures meant, but it was so full of the usual medical gobbledygook, she could hardly decipher it herself. Couldn't they make these things any easier to understand? They saw plenty of doctors, and there were a mountain of these are not bills and real bills to sift through. Lately they never seemed to stop coming, and made her ache to have a big old bonfire. Stupid hospitals and insurance companies. The phone rang. It was Johnny. "I knew you'd be with Uncle George. I tried your flat first, and when you didn't answer, I figured you'd be downstairs. I'm just checking up on you and them, what with all this bad weather and all." "Yeah, and after the crazy night you and I had, right?"
"You got it."
Johnny's voice was hesitant.
"It was a weird night, wasn't it?"
I'll say. But we're all okay. I got home without being swept away by the winds or the rain, and glad I did. The storm's worse now." She had a visual image of Johnny's bleeding head. "Question is, how are you doing?"
"Done in. But other than that, I'm okay, too. There was
a crash in the hallway. "Johnny, talk to Uncle George for a minute. I have to go check something out real quick." Handing the phone to her uncle, she went to see what had made the noise. Soon after, she rushed back into the kitchen. "Tell Johnny to get off the phone. Aunt Ellie's gone. That noise was a limb coming through the hallway window. The window is wide open. She must have gotten out of her room and climbed out. She's outside somewhere in this rain."
"Oh, no, not again. 3rd time this week."
Her uncle's face went slack.
"She's out there lost in this storm. Lost, oh, Ellie."
His body sagged into his chair as he laid the phone down on the table. Johnny was still squawking on the other end.
"I have to go out and find her."
"I'll help." Cassandra picked up the phone as her uncle went to get flashlights and raincoats for them. She told Johnny what was going on.
"I'll come over and help look for her," he offered.
"You don't have a car."
"I can bum a ride off a friend if I have to."
"This late at night, in the middle of this storm? No. Besides, there isn't time. Stay there. We'll handle this. Uncle George looked in on her a few minutes ago. She can't have gone far. We'll find her. Don't fret. Gotta go."
"Call me when you do," Johnny squeezed in, "so I don't have to worry all night."
"I will." She hung up the phone. George came into the kitchen with his hands full and handed Cassandra a large flashlight and Ellie's yellow raincoat to wear. He was in a hurry.
"Let's go."
"Any idea where she might have wandered off to?"
"No, yes. We had that fight over our neighbor, Mrs. Tyler. Maybe she's gone over there to confront her. Heaven help us. No telling what she'll say or do to that poor woman. I should warn you, Ellie's been more volatile today than usual. We better get over there pronto."
After they searched the yard, she followed her uncle to Mrs. Tyler's front door. It was difficult to see anything, much less a tiny woman, in the driving rain, but they'd seen no Ellie. No Ellie huddled against a wall crying. No Ellie scurrying across the yards between the trees and peeking into windows. No Ellie anywhere. Mrs. Tyler's door opened after the first knock, and Cassandra got a shock. Standing behind it was that strange man in black she'd bumped into the other night outside the house. The one who had made her skin chill. Great. He must be one of Valerie's boarders.
"Hello. Sorry to bother you on such a night, sir, but we're looking for my wife."
George spoke first as he came up on the covered porch. Cassandra had stepped beside her uncle as he introduced first her and then himself to the man. Seeing the stranger again gave her a creepy feeling. Her blood itched in her veins, and weird sensations barraged her. And even with the lateness of the hour and the rainstorm, it had to be 85 degrees outside. But she could almost see the air around him full of ice particles in a bubble, as being frosty. The man was staring at her.
"My wife's name is Ellie Greystone, and she's about so high."
Her uncle raised his hand 5 feet or so. He looked pathetic in his worn raincoat and his anxious furrowed face.
"She's got gray hair, blue eyes, and, well, she's not been herself recently. We think she's got this Alzheimer's sickness and tends to mosey all over the place. You seen her?"
It was the first time Cassandra had ever heard her uncle say the word Alzheimer's out loud to someone other than her. Her heart broke for him. "No, I haven't," the stranger said. "Sorry."
"Hasn't been here, has she? Hanging around outside, peering in the windows? Bugging Mrs. Tyler?"
"No." The man was examining Cassandra. Turning her head away, she had the urge to run, but wasn't going to let him know how he affected her. Why was she reacting this way to a stranger? She had no idea, but it puzzled her. Sometimes she'd meet people she didn't care for, people who made her uneasy for some unknown reason, but she'd never felt this strong a repulsion before.
"You must be one of Valerie's renters,"
her uncle said. "I am." The man stood in the doorway, a subtle light shaping his tall form. "The only one right now." Cassandra wondered where his landlady was and why he'd answered the door, but didn't ask. She only wanted to get away from him. "Well, we're sorry to have disturbed you, Mr." She found her voice and interrupted her uncle, or he would have gone on chatting aimlessly. He disliked being rude to people, and sometimes it made it hard for him to end a conversation, especially with strangers. "Raynor. Just Raynor." A tiny smile twisted his thin mouth. "Yes, we'll be going now. Excuse us." She took her uncle's arm to lead him away. "We have to find my aunt." "Can I help? I have excellent night vision and don't mind getting wet." Cassandra had to look twice. There was this dark silhouette throbbing round him. She'd never seen anything like it before, and knew she was the one staring now. She dragged her gaze away. "No, thank you. We can't ask you to come out in this mess. You don't know us."
"Oh, but I insist."
Before she could protest again, the man was out the door and alongside them. No raincoat or umbrella, no nothing. The rain reshaped into a mist around him. He moved so impossibly quickly. He's not human. The thought again came to her. His proximity made her nervous. So she pivoted around and went out into the storm with her uncle trailing behind her. If the stranger, Raynor, wanted to tag along without a raincoat or boots, let him. She was too concerned about her aunt to waste any more time on him. "Let's split up," she announced loudly. "Uncle, you head that way." She pointed to the left. "I'll go this way," her head cocked to the right. "And," she said to Raynor, "you can go that way if you would," sending him somewhere in between and away from her and her uncle. The three split up. They combed the yards and the fringe of the park across the street in the rain, sloshing through mud and weeds, flashlights bouncing through the gloom. If Ellie had gone into the park, Cassandra thought frantically, they'd never find her. But lately, Ellie seemed afraid of the park with all its shadowy trees, so Cassandra hoped she'd stayed away from it. She didn't know how Raynor could see anything. He didn't have a flashlight. She didn't care, as long as he stayed away from her. The rain continued to fall. It was heavy one minute and a meager drizzle the next. At times, as lightning and thunder shimmered around her, she saw Raynor scrutinizing her from a distance as if he were stalking her, instead of looking for her aunt. He gave her the willies. But no Ellie. Cassandra searched through the adjacent yards and finally gave up the hunt. As the storm became a downpour she could barely see through, much less move through. Exhausted and frustrated, she worried about her uncle. He shouldn't be traipsing around in the storm anyway. He was an old man. How could she have let him go off by himself? He could be lost now, too. Where had her brain been? But it wasn't as if she could have stopped him. He was a stubborn man. Where was that old woman? She went to find her uncle. It had been a long day. After another half-hour of stumbling through the rain, she knew it was time to bring in help. Call the police. Heading to the house, she prayed her uncle had been luckier, had found Ellie, and they'd both be in their warm, dry kitchen when she returned. She didn't know where their next-door neighbor was, and didn't care. Under the circumstances, Valerie's boarder was the least of her worries. She was rounding the corner of their house, walking across the front yard towards the kitchen entrance, and saw her uncle kneeling in the bushes alongside the building, holding a soaked, muddy, and crying Ellie in his arms. Thank God! Cassandra was running towards them when she noticed Raynor in the shadows by the porch, observing her aunt and uncle. His eyes, when they met hers, glinted red as burning rubies. She froze. Some inner sense warned her to be careful, that here was peril. Here was an enemy. The power of the warning jolted her so much she all but fell to her knees. So she was poised in the middle of the yard like a statue when the lightning struck. A missile. It came from the skies and blossomed out like the limbs of an electric willow tree, with her in the center, the trunk. The bolts crackled and swam around her in a perfect round dome and slowly dissipated into the ground, leaving her stunned and quivering, but untouched. It was a miracle she hadn't been fried. As she'd read in the newspaper, people died of lightning strikes all the time. She was lucky to be alive. Dazed, she lurched towards her aunt and uncle. George was staring at her in amazement, and even Ellie's attention was riveted on her. Her aunt stopped weeping, and Uncle George helped her up from the ground. Raynor was by their side, assisting George with Ellie, but his eyes were on Cassandra, a sly smile curving up his lips. His long hair hung limply around his sharp white face. His clothes were wet and molded to his gaunt body. He lifted Ellie up in his arms as if she'd been weightless, and strode in the direction of the house. Her uncle tagged along happily in his wake. Cassandra didn't know what to do. She didn't want that man in their house, yet there was no way to deny him and be gracious at the same time. She followed them. They were in the kitchen, the light and the dryness of the room enfolding them. "Thank God you found her, Uncle George," Cassandra exclaimed. She was trembling from her close call with death, but was so relieved they'd found Ellie, she swept it out of her mind. For a while, almost.
"I didn't find her. Our neighbor here did."
Her uncle cocked his head at Raynor, who acknowledged the gesture with a tilt of his own.
"Then he found me and took me right to her. Man's got owl eyes, yep."
Raynor had put Ellie into a chair and was looking around the kitchen as if he were taking notes, when he wasn't studying Cassandra. His skin was frozen ice. It gleamed in the light. His movements reminded her of a spider, and so did his eyes. Black, cold, glittering. There was an agitation to his manner, as if he wasn't used to being walled in or to being around people. So odd. Uncle George picked up the same towel Cassandra had used earlier and dried Ellie's face, a face filled with confusion and fear, and one Cassandra had begun to see too often. Poor Ellie. She didn't know where she was. She'd forgotten. Clinging to George, she murmured, "Why have I been thrown into a den of lions? There's danger everywhere. I have to hide. I have to hide." "You're safe now, Aunt Ellie," Cassandra reassured her. "There are no lions here." "Yes, there are." The old woman glared at Raynor. Her frightened eyes never left him.
"She doesn't know what she's saying," Uncle George said. "I'm taking her to our room, and after I get her out of these wet clothes and cleaned up, I'm putting her to bed."
He regarded Raynor, who was leaning against the sink counter.
"Thank you for finding her, neighbor. Sorry I can't stay and chit-chat. Come on over later and we'll share a cup of coffee. I owe you that and more."
"Thank you. I will," Raynor replied in a flat voice, but his gaze was on Cassandra. As George led Ellie away, she swung towards her niece and grabbed her hands, tugged her closer so she'd hear.
"Sorry I led you on such a merry chase," she chuckled,
a twinkle of the old Ellie hiding in her eyes. There was a streak of mud down one cheek that George had missed, and her hair was a wild mess spiking out in every direction around her head.
"But sometimes, Cassie,"
she whispered,
"I feel as if my world has become so small. I need to get out, escape from the lions. Things keep slipping away, you know. Memories, feelings, and pieces of me slipping away. I want to experience things now. Feel the rain and the wind on my skin. Smell the warmth of the night. Run while I still can. You aren't mad at me, are you? Making you all go out in the rain and look for me?"
"No, we're not mad at you. It isn't your fault." "I know, Aunt Ellie, I know. Now go on with George and get some rest. It's late. I'll see you tomorrow and we'll talk. Have a long visit." Cassandra watched her aunt being shuffled off and felt a familiar sadness. Once the woman had been so vibrant, present, and inquisitive. She'd been an elementary school teacher for over 30 years, a good one. Now, half the time she didn't even know who or where she was. She'd become one of the helpless children she'd once taught. She knew her husband most of the time, but Cassandra and Johnny not as much lately.
"Get that man out of the house,"
her aunt was bellowing in the hallway.
"He's evil! Evil! Get him out of our house, you hear me, George?"
The words hit Cassandra hard. She knew who her aunt was referring to and stole a look at Raynor. Ellie's accusation hadn't fazed him. His expression was as blank as a rock. Sorry, she isn't herself, but her aunt had said exactly what she'd been thinking.
"I see that."
There was no compassion in his voice, no humanness. His eyes had no pupils. He wasn't moving, hardly breathing. "Thank you for helping us. You didn't have to, so thank you." She couldn't say his name and lowered her eyes so he wouldn't see how uncomfortable she was. Like Ellie, she wanted him away from her, out of their kitchen, out of their house. She couldn't put her finger on exactly what, but something wasn't right about him. No matter how much he ingratiated himself with her or her uncle, she was wary, and it was bothering her more than she'd acknowledge. "It's been a real hard night. Could you please leave now?"
"Of course. I understand. It's been a pleasure meeting you and your family."
His lips did that smiling imitation again.
"Formally, this time."
"This time?" She said it aloud before she could stop herself.
"Remember the other night when we ran into each other outside in the yard? I should have introduced myself then, but you startled me, I'm afraid. I wasn't very friendly. I'm sorry."
So he did remember. "Don't worry about it. I was the one who ran into you. I'm the one who should be sorry." Cassandra didn't believe he was sorry at all. He was interested in her for some other reason. To be friends? She didn't think so. There was more she could have said, explained why she'd been in such a rush, why she'd reacted the way she had, but she didn't. She just wanted him out of her house. Raynor didn't take the hint. "Can I ask you something before I go?" She didn't want to say yes, but curiosity got the best of her. "What?" "What did you mean the other night when you said to me I wasn't a ghost, but wasn't human either? That was an odd thing to say. What were you talking about?" So he'd heard that, too. Oh, my. He was serious. Wanted an answer. She couldn't give him the real one, so she fabricated a quick substitute and hoped he'd swallow it. "Ah, that. I was just being whimsical. I'm a horror fan. See all the movies, read all the books. You surprised me, that's all. Coming out of the night the way you did, like some vampire from out of a scary movie. I didn't see you until the last second. Took me off guard. I said the first silly thing off the top of my head. Forget it." Out of nowhere, she had the urge to tell him the truth, but she fought it and won. She knew better than to doubt her intuitions, and only knew she mustn't let this man close to her. Mustn't let him know how she really felt. "I saw the lightning strike you, Cassandra." "You saw that?" She answered way too quickly to hide her surprise. "Nah, it missed me. I was really lucky, I guess." He arched a dark eyebrow at her, and she had the notion he was willing her to do something. Confess what really happened, perhaps? It wasn't working. "Ah, my mistake. I was sure it hit you, and it looked almost as if there were some sort of protective shield around you." "Like a force field." She lifted her shoulders, casually brushing his remark off. She didn't want him to know she was as amazed by what had occurred as he, that she had no answer for it, along with the rest of the eerie stuff that had befallen her lately. At the moment, with him examining her, she didn't want to dwell on it. She purposely cleared her mind. "Yes." "That's science fiction, isn't it? If it had hit me, I'd be dead. You didn't see it right because of the rain and wind, that's all. It missed me." She opened the door, stood by it, making it clear he was to leave. "Good night, and again, thanks for finding my aunt. We really appreciate it." He was waiting for something, but she gently sent him out into the rain anyway, closed the door, and finally released the shudder she'd been holding in for so long. She phoned Johnny to let him know they'd found Ellie. "I'm so relieved," he said. "I was about to call a buddy of mine, get that ride, and come over there, storm or no storm." "Well, you don't have to. Everything's okay, and both Ellie and George, I think, are in bed, which is where I'm going to go as soon as I get off the telephone with you." They talked a few more minutes. Cassandra wasn't going to, but something made her tell Johnny about meeting Raynor. How strange he'd made her feel. She told him about the lightning strike, though she made it sound as if it had only been a close call, not a direct hit, and not half as bizarre as it had been. She confided most things to her brother, though she hadn't said anything about healing his wound or seeing weird things in people's faces. Yet. Johnny knew about the apparition in the cemetery. He thought she could be slightly clairvoyant, and that was how he explained her seeing and knowing strange things. Huh, he didn't know the half of it. "Wow, you've had a heck of a night, haven't you?" Johnny's voice traveled over the phone line. "Bar fights, runaway aunt, and nearly getting barbecued by a bolt of lightning?" "Yeah, heck of a night." "Sis, you're lucky to be alive is all I can say. And that guy next door, the way you describe him," he finished, "sounds creepy to me, too. You're smart to keep him away from you and the folks if you can." "Creepy is the word, all right. I can't explain why he makes me feel that way, but he does." "As usual, you're perceptive. So listen to that inner voice of yours. It won't lie to you. Avoid the man." "I'll try. He seems inordinately interested in me, though. Recently, every time I turn around, there he is." "He's stalking you?" "No, it's not that bad, I don't think." Maybe she was being paranoid, and what she really needed was a good night's sleep. Yeah, that was it. Lots of sleep should do the trick.
Well, if he keeps bothering you, leave it to me. I'll punch his lights out for you. The prospect made her shudder. Not a good idea. She didn't want Johnny anywhere near that man. It was too dangerous. No, I can handle it myself. No big deal. Forget about it. He gave in easily. If you say so. Johnny wasn't real brave. He was no fighter. After their conversation, she sat a moment in the kitchen listening to the storm. Her thoughts touched on the mysterious man who lived next door, and then the lightning bolt that should have killed her. And something else. During the lightning strike, she could have sworn there'd been this other man loitering in the shadows beneath the oak tree. She'd seen him, an average man dressed in a shirt, pants, and straggly long hair. She couldn't see his face, but he'd been looking at her, or at Raynor. She couldn't tell which. His figure had faded in and out, like bad reception. But he'd been there, watching her, too. Had he been real? She wasn't sure. What the hell was going on? What was it with all these people watching her? Her shivering wasn't from the cold. It was warm in the kitchen. Her uncle padded into the room and sat down across from her. His shoulders slumped, so he hadn't gone to bed. I fixed the broken window with a piece of cardboard. Ellie's asleep. Is she okay? Seems to be. She's got a couple of scratches and bruises under the dirt. She kept mumbling about our neighbor next door and how he was evil. How there was evil all around us, closing in. Nonsense like that. He rubbed his eyes. He fixed himself a cup of coffee, slowly put it to his lips, and released a sigh. I guess I'm going to have to put bars on the hallway window now, too. I never heard her when she left our room. Huh. And I thought my hearing was the one thing I had that was still good. Lot I know. It's not easy taking care of her, is it? Cassandra inquired softly, resting her hand over his aged, misshapen one. A working man's hands. All the years he'd spent building things for other people had crippled them and his body, so that now he could barely move without pain. No, it ain't. She's a stubborn, unpredictable child these days. But what can I do? I love her. She'd do the same for me if I was the one sick. He met Cassandra's eyes. It'll be fine, Cassie. One good thing is that after an episode like tonight, she behaves for days. I have that to look forward to. A small respite. So last week wasn't the first time she's run off? No. She's done it a couple times. He wouldn't look at her. I always find her, though, so don't worry about it. But I do. You two and Johnny are all I have. I fret about all of you. If she runs away again, Uncle George, please, call me if I'm not here. It doesn't matter when it is. I want to help. Will you phone me? I'll phone you, given begrudgingly. For now we'd better get to bed. It's been a night all around for both of us, I suppose. Good night, Cassie. See you in the morning. Good night, Uncle George. I'll stop by early tomorrow to check up on you both. Not too early, he finally grinned. No, not too early. He stood up and kissed her on the top of the head, like he used to do when she'd been a kid. Then he shuffled into the hallway. The kitchen clock showed it was after 3 a.m. Cassandra retired to her rooms upstairs and slept. Her dreams were full of bar fights and men in black who sent lightning bolts down to try to kill her. Men hiding behind trees and ugly monsters hiding behind human faces. She was forever running from these shadows that she knew meant her deadly harm. The feelings of fear and hopelessness were intense and paralyzing. The lightning can't hurt you because God protects you, a voice spoke in her dream. Nothing can hurt you if you have faith. Cassandra, prepare for what is to come, for it comes soon. In the morning, her mind was fuzzy. She couldn't recall the nightmare precisely. There was a burning city in it, she thought, and hideous creatures with huge wings, of all things, flying up high in the sky, or not. There'd been these ugly things in the woods, man-like, but so vicious.
They couldn't have been human. Then the images simply fled from her head as they always did. She couldn't recall much of the dreams at all. She only recalled that they'd been disturbing. The nightmares were another reason she feared there was something wrong with her head. Only crazy people dreamed, thought, and saw what she'd been dreaming, thinking, and seeing. Right? Only crazy people. And of course, she didn't want to think about that either. If there were 2 nutty women on Uncle George's hands, he'd freak for sure. Chapter 6. Raynor. Raynor brooded. The lightning had hit her. He'd seen it. But the electricity had been deflected as if the woman had some sort of protection around her. No matter what she'd said, it had happened, and in his long centuries, Raynor had never witnessed anything like it, or anything that had astounded him more, except for that wispy being that had emanated from a dead woman's carcass. Both incidents meant something. But what? Who was this Cassandra Greystone? He couldn't control her with his mind as he could other humans. She wouldn't obey him. He'd tried, and nothing. She'd looked at him as if he hadn't willed anything of her, and as if she knew he'd tried and failed. Perplexing. After Raynor left the Greystones' house, he'd prowled the streets of the city. The storm and the lateness of the hour had emptied them. He didn't care if the raindrops soaked his garments and his skin. He wasn't afraid of the thunder and lightning. All it could do was reduce him to ashes. And what difference did it make? He wouldn't feel it. His hunger was all he could feel. He'd nearly fed on that sick old woman in the bushes everyone had been looking for. But he didn't. The old woman meant something to Cassandra, and he hadn't killed her. Instead, he'd returned her to her husband, alive. He'd never done anything like that before. He hadn't killed the old one because of the sneaking suspicion Cassandra might have known if he had, and that wasn't acceptable. He needed time to discover more about her, and the easiest way to do that was to get close to her. If he killed someone she loved, he'd never get near her. There were other humans to feed on. A car pulled up to the curb across the street in front of a motel, and a man got out. Raynor walked up to him through the rain. "Get back in the car," he ordered. The man did as he was told. The woman in the front seat scooted over so Raynor could sit next to them. Raynor made them drive across the bridge into the woods on the other side of the river, where he let his true demon self out and drank their blood, until they were both dry hulks. Much later, he dug up the soft, wet ground with his clawed hands and buried the corpses, so deep no other humans would find them. The 2 had been newlyweds, traveling through town. They'd been young and full of dreams. The man had graduated from college in the East, and with his bride was on his way to Seattle, where he'd been offered a job as a manager in a design firm. The woman wanted to teach the young humans. She, too, had had a job waiting for her. They'd found a perfect house, spent too much money on it. The woman had plans to put in a garden, tomatoes, corn, peas, plant red roses up a white trellis in the front yard. He'd read all that and more from their minds, and had felt nothing at ending all of it. They'd been horrified when they'd seen his demon face, horrified as he'd murdered them. He'd broken their necks quickly to be done with it, and he'd taken their blood. Raynor had no guilt when he killed. They were food, and he'd been hungry. So why were their faces already haunting him? No translucent pasty things escaped from their corpses when they died, or at least he didn't see them. He kept vigil over the remnants for a long time in the lightless woods, the raindrops tapping the summer leaves above him, but nothing rose out of their bodies, wispy or otherwise. They were just bags of flesh and bones, like thousands he'd seen before. Perhaps he'd imagined that wispy thing last week. and souls didn't really exist, like angels, who were supposed to be his archenemies, or so he'd always been told. Other demons spoke of them. Some said they'd known another demon who'd known another demon who might have seen one. Myths. Angels, with their ivory skin and graceful, beautiful wings that could wrap around and hide them from human and demon eyes, with their weapons of gleaming silver and their immense powers. Ha! Angels were supposed to exist. But, like unicorns, he'd never seen any in all his time on Earth. Not a one. And these days, he wanted to come across an angel because he was older, stronger, and, oh, so ready for the final fight. Were the old legends even true? There'd been times he'd sadistically exterminated more humans than necessary, hoping a white-winged one would swoop in to protect them or take revenge. They never did. And the greatest lie was the humans' God. There was no God. Mortals believed in him only because it made them feel better, more special. Stupid humans. Just like there was no supreme demon called Satan who would someday lead his kind in the final war against God, angels, and humans. Huh. No souls, no angels, no God or Satan. All were made-up nonsense to keep the troops in line. There was no supreme plan. The world had no true purpose. Humans and demons existed for no other reason than they just did. Different species. He and his brethren fed on blood as humans fed on the meat of dead animals, merely to survive. So why was he considered evil for killing while humans butchered and ate animal flesh all the time and weren't considered evil for it? Good question. But he knew the answer. Because mortals believed they owned the planet and were the chosen of their non-existent God because they had souls. Poppycock. Or so he'd always believed, until his doubts returned, because he'd seen something come out of that body last week, as he'd seen Cassandra struck by lightning. So, therefore, if wonders and human souls did exist, what else existed that he didn't believe in? Oh, all of it was making his head hurt again. Driving the car back into the city to further cover his crime, he left it near the motel and transported back to Mrs. Tyler's house, but was too restless to stay there. Venturing out into the rainy night again, he found himself below Cassandra's window. "Come to me," he willed her, and waited. She didn't. He didn't fool himself. She didn't hear him. He couldn't command her. Levitating up, he peered into her window. On her bed, at the far end of the room, covered only by a sheet, she was sleeping, tossing and turning. What was she dreaming about? He probed her dreams, but was blocked from entering them. That had never happened before either. Was he losing his powers? The very thought unnerved him. If his powers dwindled, which they weren't supposed to do, he'd be fodder for the young ones. Dead meat. Very bad. He could sneak in and whisper to Mrs. Tyler's, keep her there. The widow Tyler, so easily deceived, would be no problem. Once he had Cassandra, he could study her, dig out her secrets. He could make her tell him the truth, whatever that was. He didn't want to harm or kill her. She was an enigma, and he was curious. If she were a demon, she would be a force to reckon with. The rain was light, and the wind, along with the lightning and thunder, had died down as the night had progressed. It was almost morning, and the storm had worn itself out. He moved closer to open the window. It was locked, but a tug tore it free. Inside, the air conditioning helped hide the noise. That's when a gust of wind rammed into him and blew him away from the house. Fighting it did no good. The wind ferociously tossed him every which way, as if it had been annoyed with him, as if he had been a twig, then deposited him in the mud miles away. Just like that. He sat up, blinking and disoriented. The wind had come out of nowhere. It was as if it had targeted him, gotten rid of him. Had Cassandra called it to take care of him, or had something else? Was someone or something very powerful protecting her? From the lightning? From him? From harm? Mystified, he beat the sun rays to his room. Not that he would have been in any danger if he'd been caught in the sunlight. It couldn't hurt him, but sometimes it was too bright. Sometimes it let his disguise slip. That was reason enough to avoid it. After he'd cleaned up, Raynor lay on his bed and sulked. How was he going to capture Cassandra if he couldn't get to her? Mulling that over, he assumed he'd find a way. He'd bumped into her on the street. He'd been able to stand beside her in her uncle's kitchen. So, perhaps, it was only when she was threatened that the defenses kicked in. Something was guarding her. He didn't know what, but there had to be a way to get past it. He slept until the sun set. The rain stopped, but the air was thick with homeless fog and static electricity. There was no moon, no stars, and only a vast expanse of cloudy, inky sky. Once awake, he found himself recreating the early times of his existence before he'd walked among the humans. He vaguely remembered moving through a shadowy land of spitting and moaning creatures as they gnawed and ripped at the flesh of the other inhabitants. There were cities in ruins and buildings of blackness full of screams. It was freezing, and then it was so hot his skin caught fire. The rain never ceased. Sometimes oil or acid fell from the skies and burned holes in his skin. He wandered, ran, or hid. Nothing made any sense, but he was there for what felt like an eternity. He'd always believed the dark city was something he'd invented in the deep recesses of his mind during his early existence, but it had been a long time since he'd thought about it. Until now, in that shadowy place, there was this beast, swathed in a thick mist, which the others were terrified of. And this entity spoke to him, offered him power and riches if he'd swear allegiance to it forever. It commanded him, go out into the world of man, torment, butcher, and destroy them. Take no prisoners, show no mercy, until I call you back to me. The beast was sometimes as tall as a building or as tiny as a firefly. But when it spoke, its voice permeated Raynor's whole being. Drink this, the beast in the mist bid him, and Raynor had obeyed. Captivated, he'd sworn his allegiance. He'd drunk the cup filled with briny liquid as bitter as sludge. After all, the city and the beast were only in his imagination. The long years and centuries had slid by, and he'd slowly become something else, had nearly forgotten that dark city and the creature he'd sworn fealty to. But now, unheard of for a demon, he'd begun to dream of the dark city and the beast in the mist again, and all the old memories came flooding back. Indeed, that very morning, Raynor remembered something he'd all but forgotten. It had been endless centuries before, when he'd been new, and the beast in the mist had whispered to him, "Some day, payment will be asked of you, but not now. Some day, payment will be asked of you." For endless centuries, the world had changed around him, but Raynor, feeling nothing but the blood hunger and hatred for humans, never did. Until now. Somehow, He was changing too. He'd begun to have this fanatical certainty that there was someone or something out there that knew why he was there and knew what was coming. Someone or something with answers. He just had to find them. He'd become a nomadic loner, wary of humans and his own kind, always running and hiding. Meeting Cassandra had unleashed so many inappropriate feelings and made him acutely aware of his isolation, his utter loneliness. He even questioned the fragility he'd once associated with human beings, which was heresy, and couldn't figure out why she brought out those feelings in him, unless she was the one he'd been searching so long for, the one who might have the answers, the one who would change everything for him. He had to speak to her, alone. When full darkness came, he followed but kept his distance. A few nights a week, she went somewhere, and tonight he'd discover where. He'd find out what she did there, and if anyone met her, and he'd find some way to get to her. Chapter 7. Cassandra and Sarah. The ringing telephone woke Cassandra. What has Ellie done now? She thought. But it wasn't her uncle calling about her aunt. It was her friend, Sarah Hirsch. Good morning, Cassie. I heard about the bar fight last night at the red carpet. You and Johnny okay? Sure, we're fine. We ducked out before the roof fell in. How did you hear about it? It was on the TV news this morning. They had pictures and everything. They made it sound like you'd had a war in there. How bad was it? Well, I haven't seen the damage in the daylight, but as we were running out last night, the place looked pretty smashed up. Johnny and I are going in today to see how bad it is and offer our help to Maury for salvage duty. Cassandra glanced over at the clock on her nightstand. It had stopped some time in the night and was blinking 12 o'clock. The storm must have shut off the electricity for a while, but it was back on again. What time is it anyway? It's after 10. Good thing you called. I might have slept half the day and I should have gotten up before this. Thanks. Cassandra muffled her yawn. You're welcome. You still sound tired to me, Cassie. I am. On top of everything, after that brawl at the red carpet, I had to go chasing after Ellie last night in the storm with Uncle George. Ah, she broke out again, huh? Oh, so you know about her prison breaks, huh? Your uncle's mentioned them to me. Yeah, he's at his wit's end. Anyway, she escaped through the hallway window, but we found her, with help from a neighbor, and she's fine. Safe in their apartment as we speak, I hope. She really led us on a wild chase last night, scared the heck out of us. Your poor uncle. Poor Ellie, too. Sarah knew about Ellie's Alzheimer's. She was more than familiar with the disease. I remember Grandma Chloe's manic escapades, mood swings, and neighborhood wanderings all too well, as I'm sure you do. Remember? She drove us all bonkers. Most of the time she was oblivious to the turmoil she was causing. Oh, I remember. Didn't she live to 100 or something? Yep, Sarah said. Outliving all her caretakers. That's the way it usually goes. The family has it harder than the patient. At the end, Grandma was out of it, but we still had to deal. Great. We have so much to look forward to then, Cassandra moaned. Ellie was a mess last night, let me tell you. She's getting more and more agitated. Her behavior more erratic. I don't know what we're going to do if she gets much worse. One of these days, she's going to take off and we're not going to find her. It happens. One time, Grandma Chloe was missing for days. We had to call the police. Search parties and everything. When we finally found her, she was seeing walking buildings and was half-starved. After that, we had to put her in that convalescent home. My mother said it was the hardest thing she'd ever had to do. I was pretty young, but I remember most of it. Cassandra sat up in bed, the telephone cradled in one hand at her ear. She didn't want to hear any more about Sarah's grandmother, who'd ended up dying from Alzheimer's in a state nursing home. It was too depressing. "So, you only called to see if I was still alive?" Her tone was as amiable as she could make it that early in the morning. It was no longer raining, but the clouds crowded close to the earth, and by the way the trees were swaying, it was still windy. The sun was hiding. "That and—" Cassandra waited. "What?" She'd caught the uncertainty in her friend's usually sunny voice. Sarah couldn't hide anything from her, never could. They'd been friends since grade school. Sarah was the only other person besides Johnny, George, and Ellie who'd known Cassandra's family when they'd all been alive, and was still friends with her. Sarah's father had been a chiropractor. Her family had been rich, snooty, once. Sarah's parents had accepted Cassandra because she'd made straight A's and had musical talent. The Hirsches thought she'd be a good influence on their bohemian daughter. It hadn't worked. Sarah had grown up to be a gypsy card and palm reader, and Cassandra saw dead people before they died. Not the most normal of women. Sarah's parents were gone now, too. Her father died young from lung cancer, and her mother soon after from pneumonia. Sarah had no siblings, but the past was a strong bond between the two women, and they were closer because of the losses. They'd adopted each other as sisters. "I did a tarot spread on you last night," Sarah said, "and girl, it wasn't good." Oh my, here she goes again. Sarah had seen big trouble coming for Cassandra for months, and she never missed a chance to remind her it was coming. "My friend Sarah the Oracle, at it again, hey? I asked you to please stop reading my cards. I don't believe in them, or tea leaves or palms, or crystal balls. Might as well take those daily newspaper horoscopes seriously." A chuckle slipped out. It wasn't that she thought Sarah was foolish for believing what she believed, but something inevitably showed up in Cassandra's reading to upset her. Then it slopped over to upset Cassandra. Since the fire, Cassandra had been Sarah's favorite subject. According to Sarah, something about the alignment of the stars Cassandra had been born under gave her life a massive dose of tragedy and destiny. A destiny so big Sarah was constantly trying to uncover what it was. What was supposed to happen next? It consumed and intrigued her. "Please protect me from card-dealing gypsies," Cassandra mused, "and Chinese cookie fortunes." Cassandra never got mad at Sarah because her friend only wanted to protect her. A shame Sarah hadn't read the cards before the fire. But she'd been 10 years old and had just begun playing with the Ouija board. The tarot cards hadn't come into the picture for another 6 years. "Now, Cassie, don't make fun of me. You know I take the cards seriously." Too seriously, Cassandra thought, but didn't say it. Sarah's feelings were easily hurt. She really believed in the stars, cards, omens, and magic. Cassandra only believed in God. Aunt Ellie, being a godly woman, hated the tarot and the Ouija. "Be careful, Sarah," she used to say. "Those cards are a door for all manner of evil or demons to sneak through into this world." Sometimes, with the way the readings went, Cassandra wondered if there wasn't some truth to that. Cassandra pacified her friend. "So, what did the cards show you this time?" She took the phone and crawled out of bed. It was cool in the room. She turned down the air conditioner and went into the bathroom. "You got a heap of trouble coming right at you, girlfriend. A heap." "Well, last night was no picnic. Maybe that's the trouble you saw." "No, I don't think so. The cards say life and death. A huge struggle between good and evil with you and those you love caught smack dab in the middle. A little general, isn't it?" "Not to me." "Oh, Sarah, why do you want to worry me so?" "I'm trying to warn you, not worry you." Sarah cautioned Cassandra all the time about one thing or another she saw in the cards, so it was natural to brush it aside, though this time she sounded more grave than usual. "I mean, I have a creepy feeling about this one, Cassie. It's huge. Your cards have been hinting at and building towards it for years." Cassandra sighed into the phone. I need to get something to eat and get going, Sarah. Can we discuss this later? Like tomorrow? I don't think it can wait. Anyway, I'm already here. Look out your front window in the driveway. Cassandra left the bathroom, went to the window. There was Sarah in the driveway, sitting in her old green Cavalier. She was grinning innocently through the front windshield, a white paper bag in one hand and her cell phone in the other. The paper bag waved at Cassandra. Sarah knew how to get to her. "What's in the bag?" "Something you really like? Hardee's sausage and egg biscuits? The perfect breakfast. All you have to do is make the coffee." She had her. "Okay, come on up. But I can't lollygag and gossip too long. I got places to be and things to do." She didn't actually mean it. She was happy to see her friend and the biscuits. Unlocking the door, Cassandra went to grab her robe. When she walked into the kitchen to make coffee, Sarah was already there, putting food on a plate, getting out the cups and saucers. Cassandra towered over the shorter, more petite woman. They were an odd pair. One pale, with flowing ash-blonde hair, vivid green eyes, and the other with skin the color of light milk chocolate, bright henna hair, and soft brown eyes. Sarah was half African-American on her mother's side. "You know you sure are a pest," Cassandra told Sarah as she snatched a biscuit and ate it while making the coffee. "Java will be done here real quick." "Good, I need an enormous cup." The table ready, Sarah plunked down into a chair, pushing her frizzy hair back from her freckled face. Cassandra thought her friend was pretty, but Sarah didn't think she was. Her golden hoop earrings glinted in the dim light. Her frilly peasant blouse was cherry red, her slacks a wild print. It wasn't long before she had the tarot cards out on the table. Her plump fingers and hands, bejeweled with antique rings and talismanic bracelets, hovered over the fanciful pictures. "Cut these?" she insisted politely. "With your touch on them, I'm going to do a real reading. Double check. Maybe I was wrong." "We can only hope." Cassandra frowned at her friend, but gave in. Sarah was a bulldog when she got something in her head. But beneath her irritation, Cassandra was grateful for Sarah that morning. Her friend helped keep her mind off those other things bothering her. Her aunt and uncle were sympathetic people, but lately had had problems of their own. And Johnny was a good brother, but he was a guy, and tended to slough off things Cassandra took more seriously. But Sarah was there whenever she needed her, a friend who would listen and advise on all matters, small and large. One of those people who gave far more than she took, and they were rare. There weren't enough of those in the world. "Tell me in more detail about what went down last night," Sarah requested, as she dealt and spread the flamboyantly painted cards. Her velvet amber eyes moving between what was laid out on the table before her and her friend's face. Cassandra quickly summarized what she wanted her friend to know for now. The bar fight, Ellie's flight. By the time she'd finished, Sarah was ready to tell her what she saw in the reading. "These specific cards show grievous events. Look here." She tapped a card. "It's the death card. This second one predicts great change. This one, dangerous upheaval. Whatever is coming is truly bad. I've never seen such an awful combination of cards in one reading. I mean it. I'd say almost apocalyptic." "Please." "Listen, Cassandra, I have to tell you, I'm getting really scared. I've seen other signs, and not just to do with you, but with the world. I've had dreams." Cassandra didn't want to be hearing that the world was on the brink of Armageddon first thing after waking up. She gave Sarah a lot of leeway with all the mystic mumbo-jumbo. But this was too much. Apocalyptic? Really? She had more practical matters to worry about, such as what she and Johnny were going to do for money if the red carpet didn't reopen, or who was going to take Ellie to her next doctor visit tomorrow afternoon. She and Johnny usually took turns, but now that Johnny's car wasn't working, it looked as if she would have to do it. Again. As well as pick up Uncle George's prescriptions, or was it Ellie's pills this time? "So?" Cassandra tried not to grin nervously over what Sarah was telling her, but was having a hard time. Now Sarah was dreaming, having visions as well. "What have you been dreaming of?" "Don't laugh at me, Cassie, but I've been dreaming of demons." "Demons?" Now Cassandra's smile froze on her lips. Something deep inside her was in a cold sweat. She'd been having dreams, too, besides seeing things, but hadn't wanted to admit they meant something, even to herself. She ate another bite, then poured a cup of coffee for both of them. Demons with beady, glowing eyes, scales, long pointed tails, and sharp fangs. Ugly spawns of Satan-type demons, the kind in horror flicks. Yes? Sarah's head was down again, her concentration on the cards. She hadn't eaten one biscuit and abruptly gulped down her coffee as if she were dying of thirst. Sarah believed coffee solved everything. If one were tired, drink coffee. If one were down, drink coffee. If one were frightened out of one's wits, drink coffee. It worked for her. "Well, I assume they're demons. They're these ugly, deformed creatures surrounded in such malevolence, it makes my skin crawl." Her tiny nose wrinkled. "They stink, too, like dead flesh." Uh-oh. "And what exactly," Cassandra asked, "are these demons doing in your dreams?" Sarah met her gaze. "They're attacking us. Attacking humans. There's a whole army of them endlessly pouring up from what I assume is hell. All kinds. Small, large, some with lizard-like blood-colored skin, and some as black as pitch. It's the end of the world as we know it." "Huh. You watched too much Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I'd say, girl. You sure do have an imagination. You ought to be writing horror novels. You'd do good at it." "You don't take this seriously, do you?" "Oh, Sarah, how can I? They're just dreams. You've always had kooky dreams in full color, showing really bizarre stuff. If I took all your dreams seriously, I'd be in a cuckoo house somewhere." It was true. As most artistic people, Sarah had always had a very brilliant imagination. "These are different, Cassie. I can't explain it, but they're so real. And along with these readings of yours point to you. I don't know exactly what connection there is yet, but I'll bet there is one, or will be one." Cassandra had a fleeting image of translucent apparitions in graveyards. Melting human faces. "No, think about something else. There is no connection. Am I in the dreams?" Sarah hesitated and nodded her head. "Lately, you have been." A sigh. Cassandra waited to hear what she'd been doing in them, but Sarah didn't elaborate. Instead, there was an odd look on her friend's face as her eyes left the last card she'd turned over and came to rest on Cassandra. "What was I doing in them, Sarah?" "Don't laugh and don't freak out." "Sarah?" "You were fighting them? That's what you were doing." "I was fighting demons?" "Yeah, with guns and swords. I think it was a premonition." "Was Johnny with me?" Cassandra didn't know why she asked that, but she did. "You know, come to think about it, he was." "He fighting demons too?" A faint smirk claimed her mouth. "He was." "Fat chance. You know Johnny's afraid of anything that has teeth or anything with sharp edges." "For crying out loud," she sputtered. "You're watching too much TV. Can we talk about something else?" "We can if you promise to think about what I've said and to be extra careful in the near future." Cassandra cocked her head. "I'm always careful. If I see a demon, with or without a tail and fangs, I'll be sure to stomp on it. Then I'll call you and tell you all about it." Sarah flashed her a sharp look. Okay. I'll be careful," Cassandra promised. "Just don't speak any of this to Uncle George or Aunt Ellie. Especially Aunt Ellie. In her frame of mind these days, as religious as she is, heaven knows how she'd react. She'd most likely grab a weapon and want to fight for the Lord, and then she'd promptly forget what the weapon was for and shoot her own foot. And my uncle thinks it's the end times anyway. All it would do is spook the bejesus out of them both." I won't say anything to them. I know better. Your uncle has enough to drive him crazy, and your aunt too. But you must agree to let me do another reading on you in a few days. I need to keep an eye on this. Blackmail, huh? If I have to. I'm worried about you, that's all. I know. Cassandra patted her friend's shoulder. Okay, if you must, come over any time. Read my fortune 100 times if it makes you feel better. I'll even roll my naked body all over the deck if it'll help. Now, here, have a biscuit, and put those stupid cards away. They're not stupid, Sarah groused, but slid the cards into her box and put it in her purse. By the way, aside from Ellie's breakouts, how are your aunt and uncle doing these days? About the same. He's old and tired and his blood pressure is up. But you know Uncle George, he's hanging in there. Ellie's a handful, but my uncle loves her and takes good care of her no matter how peculiar her behavior. He's so patient with her. Last night, he didn't mind going out in the storm, getting soaked, as long as we found her. Knowing better, Cassandra didn't mention the strange man next door. In Sarah's frame of mind, she might think Raynor was one of those demons from her nightmares or something, skulking around, watching her, for heaven knows what reasons. The two friends were silent as they drank their coffee. And how's Johnny? There was a spark in Sarah's eyes that Cassandra caught before her friend looked down, pretending to be busy eating. Sarah had been sweet on Johnny when they were kids, but over the years she'd come to think of him more as a brother. Cassandra knew Sarah would do anything for Johnny if he asked. Oh, Johnny's Johnny, you know. His car's broken down again. Cassandra rolled her eyes. He's fixing it himself, with some help from a friend. Oh, and you'll be glad to know he's writing more songs. The dry spell's over. Cassandra almost added that she'd thought he'd gotten hurt in the bar fight the night before, and the wound had inexplicably healed, but at the last moment kept it to herself. Sarah would only see it as another omen that he was in danger too, and Sarah was obsessing enough. He got a steady girlfriend yet? Well, kinda. There's this girl that keeps pestering him at the club. She's cute, but as usual too young. I think he's going out with her, though he won't own up to it. Her name's Zoe, and she's into the goth look, you know, dresses in black leather, with globs of eyeliner, makeup, has piercings in her eyebrows, nose, and tongue. She's a real trip. Johnny's smitten. This week, anyway. You know how fickle he is when it comes to the girls. Sarah's expression was unreadable. Goth, huh? That's so yesterday. Some of those goth followers believe in vampirism and the occult. That's not good. You can't trust him. He should stay away from her and her friends, especially in light of what the cards are revealing. Are you serious? I'm not fooling. Tell him to be careful. Stay among crowds of people if he's with her, and positively don't go to any of those rave parties. Okay, I'll give him the message. Goth girls are bad. Rave parties are a no-no. Stay away. Not that he'll listen. Enough about Johnny's dating habits. And how are you doing these days? Cassandra went on to a new subject. Still seeing what's-his-name? Walter? Yeah, him. Walter was a professional mime and clown who worked a carnival circuit across the Midwest. People made good-humored jokes when Sarah spoke of him, but according to her, he was sensitive, talented, and good at his job, which he'd trained for most of his life. There was nothing funny about that. His father and grandfather before him had been circus clowns, while his mother had been part of a high-wire act. Walter sounded like a nonconformist, but Sarah maintained he was a generous, though private and religious person. Dependable. When he said he was going to do something, he did it. Sarah had been seeing him for months, but because of his traveling and a couple gigs Cassandra and Johnny had had out of the city, Cassandra hadn't actually met him yet. Often Sarah went out of town to be with him. I guess so. He must be trying to save on his phone bills or something, though. He hasn't called in a few days, but the carnival moves around so much it keeps him busy. Last I heard, they were up by the Canadian border, visiting a bunch of towns you can hardly find on a map. Walter says that the remote villages appreciate them more than larger towns. I'll be glad when the summer's over and they take their winter break. I miss him. Miss being with him and talking to him. Is he staying with you this winter? Cassandra enjoyed visiting with her friend, but it was getting late. She was in a hurry to get to the red carpet and see if it was standing, see if she and Johnny still had a job. And she had to check on her aunt and uncle before she left. As far as I know, if something else doesn't get in the way, I don't want to scare you, but who knows where any of us will be or what we'll be doing this winter if the cards speak the truth. On that cheery note, gypsy girl, I'm going to shove you and the rest of your sausage biscuits out the door so I can do what I need to do. Why did you bring so much food? I thought we were on diets. Not today. We'll start tomorrow. She was always saying that. I brought extra biscuits so you could doggy bag the leftovers to your aunt and uncle, knowing they love them too, since they don't get out much to buy goodies for themselves these days. That was sweet of you, Sarah. They'll be tickled you thought of them. Cassandra closed the bag and left it on the table. I was going to stop by to see them anyway before I went to the club. Well, say hi for me. Tell your uncle next time I'll come by and visit, but I have to rush off myself. There's a psychic fair at the Civic Center. Nancy Gordon and I rented a booth for the next 2 afternoons. You remember her? My stately friend who works downtown for the electric company, loves peanuts and reads tea leaves. We split the costs and I need to get there. They said goodbye. Through the kitchen window, Cassandra watched Sarah's car drive off. She telephoned Johnny to make sure he was up and took a quick shower, dressed, and knocked on her uncle's door. When there wasn't an answer, she used her key and let herself in. Everything looked normal, but no one was up yet. The coffee hadn't been made. Her uncle was probably sleeping in late after the chaotic night he'd had. Let him sleep. He needs it. She left the bag on the table with a note saying where she'd be and that she'd be back later if she could. Johnny wasn't ready by the time she arrived, but she hurried him along, and by 12 they were walking into Maury's club. Yikes! It looks worse in the light of day than it did last night, Johnny muttered, as they worked their way through the rubble. Whoa, someone smashed all the booze and gouged Maury's new bar top. Why would anyone want to do that? He shook his head. Their boss was sitting at one of the tables that had been left in one piece, his head in his hands, complaining under his breath. So, is the patient terminal? Cassandra queried as they stood next to him and assessed the damage. Maury lifted his head. No, I've seen worse, and no one was hurt too badly. One man's in the hospital with a broken arm, and a woman got her ribs kicked in. Other than that, there were mainly bumps, scratches, and bruised feelings. But my bar's a mess. Maggie and I have been cleaning up, but we're going to need help if we're going to get the place ready for business by Thursday. Weekends were Maury's busiest times, and financially speaking, they began on Thursdays. She sat down across from him. Johnny wandered away to reclaim their equipment and guitar cases that had been tossed into a corner. All our stuff's still here, Johnny affirmed loudly from across the room. Thank goodness. Cassandra turned back to Maury. So, you're not going to close? She didn't try to hide the relief in her voice. Lordy, no. Can't afford to close. Though I did seriously consider it last night after the fracas. But now, in the light of day, things are clearer. You know, I'm not a quitter. And it's not as bad as it looks. Insurance will take care of most of it. So, I think we can reopen in a few days. Just going to take some work and elbow grease. A little carpentry. Well, that's why Johnny and I are here. We can help with the cleanup, and we're handy with the hammer and nails. Affordable, too. We work cheap for friends. What are your qualifications? We both helped Uncle George renovate the house. We do all our own repairs, including plumbing and electrical. Uncle George was a carpenter for a living. Home improvements, room additions, retired now, but he taught us everything he knows. Then you're hired. Can you start now? Maury, an average-looking man of 50, with a sharp face, thinning brown hair and warm brown eyes, smiled. A college graduate who'd burned out as a history teacher. He'd taken over the club when he'd inherited it from his father 3 years before. He was learning what it took to run it smoothly, and was turning out to be an astute businessman as well as a fair one. Cassandra really liked him. He was a good man. "We're here, aren't we? We're dressed to start clearing out and cleaning up." "Excellent. Insurance guy's already dropped by. Prompt son of a gun. He took a ton of photos, filled out the forms, so you can start work whenever you want. None of this work cheap for friends stuff either. I'll pay you both a fair wage, whatever you think is the going rate. Write up a bid. Buy whatever materials, hire extra help if you need to. Well, kid, how long do you think it'll take to get this place in shape again?" "We got a lot of work to do. And yes, we'll start now. Hopefully we'll get it presentable by Thursday. Because, the show must go on." Cassandra came to her feet and motioned to Johnny to come over. "Time to work, brother. Clean up first." "I'm ready." He had a broom in one hand and a trash bag in the other. At the end of the day, Cassandra offered to make supper for her brother at her place. He checked his wristwatch. "Thanks, but not tonight, sis. Ricky will be over at 7 to work on my car. He's trading me the used parts for beer and guitar lessons." Ricky was a friend of Johnny's who worked at a neighborhood mechanics shop. A convenient friend, since Johnny could barely change a car tire and always needed car repairs. And Ricky wanted to play guitar, an association made in financial heaven. Johnny was teaching him to play, and Ricky helped with the car. Though he was tired and dirty, Johnny smiled. They'd gotten the bar cleaned up, made a list of the materials needed for the next morning's work, and had ordered new tables and chairs. 2 more of Johnny's friends were coming in the next day to lend them a few extra hands. Everything was under control. Cassandra kept up with her brother as they went out the door, asking him one last thing about the remodeling, when something made her turn her head and glance back at Maggie. The woman was behind the bar, sweeping off the last of the broken glass. She caught Cassandra looking at her, grinned. "Good night, sweetie. See you tomorrow." "Tomorrow." But Cassandra's skin flushed as she realized that for Maggie, tomorrow would never come. The woman would be dead. Oh no, not Maggie. She wasn't that old. She had children. Cassandra froze in the doorway and stared at the sign on the other woman's forehead. It was a red smudge, faint and pulsating. Cassandra could warn her, but it wouldn't do any good. She'd seen 2 people marked for death in 3 days. A record. What did it mean? Perhaps Sarah had been right. Bad things were coming. "Forget something?" Maggie's hands stopped moving. "No, just daydreaming." Cassandra hated lying, but there was nothing else to say. "Good night, Maggie. You take care now." She let the door shut softly behind her and pushed out into the evening. It had begun to rain again. No surprise there. It matched her mood because she felt like crying. Maggie had become more than an acquaintance, a little less than a friend, but knowing the other woman's fate made Cassandra immensely sad, because she couldn't change it and hated it. People died every day, minute, second, since the beginning of time. Nothing could stop that. Why did she think she could make a difference? "Don't do this to yourself." In the car, Johnny asked her right off. "I know you, sis. What's wrong?" "Maggie's going to die. I saw it." "Oh, no." Her brother hung his head. "She has kids." "I know." A tiny voice. The 2 were silent the rest of the way to Johnny's apartment. There was nothing else to say. Nothing could save Maggie, and they knew it. They were tired from the day and the night before. Maggie's destiny was too much to face at that moment. "This hasn't been a good week, Cassie." Johnny's voice was gloomy. "No, it hasn't," and her brother didn't know the half of it. After she dropped him off, she drove to Holy Family, a large ivory stone church on 3rd Street that had been there since the 1930s. She'd been going to it since she'd been a kid. It had been her family's house of worship. The church her mother and father had been married at, and the children christened in. The church they'd gone to on Sundays when they'd been a complete, happy family. She hadn't been there in a while, and sat quietly in a wooden pew surrounded by incense, the holy statues of the saints and memories of her family. Being there gave her peace of mind. She said prayers for Maggie, her kids. She lit candles for Aunt Ellie, her dead family. Maybe God didn't see the candles, didn't care, but it made her feel better. She longed to feel her family sitting around her again in the pews, under the stained glass windows. Sometimes she thought she could almost see them. They were smiling ghosts beside her, whispering and giggling, and paging through their hymn books, singing, their voices mingling together, off-key at times, in her head. Why, she petitioned God, if she were seeing ghosts anyway, couldn't she see the spirits of her family? Those were ghosts she wouldn't mind being haunted by. She missed them so much. Instead, at times like now, she exchanged secrets with their memories and updated them on how Johnny and she were getting along, what was happening in their lives, how Ellie and George were faring. She didn't want them to think she'd forgotten any of them. She never would. She discussed the recent events with each one individually, as she'd been doing since the fire. It made her feel closer to them, as if they weren't really gone. Elizabeth, who'd been the oldest at 17, with her chestnut curls and uppity manners, the beauty of the family, had wanted to be a fashion designer when she grew up. Instead, she'd burned in the fire and went to heaven. Cassandra told her about the bar fight. "You and Johnny were lucky to have gotten out without a scratch," Elizabeth whispered in Cassandra's mind. "It could have been a lot worse." "I know." "Be careful. I worry about you." Cassandra smiled at the empty air beside her. Ben, at 15, had been the dark-headed one, most like their kind father. Quiet. He'd had a passion for music similar to Johnny's and listened to the radio constantly. He'd wanted a new electric guitar or a piano, but Mom and Dad hadn't had the money. Ben used to say that when he grew up, he'd get a job in a traveling band, be a rock star. He'd buy all the instruments he wanted. Well, he'd had the looks for it. He'd been 6'5" even at his young age, velvet-eyed, and with a smile as sweet as chocolate. With a husky, soulful voice, he had the charisma, and probably would have been singing with her and Johnny if he'd been alive today. Sometimes, when she was performing on stage with Johnny, she almost thought she heard Ben singing there beside them, standing tall, with his thoughtful face, dark eyes, and shoulder-length hair as black as a raven's feathers. He'd be grinning, his long, slender fingers caressing the frets of a ghost guitar, and his mellow voice blending in sweetly with theirs. "I've been seeing weird things, Ben. They frighten me." "Don't be afraid, Cassie. They wouldn't hurt you. I'm watching out for you. I'll protect you." "Thanks, Ben." She could take care of herself, but wouldn't hurt Ben's feelings for anything. Let him think it made her feel more secure to have him watching over her. "I'm getting a new mic next week, I think. Johnny's written some really pretty ballads, and I don't want the old ones squealing like a pig all the way through them." Ben sat there listening, nodding his ghost head. "Yeah, I heard you two the other night. You're getting so good. I'm proud of you both. Miss you. Wish I could be there with you. Johnny could teach me some of his new songs. They sure are something." Erin had been the tomboy of the family, with her shiny caramel-colored hair in flowing waves, her intuitive way with people. She'd been eager to please, and she'd been ambitious. She'd hated being broke, so she'd take their mother's home-baked cookies and sell them door to door for cash. She could sell anything to anyone, and most likely would have made a great businesswoman one day, running her own company. She loved kids and wanted to have a lot of them someday. Loved the Beatles. She'd played all their albums on an old boom box Dad had found in a thrift store until the cassettes had worn out. She would have appreciated Johnny's songs. Johnny got hurt, but somehow his wound miraculously healed itself, Cassandra divulged to her sister. It was the strangest thing. What do you think of that? You did it, Cassie, Erin said. You have the healing touch. Nah, I don't know what happened. But I didn't do it, not me. Yes, you. Erin was firm. It's all connected, everything. You'll see. Ellen, at 8 years old, had been a year younger than Cassandra and a year older than Johnny in the family's order, and a beautiful girl with moon-blonde hair and huge sapphire eyes. She would have been the smart, scholarly one. Cassandra could still see her hunched over a book, her glasses sliding down on her small nose. Ellen, the dreamer, who'd wanted to be a writer someday. She used to scribble verses in a notebook she kept under her pillow. The fire burnt it to ashes. Cassandra didn't normally burden Ellen with her problems. To her, Ellen was still a little child, would always be too young for grown-up problems. So Cassandra entertained her with a story about balloons with faces that floated across the land and found people who looked like them. Cassandra used different funny voices for each individual character, and Ellen laughed. Then there was Jason, at 6, the youngest, the baby, with his frail, undersized body and shy ways. He'd had hair like new wheat and a tiny, freckled face that used to smile trustingly at her. When he'd been alive, she'd give him pony rides on her back. He'd giggle and giggle, his infectious delight always making others smile, too. She'd affectionately called him her little elf. He used to keep a fake fuzzy caterpillar he called Herman, with tiny black button eyes, in a matchbox as a pet. Best kind of pet, he'd tell her, with a conspiratorial giggle. Don't need no food and never makes a noise. Listens to everything I say, never tries to run away. Cassandra smiled at him as she described eating sausage biscuits that morning with Sarah and leaving some for George and Ellie. I remember biscuits, the big fluffy ones Mom used to bake us, the child crooned wistfully in her mind. Good. It was nice of Sarah to bring you some. I miss Sarah, too. Jason had adored Sarah, and Sarah, with no brothers or sisters of her own, had been fond of Jason, probably because Jason, so young, had hung on Sarah like a cuckolber, forever wanting her to play with him whenever she came over. She'd felt like his big sister, too. I love you, Cassie. Say hi to Sarah for me. I will. Don't forget me. I won't. Never, ever. You're in my heart, and a heart never forgets. And Jason was gone. Then there'd been her father, James, a salesman who sold other people what they thought they really didn't need and hated every minute of it. And her mother, Mary, who spent her life cooking and cleaning and loving the children she'd bore. They'd kept her busy, drove her to distraction with all their needs and wants. She cherished them all anyway. Her parents' memories were the ones who'd faded the quickest. She didn't know why. Cassandra had to work to remember how they'd looked or how their voices had sounded. But she remembered well the love they'd given her. Her mother had been a compact woman with reddish hair and the same emerald eyes Cassandra saw reflected in her own mirror each day. Having a nervous temperament, she'd given everything she had for her children and never had energy left for much else. used to make the best fried chicken and breaded pork chops in town, the best cakes and pies from scratch. There was this thing she used to do with leftover pie dough: cut it up, sprinkle cinnamon and sugar on it, a little butter, roll them up and bake them. They'd been so flaky, buttery, warm, and good. Cassandra could still taste them. Her father, with his ready laughter, smile, and charitable nature, her father had been the heart of the family. He'd never spoken a harsh word, or none that Cassandra had ever heard. He'd been one of those people who'd do anything for anyone, any time. If one of them had a problem, their father helped them solve it. He made her feel so special. Once, when she couldn't find her stuffed dog's body in the middle of the night, her father had searched for it everywhere until he'd found it. He hadn't made fun of her for still sleeping with a stuffed animal at her age, while her other brothers and sisters often teased her about it. He'd given her a hug, a kiss, and tucked her back into bed with it. And one night, when a huge cicada bug flew into her and Ellen's room and roosted beneath her bed, her father had captured and disposed of it. It had scared the heck out of her. She'd thought it had been an ugly, scary creature, but her father had saved her from it. She never forgot the way he'd make her feel protected and treasured. And when he was in the house, it had been filled with happiness. Nothing could hurt them as long as he was there, or so she believed. It hadn't turned out to be true. The fire had hurt them all. It had swept through the house late one winter night when the snow had been high and the feral wind freezing outside their windows. The fire had caught them unprepared in their beds. By the time the house had burned to its foundations, so swiftly it counted as only a blink of an eye, they'd all been dead, except for two. And that was a strange thing, too. She'd wondered why Johnny and she, of all of them, had been spared. It was a mystery she'd never found an answer, for no matter how hard she'd tried. All she remembered was that something had awakened her before she even knew the house was on fire. She'd listened and heard suspicious sounds below, scratching, grunts, and heavy footsteps, and had gone to see what was making them, leaving Ellen sleeping in the bed next to hers, leaving her to die alone. She'd made her way down the stairs towards the noises when she saw the flames on the first floor. The rest of what happened that night was hazy, but somehow she'd bumped into Johnny in the lower hallway by the back door. He'd passed out on the floor from the smoke, and it had filled the house frighteningly fast. But somehow she'd stayed conscious long enough to drag him out into the snow, then collapsed. The next thing she knew, she was in the hospital being told by her Aunt Ellie that there'd been a terrible fire. She was going to come and live with them. There'd been bandages on her face and legs. Her entire body hurt. She hadn't found out until days later that only she and Johnny had survived and the others were dead. Then had followed months of denial, anger and grief, finally acceptance. She and Johnny went to live with their uncle and aunt and were loved. Slowly, most of their wounds, physical and emotional, healed. And time passed. How she missed her deceased family. Though her brothers and sisters were with her always, invisible, surrounding her with their love, interest, and caring. They encouraged her and kept her from being lonely. Her mother's knowing smile or her father's kind words echoed back to her when she needed them the most. Sometimes her family was so real, she'd almost forget they were dead. Though they were, for this life anyway. "They're not gone," Aunt Ellie would remind her and Johnny, "but are waiting for you in heaven." In the beginning, that wasn't something Cassandra wanted to hear. She'd wanted them there with her, playing Monopoly or cards or watching television in that huge old house on a cold winter night. She missed the summer days they'd run in the fields surrounding the house, playing hide-and-seek, or the hot nights their father would, when they could afford it, pile them in the big Buick and take them to buy ice cream cones in town. She missed the summer picnics they'd had out in the backyard with fried chicken, potato salad, and watermelon, when they'd fill the small plastic pool with cool water and splash around until there was no liquid left in it. Missed the 4th of Julys when they'd buy fireworks and run through the night yard with rainbow-colored sparklers, teasing and taunting each other, laughing, laughing, laughing. She remembered all of it. Your make-believe meetings, a spiteful voice whispered to her sometimes when she was downhearted, are only what you think they'd say or do. Your family isn't really there with you, it taunted. They're dead and long buried, ashes and bones, gone, gone, gone. Cassandra gazed up at Christ on the cross hanging from the ceiling with tears in her eyes. There was a sudden sprinkling of dazzling light in the dimness of the chamber around it. So bright, Cassandra closed her eyes. When she looked again, the light had dissipated. It must have been a trick of the dying sunlight, or a figment of her mind. She was seeing a lot of that lately. Getting up from her kneeling position, she made her way to the front of the church and lit the candles for those who were gone and those left behind. She lit one for Maggie, prayed. "Goodbye, family," she murmured as she strolled out. "I'll be back soon." She drove home to check on her aunt and uncle, make sure they were okay. After all, they were all she had now but Johnny and Sarah. She had to take good care of them. The dark was full of rain, and she didn't see the figure standing in the shadows as she came up the walk outside her house until he stepped in front of her and spoke. Chapter 8. Raynor. "How's your aunt doing today?" Raynor hadn't meant to scare Cassandra, sidling out to meet her the way he did. But he couldn't risk her going into the house before he'd talked to her. He'd waited all evening for her to go off to wherever she went most nights, but had seen her coming towards the house instead of away. He'd moved quickly. The woman was startled to see him, putting her hands up to her chest in the pale light from the house windows. Her expression was fearful. Then she recognized him. All feelings fled her face, and what was left was stone. Was she afraid of him and hiding it? He couldn't tell. What was she thinking? He didn't know. "She's doing okay," she replied flatly, glancing around them, raindrops trickling down her flushed face. "Though I haven't seen her or my uncle today, I'm in kind of a hurry. Sorry, the rain's soaking me. Can we visit some other time?" She tried to circle around him, but he stood in her way. "Stay, talk to me." Unflinchingly, refusing to bend to his will, she moved away from him. He let her, knowing better than to physically stop her. He didn't have to be blown away by another tornado or struck by lightning to recall that lesson. "I was merely concerned as a neighbor, and the one who found her last night," he not so tactfully reminded, which stopped her in mid-step. She faced him under her uncle's porch light. "We were grateful for your help. I thanked you last night, didn't I?" She didn't say his name. "You did." "Is there anything else?" He paused and asked slyly, "Where do you go off to some nights, Cassandra? I see you driving away and am curious. Is it to your job?" She moved up the steps and onto the porch. He followed. She was careful to keep space between them. "Well, before yesterday it was," she answered in a rush. "My brother and I sang weekends at a local bar. 2 voices, 2 guitars. but there was a fight there last night. Today we were cleaning up, but the bar's still a mess." She acted as if she was going to say something else, but didn't. Probably didn't want him bothering her at her job. She hadn't mentioned her brother's name or where they played. Hiding things from him again, offering only enough to not appear rude and no more.
"Ah, you're a musician, and have a brother who's one as well. Oh my, how interesting. I adore creative people. They're so independent and free-spirited."
"Do you?" She put her hand on the doorknob, her eyes never leaving him.
"I've known many artists in my travels, actually. And to think, I'm living next door to such a lovely, gifted woman. I'm impressed, Cassandra. What kind of music do you two play?"
Her behavior was impatient, but she responded anyway. Good manners overriding her annoyance. "Some cover songs? Top 40 soft rock stuff, but mostly my brother's original songs. You know," she said, the sound of rain gently falling around her. "Any other time I wouldn't mind standing in the rain, chatting. But I've been scrubbing floors and walls all day, and, well, last night, with chasing Aunt Ellie across the whole neighborhood, I'm tuckered out." He caught the sarcasm.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause you any trouble."
The door opened behind them, and Cassandra's uncle was standing there with a spatula in his hand.
"Well, looky here, company. I thought I heard talking outside. Come on in, both of you. I got hamburgers on the grill, potato chips and beans on the table. I got more than enough for you two as well."
Cassandra was glaring at Raynor.
"Thank you, that's too kind."
Raynor said what he supposed she wanted him to say.
"But I'm not very hungry." "Nonsense, young men are always hungry."
The old man nodded at him, stood aside, and held the door ajar for them to come in. His eyes were glued to Raynor's face, but he couldn't see the demon hidden behind it. Unlike his niece, the old gentleman was pliable, believed what Raynor wanted him to believe, and did about everything he was told.
"Truth is," George voiced as they filed in, "I was feeling kinda lonely. I was hoping for visitors, and here you are."
Saying just what Raynor wanted him to say. Raynor intercepted the irritated squint Cassandra sent her uncle. The old man didn't notice and gave his niece a hug.
"Mr. Raynor, I've been meaning to come over anyway to thank you for helping find my Ellie last night. But I haven't been able to leave her. She's been in a cranky mood. Real unusual that she's still agitated. I've had to watch her like a hawk, so I'm glad to see you. Thank you. As I assured you last night, you're welcome. But please, just call me Raynor. Everyone else does."
The demon entered the house. He didn't actually need an invitation. He could go anywhere he wanted any time. Well, he didn't like churches or cemeteries much. They gave him bad vibes and made him paranoid. All that holiness and consecrated ground.
"How is Ellie?" "As I mentioned, she's been crabby. On top of it, she caught a cold from being out in the wet weather. Right now, she's getting dressed for supper and will be out soon. Sit down, Raynor. Make yourself at home."
He did, amused at the continued annoyance on Cassandra's face. The old man went back to frying the meat, which nearly made Raynor sick. Patties of greasy dead cow flesh. How could humans eat that stuff? Just the smell made him nauseous. The demon listened as the two humans discussed their day. Cassandra was reluctant to talk and only answered what she had to. The three of them spoke of trivial things mostly. Raynor thought it was because he was there. She kept stealing glances at him. What was she trying to see? When the man plopped a burnt slab of animal flesh on a bun and placed it before him, Raynor politely declined, saying he'd already eaten supper and couldn't devour another thing. The old man took the hamburger for himself.
Can I get you a cup of coffee then, or something?"
The human, named George, was looking at him.
"No, thank you, I'm fine."
Cassandra and her uncle were eating, and he was watching Cassandra, when the old woman, in a worn bathrobe, sauntered into the kitchen. Her eyes were trance-like, hair uncombed and fluffy around her face. She kept sniffling and wiping her nose with the back of her hand, sneezing. Then she saw Raynor. Her reaction fluctuated between confusion and fear, but when he met her eyes, they went blank for a heartbeat, and then filled with revulsion. He willed her to accept him, like him, but she showed no signs of either one.
"You're back," the old woman spat at him. "You shouldn't be here. Oh, and you know that. So clever, clever. Or you think you are."
A sarcastic snicker. She plopped down in the chair nearest the window. Her gaze never left Raynor. Her fingers fumbled at the loose threads of her robe as her attention, when she wasn't staring at him, focused on something he couldn't see or hear in a far corner of the room. Raynor kept looking into the corner, but there was nothing there.
"Sorry," the old man murmured at him. "She's not herself tonight. It's all right, I understand."
Meanwhile, Cassandra continued to glower at him. She didn't want him in her uncle's kitchen, didn't want him near her or the people she loved. Why? He needed to know. "I'm sure our neighbor has things to do and places to go," Cassandra snapped sharply, looking straight at him. It was more a demand than a suggestion.
"On the contrary," Raynor retorted with a smile. "Right now, I have no place I'd rather be than here, sharing the time of day with my friendly neighbors."
Cassandra looked livid, but she didn't say anything else.
"You know,"
the old woman stopped, fiddling with her robe,
"I believe the last soul has been born."
Raynor stared at her, trying not to show his surprise. The old man grinned supportively and patted his wife's bony hand.
"Not herself,"
he mouthed at Raynor. Cassandra's head shot up. "Aunt Ellie, we don't want to talk about that now, do we?" She went over and put her arms around her aunt's shoulders, but she was looking at Raynor.
"Of course we do,"
the old lady insisted peevishly.
"There isn't much time now as I see it. If the well of souls is empty, then the countdown towards the rapture has already begun."
Raynor was aware for the first time since he'd met Cassandra's aunt that she was lucid, as if a veil had been lifted from her mind. Her speech was clear. She was a different woman, temporarily anyway.
"What is this well of souls you speak of?"
Raynor questioned, trying hard to hide his eagerness. The old woman answered.
"No religion, huh?"
"Not much." Raynor found he was more interested than he should have been. But anything to do with the human concept of souls and their afterlife, after what he'd seen, intrigued him.
"Ah, should have known, you being evil and all." "Ellie," the old man gently reproached her, "he's our guest." "So you think. I know better. He's here to spy for the other side, means us harm if we're not vigilant. But I'm a good Christian woman, protected by God and his angels, and the time is short, so I'll answer his questions."
Ellie narrowed feverish eyes at him.
"Because we're in the end days, and God tells us to spread the word to whomever we can. I'm talking to you instead of beating you over the head with an iron pan. There are shades of evil, you know, and some will be brought over to the light. Mayhap you're one of those."
She was still looking at him.
"Most likely not, though." "Ellie," the old man chided her again, "the well of souls
Evil one, she went ahead anyway, launching into her sermon, is where all the world's souls come from. And there are only so many of them. Souls, that is, a finite number. When the last one is born into a human child, that's the signal that the end days are right around the corner. Then the rapture will come. Then there'll be 7 years of tribulation, hard times, as Satan fights for control of the souls left behind, that the rest of humanity will have to suffer and live through. I know the last soul has left the well because God has told me so in a dream."
"God speaks to you?"
Rayner asked.
"Uh-huh. He speaks to me in dreams a lot. Time is short."
She sneezed. Her nose was running. Cassandra gave her a tissue.
"What is this rapture?"
Rayner was captivated. He'd never cared about religion before, but now he decided it might be worth looking into. "Don't bother our neighbor with that," Cassandra said nervously. "I don't think he's a believer." She didn't want Ellie discussing her faith with him. Strange. But nothing was stopping the old woman.
"Rapture is when God will call to heaven all the innocent and faithful, the ones who have accepted Jesus Christ as the Son of God, and that He died on the cross to redeem them here on earth. Those chosen ones will be taken to heaven. It'll happen in an instant."
She waved her hand in a sudden upward gesture.
"And they won't have to remain behind and suffer through the 7 years of tribulation." 7 years of tribulation?
He gave a sideways look at Cassandra. Her eyes had lowered. She was motionless, but he could see the tension in her body. She was angry. The old woman groaned.
"You are clueless, ain't ya?"
Another snicker.
"For 7 years, those who are left behind will have another chance to gain God's grace, see the light. If they become believers, they can go to heaven when Christ returns the second time to gather the rest of his flock." "How does someone become a believer?"
Rayner asked, not letting his skepticism show.
"As if you really care to know that."
"I do."
"They accept God and his Son in their hearts, pledge themselves to spreading his word, live by those words, and bring others into the fold."
"What happens if they pretend to believe but really don't?"
"God will know if they're sincere."
Doesn't sound difficult to me."
"It will be, more than you can conceive."
The old woman's eyes were zealous, but her voice was steady.
"During those years, God will send all sorts of trials for the remainder of humanity. Plagues, destructive weather as no human has ever seen. The skies will be the color of slate, and the rivers and oceans will dry up or turn to blood. Demon warriors will fight man, and all we'll see. It'll almost be like hell on earth."
"Most she said in days. That makes sense anyway," Cassandra muttered beneath her breath, but Rayner heard it. He had exceptionally keen hearing. The old man was smiling at his wife with pride as he took her hands to comfort her.
"Go on," Rayner urged. "Please, tell me more." "You really want me to?" "Yes." "Okay."
Her usually slack face was animated.
"The undecided will come to God and fight his final battle against Satan and his minions. And those who don't declare for Christ will be doomed to hell for eternity when the Savior comes to lead the world into 1,000 years of peace."
"That is the prophecy, then, for the end of the world?" Rayner was riveted to what he was being told. Oh, he'd heard it all before, 1,000,000 times. Yet until now, he'd never actually listened. It was as if his ears and eyes were truly open for the first time. Yes, more or less. It's a simplified version for beginners. There's much more to it.
What more?
Cassandra's aunt threw him a suspicious look, but answered anyway. So much evil in the world will begin to show itself. Pestilence, horrible happenings, foretold, prophesied in the Bible. Wicked times. It's already begun to show itself, as you, of all people, should know. Rayner had heard of the Bible, a tome written by men that men pretended their God had created by his own hands. Humans were so gullible. He'd never had the desire to learn anything about it. It didn't affect him. Except now, he wanted to know, understand more, and he rarely had the chance to debate the existence of their higher being, if God was a higher being, with a devout believer. Interesting. What was happening to him? Tell me more about your God. Cassandra was watching him intently. Oh, if only he could read her thoughts. But, as if really seeing him, Ellie's eyes clouded and her voice dropped to a cross whisper Rayner strained to hear. Why would someone evil as you want to hear of God? Tell me that. And don't mock him, or he'll smite you down. You want to know about God? Read the Bible. Oh, no, that's right. Soulless creatures can't read God's words, can they? Burn their fingers off. Her laugh was a crackle. Staring vehemently at him, she made the sign of the cross in the air. Rayner leaned away from the intense hatred in the old woman's face. He'd believed she'd begun to trust him. He'd been wrong. She'd been toying with him all along. Swirling shadows had crowded out the sanity in the old human's eyes again. Her body had begun to quiver. And it's getting worse. What was getting worse, Rayner thought? Her illness or the abundance of evil? He wanted to ask, but didn't get the chance. The woman looked at her husband, her hands going desperately to his chest. She pulled him to her. I want to go to church, George. Now. I have to talk to that new priest there. He'll understand. God told me so. He'll help us prepare. Perhaps tomorrow, Ellie. Her husband spoke softly, trying to soothe her. Tomorrow? Church? Priest? Promise? She was growing more confused. There's not much time now. Evil, she blurted out after a few more moments of disorientation, is everywhere. She peered around the kitchen as if she'd never seen it before. Her gaze returned to Rayner. Here it is! Evil! A gasp of horror escaped from her lips as she jumped to her feet. Her expression now, one of such fury, Rayner wouldn't have believed her capable of it. Her mind was slipping away, and everyone could see that. It got him off the hook, except Cassandra's eyes were on him, too. Get out of my house! Ellie screamed at Rayner. Get out! Ellie, please calm down. The old man tried to soothe her, but the woman tore away from him and threw herself against the wall. She slid down into a heap on the floor, hid her face in her hands, and wept. The old man pulled her into his arms. Humans were so emotional, their bodies so inconsequential, their psyches easily overwhelmed with despair and disease. Rayner felt no pity, though. It was the way it was supposed to be. Did humans worry about the emotional state of their cattle? He thought not. So why all these years would he have been concerned with his food supply's state of mind? He hadn't. Sorry again. She doesn't mean what she says. The old man apologized to him in the doorway as he escorted his wife from the kitchen. She's not feeling well. I need to get her to bed. He turned to Rayner. Perhaps you should leave now.
I'm afraid she's not going to settle down until you go. When she's like this, once she gets something in her mind, it's hard to get it out. You understand. I do. The end's so near, the old woman wailed as she was taken away. Evil all around us. Cassandra turned to Raynor. Will you leave now? He heard the firmness behind her words, the uncertainty as well. You don't like me either, do you? He expected her to lie. She didn't. No, I don't. Why? What have I done to you? He was being devious, playing with her, knowing she suspected he wasn't what he appeared to be. It was different having a human see he was a pretender. It was irritating and stimulating at the same time. He didn't want to leave. Cassandra didn't get to answer because her aunt dashed back into the kitchen and shoved a Bible into his face, ranting about him being wicked, that she was going to exorcise him from her house. He instinctively recoiled, couldn't stop himself. When the book in the old woman's hand touched him, it burned his skin. It took him so off guard, he jerked backwards as if someone had slapped him. When the crazy woman came at him again, with fire in her eyes and that thing in her hands, he had no choice but to scamper towards the door. Flee. I will take my leave, he groused over his shoulder as he departed. Your aunt is upset, and you're right. It would be best if I did. Goodbye, Cassandra. He started to say goodnight to the old woman, but she was too busy yelling at him. Raynor stood outside the closed door in the dark, but didn't leave. He eavesdropped on the old woman, maligning him inside. She went on and on about him not being what he appeared to be, and that her niece should stay away from him. He was dangerous. Huh, she wasn't so crazy. She saw truer than other humans. The uncle joined those inside the kitchen, and Raynor slunk up against the outside wall, wanting to hear more. Fascinated. They were going on about that book again, the end of the world. He'd never had to touch a Bible before. The bitter sting it caused made him question more things. Was there any truth to the existence of the human's mysterious and absent God? Was there anything in those prophecies the old woman had been going on about? He wasn't so sure of the answers anymore. It was puzzling. He wanted to learn more, so he waited. Because he'd been seeing strange things he couldn't explain, he had to finally acknowledge there were ambiguities in the world. Was it possible, though, that the world might actually end? And would that be so bad? At least he'd be free of the existence he'd come to loathe. But how could Ellie, a human, know such a thing? Oh, she must be crazy. The old man had taken care of his wife. She must be resting, and was sitting at the table with Cassandra drinking that awful brown liquid humans liked so much. They had no idea he lurked on the other side of the door. I gave Ellie a sleeping pill, the old one said, that the doctor prescribed for her when she becomes unmanageable. She'll sleep for a while. I can't believe she reacted that way to our neighbor after how good he was to her when she was lost in the storm and all. I just don't know what I'm going to do with that woman. I was ashamed when she attacked that man. Then he chuckled. Did you see the look on his face when she pushed the Bible at him? Like she'd electrified him with a stun gun or something. Could be Mrs. Tyler's renter is an atheist. Could be, Raynor heard Cassandra say. He's really evil, like Ellie claims. You don't believe that, do you, Cassie? That Raynor is evil? I don't know what I think, Uncle George. You're as devout a Christian as I am, and our religion believes in good and evil, remember? All I know is that our new neighbor makes me uneasy. Seems like every time I turn around, there he is,
Twice I've run into him outside your door, at night. He just comes out of nowhere. When he's around me, he stares at me in the creepiest way. And lately I've been feeling watched. A lot.
He's stalking you?
The old man sounded indignant. I don't know. It could all just be coincidence.
Or could not. You want me to have a talk with him?
No, I can handle it. I've had practice with unwanted admirers when I'm singing at the clubs. I know what to do. Stay away from him.
I'm sorry I invited him over tonight. I didn't know.
Of course you didn't. But now you do.
I won't make that mistake again, then. I promise.
Neither of the humans inside spoke for a while. Raynor was ready to leave when he heard one of them get up and move across the kitchen towards where he was hiding. He pressed his body flat against the wall as Cassandra stood on the other side of the window, looking out. Uncle? What was all that stuff Aunt Ellie was going on about before? Those dreams and the end of the world? Do you two really believe we're in the end times?
I don't know. I talk a good game, but I really don't know. The signs are there. But Ellie's dreams and the bizarre things she says, I question if they're not merely a symptom of her illness.
Who's this priest she wants to see?
Ah, another fantasy of her illness, I'm afraid. She insists she's always talking to him, though I don't know how. She doesn't go anywhere. The phone doesn't ring that I don't know who's on the other end. The few times she's been to church the last month, she says when we get home that she's talked to him. I'm always at her side and I never see him. I don't think he's real.
What's his name?
Now that's odd, too. She says his name is... Now, let me think about it for a second, because it's a real unusual one. Oh, yes, she calls him Manasseh.
Father Manasseh?
I guess. But what priest would have such a peculiar name? The old man huffed. I've had priests called Father Paul and Father Luke. Never heard of one with a name like Manasseh.
I have. And somehow, that name rings a bell. It sounds familiar. It's Hebrew, I think, from the Old Testament, and means to forget, or something like that.
Should mean invisible. The old man chuckled again. Cassie, you always were good with knowing languages, especially Hebrew. You should have been a translator. I hear it pays good money.
I should be good at Hebrew. Bible school, remember? You and Aunt Ellie sent me for years. I thought it was peculiar, though, that Sister Kate insisted on teaching us the old Hebrew names. I think that's where I heard it before.
Ah, I recall Sister Kate. She wanted you to become a nun, like her. I almost became one.
Cassie ran her fingers along the window glass. After the fire, I thought going into the church was the best thing I could do, that it would protect me from harm, from the nightmares. I felt safe there.
I recall that. Ellie's sorry you didn't go into the church, but I always knew it wasn't where you were supposed to be. I knew that when Johnny first started playing clarinet in the school band, learned to read and write music, play guitar, and then so did you, when you and Johnny started singing in the backyard on the swings at the high school talent shows. And now you both sing for a living. Your singing gives people joy. Gives you two joy as well. The old man tapped the table with his fingertips. You belong on the stage.
You don't have to tell me. I know that. Now.
Cassandra smiled out into the night. Raynor had the feeling she wasn't saying what she wanted to say. Something was bothering her.
I still love the church. Love to go to Mass and mingle with the people. I tell God my fears and secrets. I know He listens to me, but I think He wants us to do what we're doing. For now, anyway.
Their church talk was making Raynor jittery. He didn't like it. Cassandra was quiet for so long, he thought both humans had left the kitchen.
What do you think, Uncle? Do you really believe these are the end times?
I want to believe so. But that's just a tired old man with a sick wife wishing for an easy way out. Because if and when the rapture comes, I pray all four of us go straight to heaven. unless God has a further purpose for any of us here on earth. We're believers and good people.
I also hope if the rapture comes, we all go fast, Uncle. I don't want to be here during those last 7 years, not with what the remaining people will have to go through. Raynor had edged closer to the window so he could see Cassandra better. She shuddered. It'll be like 7 years of purgatory. She'd closed her eyes and hung her shoulders, looking worried, but it was hard to tell with her. Her face, unlike most mortals, was so secretive.
What else is wrong, Cassie?
Her uncle had come up behind her.
Something's heavy on your mind, or you wouldn't still be here. You look exhausted. Hard day, huh? Talk to me.
Cassie. Raynor smiled, hearing it once more. He liked her nickname. It fit her, but she was frowning. He could almost reach out and touch her through the glass, but knew better than to try. Cassandra groaned. You have no idea. If I tell you what I'm worried about, it'll sound like I'm as unhinged as Aunt Ellie. She gave her uncle a hesitant smile.
Well, that would be hard to imagine, but try me, child.
It'll sound insane.
Nothing you could say would sound insane to me. I know you've got a level head on your shoulders.
A pause. All right. Some pretty freaky things have been happening to me lately.
Just as Raynor had suspected. Like what?
Like... She stopped. Never mind. I don't want to pile my problems on you. You have enough of your own with Aunt Ellie and all. It's nothing. I'm just tired and babbling nonsense. I should go up to bed.
Damn. You can tell me anything, I'll listen. Help if I can. Sure you don't want it off your chest?
Cassandra left her spot in front of the window. I'm sure not now. Maybe later. It's late and you're right, I'm tired. I'm going to go up to my place and get a good night's sleep. That's what you need to do, too. You look about as used up as I feel.
Well, it has been a couple of frustrating days for both of us. Night, Cassie. Come down for breakfast tomorrow? Your aunt will be more herself, I hope. Oh, and thanks for the sausage biscuits this morning. We sure enjoyed them. Ellie even smiled when she ate them.
You're welcome. But thanks, Sarah. She's the one who brought 'em. See you tomorrow. Disappointed he hadn't learned Cassandra's secret, the demon slipped into the night before Cassandra exited the door. His mind was in turmoil over everything else he'd overheard. The rapture and the end of the world. Was any of that really true, or was it total nonsense? But if it were true, where did that leave him and his brethren? Would they finally have that final battle? And how exactly would that come about? His kind couldn't get along with each other long enough to speak. So how are they going to wage a great war against the humans together? He snorted. Nothing to worry about there. The humans couldn't get along together either. They were forever at each other's throats. He couldn't picture them coming together to fight for anything or for anyone, not even to save themselves. Unused to brooding about such ridiculous things, it rattled him more. So he stopped thinking about them. Suddenly, ravenous, he went in search of prey. Yet, no matter how he shoved it away, he'd ever so slowly begun to look at humans differently. His opinion of them was changing. Cassandra, and some of the things that had happened to him lately, had done that. He just wouldn't fully accept it yet. And that night, for the first time, as he was butchering his victims, he couldn't bring himself to look into their eyes, hear their cries, couldn't stand to think that he was stealing their lives and setting their souls, if souls truly existed, free. Well, if the world was ending, he kept telling himself to avoid his newfound guilt. Then he wasn't stealing much, was he? It didn't help. Chapter 9. Cassandra. Maury, with Cassandra, Johnny, and Johnny's friends' help, made his repair deadline. The red carpet was ready for that weekend. It had cleaned up well. New glass behind the bar, new front window, new chairs and tables. It looked as good as new. Better, actually. The furniture was much classier than the old stuff, and Cassandra had gotten a fantastic clearance deal on them. It was during the last set of the night that Cassandra began to see the creatures hiding in human bodies again. Until that night, it had only been surreal glimpses now and again, and she'd excused them away by believing it had been the lighting or had been a trick of her strained eyes. No longer. This time, she really saw them. Beasts behind the faces. At first, worn out from playing for 3 hours, she thought she was imagining people's faces, when tilted a certain way in the smoky light, transformed into gargoyles. Or, at least, that was what they reminded her of. Gargoyles. Grotesque, buggy eyes, very dark, pitted skin. Fangs. Lips pulled back in snarls. When she'd seen the first one, she'd nearly dropped her guitar. When she saw the second and third, her hands began to shake. She forgot her lyrics. Turning to Johnny, she'd hissed, "Time for a break." "What's wrong with you, sis? You've never stopped in the middle of a song like that. You all right?" Johnny tagged along behind her to the bar, where she asked Maury for a soda, though she really wanted a shot of whiskey. But she didn't usually drink alcohol. A few years past, she'd had a problem with it for a while, and now avoided it. Her back was towards the crowd, so she didn't have to see what she'd been seeing. God, she was losing it. Like Aunt Ellie. No, worse. She couldn't excuse it away with Alzheimer's. "I have my reasons," she snapped at her brother, her hand grabbing the glass of soda and putting it to her lips. She drank deeply after she'd smiled her thanks at Maury. It was the first time that evening she noticed Maggie wasn't behind the bar. She'd had other things on her mind. "Maury, you don't play bartender often. Where's Maggie tonight?" "Don't know. She didn't call in. Didn't show up. I've been phoning her place all evening. No answer. That's not like her. Gonna fire that broad if she ain't got a darn good excuse." He shook his head and went to fill an order for someone at the other end of the bar. Over her shoulder, Cassandra met her brother's questioning gaze, but kept silent, and Johnny didn't push it. They'd find out what had happened to Maggie sooner or later. Better later. A sizable cluster of patrons rose from the tables in the middle of the room, went out the door, and nearly emptied the place. "It's almost closing time. There are not many people left," she said to her brother. "You think Maury would let us wrap up early and go home? I don't feel well." She looked to her right. Maury was at her side. He'd heard. "Yeah, go on home, you two." He checked his watch. "You only have another 30 minutes anyway, and the place is a tomb. It's storming bad as a hurricane outside. There are tornado warnings out. No wonder we ain't hardly got any customers. I'm gonna close the whole place up. See you tomorrow." "Thanks, Maury." Cassandra made her way to the bandstand with her brother behind her, not looking at anyone else in the bar, her head down. Johnny kept giving her funny looks. "You going to tell me what it is?" He grabbed her arm and turned her around to face him. "I'll tell you later after we get out of here." "Can we get a bite to eat somewhere?" he coaxed. "I'm hungry." "Sure. Food sounds good. A gallon of hot coffee might clear my head," she muttered. "Or a long visit with a psychiatrist." Johnny helped pack the equipment up after they'd broadcast to the 4 people left in the bar, none of them hiding ugly faces, that they were calling it quits for the night. The 4 didn't mind. They were getting ready to leave anyway. The storm roared like a hungry train outside. "Sneaking out early, huh?" Cassandra spun around and found herself facing Sarah. "What are you doing here? I thought you turned into a pumpkin after 12. The bellow of the storm outside reached a high-pitched crescendo. The lights flickered off and on. "And on a night like this? You never go out in this kind of weather. What's up?" Cassandra almost didn't need to ask. She'd seen her friend's wan face. "Can't I just come by to see a friend and hear a little good music? It's been a long time since I did that. I would have gotten here sooner, but there are trees down on the highway. I had a heck of a time getting through. This storm's a doozy. But it appears as if you're done for the night, darn it. I really wanted to hear you two sing." "Sorry. We're going home early, Sarah. Well, not home directly. We thought we'd get a bite to eat first. You want to come along?" "I do. After the trouble it took to get here, through that typhoon out there? I'm not going home again without at least visiting with you and Johnny." Cassandra suspected there was more to it. Her friend had something specific to tell her. "Great. Johnny and I will sing to you over supper." Sarah laughed. "Softly, I hope. We don't want people throwing food at us now, do we? Only if it's what we like to eat." Now it was Cassandra's turn to laugh. "I can't get over you being here." She released a warm smile. "But I'm glad you are. How did you know I needed someone to talk to?" "I read your cards tonight," Sarah mouthed with a frown. "That's why I'm here." "That bad, huh?" "Oh, yeah, that bad. I had to see you. Then on top of it, I had a sort of vision. Truth is, I've had a couple of them lately." "Visions?" That was new. Was what Cassandra had catching? She'd finished putting her guitar in its case, ready to go. Johnny had come up behind her, waved hello to Sarah, and was lugging his guitar out to his car, which he'd gotten running again. Sarah seemed embarrassed. "I know it sounds nutty, Cassie, but I've been seeing things, strange things, like fuzzy flashes in my mind when I'm awake. Warnings, I think, kind of. I don't know, because they're incomplete, but it's scaring the stuffings out of me. I knew I needed to see you as soon as possible." "These visions, are they about me?" "Some." Sarah avoided her eyes. "I'll tell you about it when we go eat. You need any help getting anything out to your car?" "No, we only take our guitars home during the weekends. Leave the rest because we'll be back Friday and Saturday night." "So we're ready to go?" "Yep." Cassandra lifted her guitar case from the floor. She said goodbye to Maury as she passed the bar. He nodded at her. "Careful driving home now, Cassandra, with this storm and all, you hear?" "I will." "Where are we eating?" Sarah asked as she followed her towards the door. "The little diner 3 blocks away from our house called Greenfields. It's open all night." "I know it. Best pot roast in town." "I'll meet you there. Johnny's probably already there." She laughed. "You know him, the boy with the perpetually empty belly. He's talked me into buying him a late dinner, again." At the door, Sarah placed her hand on Cassandra's arm. "Be real alert driving, Cassie." Her friend's hand was very warm. "Stay away from the dark." She didn't know what to say to that. "I'll try, but I believe it's dark all over outside now, being it's nighttime. But you can escort me out to my car if you like. Tail me over there, just to be sure I'm safe." She said it in a joking manner, but this time Sarah didn't even crack a smile. "I will. I'm parked behind you." The storm raged around her vehicle as she drove to the diner. She didn't understand why Sarah had come out so late in such foul weather. Couldn't it have waited until tomorrow, for heaven's sake? But it was as if a prayer had been answered. She desperately needed someone to talk to besides Johnny. He didn't have the advice, the answers she needed. Johnny was more afraid of her abilities than she was. The winds battered her car. She had a tricky time getting the 7 miles to Greenfields because, on top of everything, a clingy blanket of fog had surged in. She was sick of the unrelenting rainstorms, the bizarre heat lightning, and the noise. It was as if the world of nature was at war with the world of men. It had been the worst summer for weather she'd ever lived through. Hurricanes, one after another, had devastated the southern seacoast and spawned monster tornadoes that furthered the devastation inland. More than the normal amount of earthquakes, tornadoes, and floods had ravished the country, the world, and the injury and death tolls were high. And it was getting worse every month. That, along with what was happening to her, was weirding her out. Once the three were seated in a booth, Sarah revealed her vision. "I saw you talking to an angel." "You're kidding." "I'm not. It had radiant white wings, bright halo of light, the whole holy card picture." "What did I say to it?" Cassandra couldn't help but let a smile slip out. An annoyed expression on her face, Sarah went on. "I don't know. I couldn't actually hear the conversation. Dream speak, you know, all garbled as it was. But that's not all of it." She paused, and the words tumbled out in a whisper. "I saw these hideous monsters. It's the only way I can describe them, like the evil characters from some horror show overrunning a town." "Now that's spooky, huh? What do you think it means?" "You tell me, Cassie," Sarah finished. "What does it mean? I have the feeling somehow that you know exactly what I'm talking about." Johnny watched Sarah, his mouth open, and then looked at her, waiting. "You gonna answer her, Cassie?" he prodded gently. "I know something strange has been going on with you for a long time now. Maybe it's time you tell us. Maybe we can help." "I don't think you can," Cassandra moaned. "But you're right. I can't keep it to myself any longer. It's making me psychotic. Let's order first, then I'll tell you all about it, okay?" "Okay," her brother and friend agreed in unison. A waitress had been hovering behind them, and the three ordered coffee and pot roast suppers. Cassandra wasn't that hungry, but knew she should eat to keep up her strength, and pot roast sounded as good as anything else. When the waitress left, she confessed. "I've been seeing things too, Sarah." "Visions?" "Not exactly. It's not easy to explain, but here goes." She knew Sarah was going to be hurt that she hadn't told her sooner, but that couldn't be helped. This was her chance to get another point of view, some support. "I think I've been seeing ghosts, and the last few days, these dreadful-looking creatures creeping around in the shadows or hiding behind people's faces. I don't know what they are or why they're appearing to me. I only know they're scaring the hell out of me." She felt ridiculous, putting her fearful hallucinations into real words. Sarah believed in tarot cards and telling fortunes, sure. But when it came to seeing unearthly apparitions, she was pretty level-headed. "You've been seeing ghosts? And ugly creatures hiding behind people's faces?" An incredulous smile spread on her friend's face. "You're pulling my leg now, to get back at me for that card-reading crap I've been laying on you, aren't you?" "I wish I were." "Could be." Sarah's voice was soft. "They're demons." Sarah, too, had been raised in the church, but had drifted away over the years. Religious in her own way, she just wasn't into organized religion. She still believed in heaven and hell, good and evil, angels, apparently spirits and devils, too. "So what I'm seeing are ghosts and demons, huh?" Cassandra was cold. Sarah began to grin. "Could be. Let me ask something. Do you see these things everywhere, or just, in graveyards and dark empty rooms?" "I told you, I'm dead serious." No smile, and she could see by the shocked expression on Sarah's face that she was finally getting it. Really getting it. "I have been seeing eerie, frightening things I can't explain for weeks. True, the ghosts hang out mostly in the graveyards. I don't stop to talk to them. By themselves, they're unsettling. But what I've been experiencing lately is really scaring me. These monsters behind human faces, I see them in the streets, mainly at night, and in the crowds when Johnny and I play." She turned to her brother. "That's why I got so upset tonight and stopped singing in the middle of the song. I saw them clearer tonight than I ever have. Seeing and feeling the hatred I get off of them makes my blood go cold. What are they? What do they want from me?" No one uttered a word. Johnny's stare contained pity. He didn't believe she was seeing spirits or fiends from hell. Probably thought she was imagining things or badly needed a vacation. That taking care of two sickly old people, the stress of living in a hard scramble world, a tragic past, had unbalanced her. Sighing, she glanced at Sarah. Her fingers crept across the table. "You believe me, don't you?" "I believe you. Now, I'm seeing them everywhere." Her voice was shaky. She had to finish before her nerve gave out. "I can't even begin to explain the way they make me feel. Fearful, hopeless, desperate, and—" she might as well spill everything. "There's this creepy neighbor who, when I look at him, I see something else. I don't know what, but it's not human. I can't stand to be around him. Seeing these things has changed my whole life. I'm a basket case. Am I crazy?" Sarah surprised her by saying, "No, I don't think you're crazy. If you are, so am I. It's possible you are seeing demons, and your neighbor's one. Why not? I'm seeing visions. I was talking a few weeks ago with your aunt, and she claims the Bible foretells these things. I told you your cards were apocalyptic. I've been thinking the opposing sides could be assembling, and for some reason, in one form or another, we're aware of them, especially you." It wasn't the answer she'd been hoping for. In fact, it had been the answer she'd been hoping not to hear. "Oh, boy. Lucky us. Me. Now you really do sound like my aunt and uncle. You think we're in the end days too, huh?" "I don't know," Sarah stated bluntly. "I just know something's very wrong in the world. I feel it here." She placed a hand above her heart. "Something truly big is about to happen." "Oh, like the coming of demons and the end of the world?" Sarah swallowed, and her hands messed with the napkin under her utensils. "There have been signs for a long time now, Cassie. In the cards. What my other psychic friends have been reporting to me. Something is coming, something huge. Maybe it is the end. That's what I came out to tell you tonight. I couldn't wait another minute. I'm worried for all of us. This evening, the cards showed something terrible happening to one of us real soon. If not me, then someone close to me. I don't know what or who it'll be, but it'll be bad. I had to warn both of you. I love you two like a sister and a brother." Johnny was gawking at Sarah, as if she'd lost her senses too. Gently rocking his head back and forth, he mumbled, "You're both nuts, but I still love yuz." Their food arrived, and their conversation faltered as they ate. Johnny gulped down his pot roast in big bites, while Sarah and Cassandra merely picked at theirs. They kept exchanging distressed looks, but didn't say anything else. They were thinking over what had already been said, letting it sink in. The windows were streaming with rain on the outside. A bolt of lightning illuminated the parking lot. Her eyes widened. Something was out there. She looked again. "I don't believe this. They are out there now." Her voice was a hoarse croak as her body stiffened. She kept looking outside, then down at her plate, and back outside again, willing the shadowy forms to dissipate. "Now?" Sarah asked conspiratorially. Her head tilted downwards, her eyes also stealing nonchalantly to the dark parking lot. Cassandra bobbed her head, holding her breath. Had they followed her from the red carpet? What did they want with her? And most importantly, were they dangerous? "Where?" "Outside, in the parking lot, skulking around the cars on the ground in the rain. There are 2 of them, I think. Misshapen bodies and ugly faces. Look! One's peering in at us right now with red glowing eyes and, oh my God, fangs! It sees me. But I'm not going to let it know I can see it. I'm looking away as if nothing is there." Her voice had fallen to a mere whisper. "What are they doing now?" Sarah kept her gaze on her, pretending nothing was wrong. "They're both
watching us now."
Her voice still a breathy whisper.
"Oh, look at the way they're sneering, making faces at us. They hate us, Sarah. They hate us."
Johnny rolled his eyes, ignored her warning, and looked. "There's nothing out there. You're freaking me out. What are you two talking about?" He'd found his voice.
"The creatures she's been seeing."
Sarah jogged his memory.
"They're out there now."
"Can you see them?" Johnny was staring outside, gawking like a curious child. Sarah shifted her body and casually snuck a peek, replying in a subdued voice,
"No, but it doesn't mean they aren't out there. The cards say Cassandra is the one in the center of this, not me. I guess she's the only one that is supposed to see them."
"So you don't see them?" Johnny asked Sarah for the second time.
"No, I don't."
He kept looking outside. "Huh, all I see is a rainy night. Don't see nothing or no one out there leering in at us. Monsters or people, you guys are nuts." He waved a dismissive hand at them.
"They're gone now."
Her shoulders slumped. Her face felt heavy. She was bleary-eyed from the constant stress.
"They're fast. They move like quicksilver."
"Cassie?" Sarah asked compassionately, touching her hand.
"Is there something else you want to tell me?"
"No."
"Yes," she swallowed. "Besides seeing death before it comes, gargoyles and spooks hiding everywhere, I think I can heal by laying on hands."
Johnny gasped. Sarah just blinked at her, a rabbit in the headlights. She turned to her brother.
"You know that cut you got in the bar fight the other night that bled? But when we examined it, it was gone?"
She paused for effect.
"Well, I think when I put my fingers on it, it healed. Just like that."
Her fingers snapped in the air at his eye level. "I knew it," Johnny responded, slapping a hand lightly on the table. "That blood, the pain, had to have come from something." He was watching her closely, doubt now in his eyes.
"Someone's giving you these powers, Cassie," Sarah said. "There's a reason for these things you're seeing and doing. I wish I could find out what it is. I'm going to talk to this one seer I know, Lottie Durning. She's the real thing. We need answers."
"How about talking to a priest?" Cassandra suggested. "Wouldn't that be more enlightening?"
"Now, that's another approach. We could try that."
"That does it, you two." Johnny pointed his fork at them. "You both need a good rest. Camping, fresh air, and the beauty of nature is what you need. Time away. And I've got just the thing. Next weekend, there's the music festival down in Breckenridge Park. 3 entire days of musicians sitting around jamming and hanging out together. You remember the place Dad used to take us when we were little kids, Cassie?"
"Sure. I remember Breckenridge Park. The woods. So cool, so restful, good times. I always felt at peace somehow in those woods."
Giving him a small smile, a fleeting image of her sisters and brothers romping around the campground as her father and mother barbecued supper beneath the trees skittered across her memory. Flies buzzing around. The sun was bright and dappled the leaves on the shade trees. The aroma of roasting meat was everywhere. Her family had been there, young and happy. She could still hear their laughter on the breeze. Sometimes they'd take Dad's wreck of a boat, the one they were forever working on, and try to launch it on the lake. Sometimes it even stayed afloat. Most times it didn't, but the family had fun playing with it. "Then let's go." Johnny looked excited about something for the first time in weeks. "We can camp out the whole weekend like we used to. I'm sure Maury would let us have the time off, if I find a substitute band to fill in for us. I know just the band, Fred Comet's Trio. They need the exposure and would jump at the chance. What do you say, you two? Music, musicians, tents, eating yummy food cooked out on a grill, listening to the crickets and frogs at night, the cool forest air, it'll be heaven."
"Heaven, huh?"
Sarah teased, and after what they'd been discussing, they all smiled. "Camping is my idea of heaven, yes." Johnny used his finger to mop up the last of the gravy on his empty plate and licked it off. "The music festival sounds like fun. But in this rain?" Cassandra remarked half-heartedly. "Will the festival even be held if it's storming like this?" "Oh, rain or shine, it'll go on. But it's not supposed to rain next weekend. Weatherman promises, sis. Even if it does. Remember how fun it is to huddle in a tent together, sing and play our guitars with other musicians, while the rain plays harmony on the canvas?" "I think we should go," Sarah interjected. "Just what you need, Cassie. A vacation. I can get away. I'll come. I know that festival and they have crafts. I'll put my card reading booth up, make some money. It'll be business and pleasure in one weekend. Johnny's right, we need a couple days away. Rest, relaxation, and adventure. Let's go." Cassandra was unsure. "What about those warnings you've been seeing, Sarah? It's pretty secluded in the woods. The night's dark among the trees. Something could happen." Johnny was the one who spoke. "Me and Sarah and a whole crowd of campers will be there to protect you. You'll be safe." "You know, it does sound like fun to get away from the city, the heat, to camp out below open skies, hear other musicians, be with old friends. Let me think about it, I'll let you know." She finished picking at her meal as her eyes scanned the diner. There were people at the counter, 2 in another booth, but she wouldn't let her gaze wander to the windows. She didn't think she could bear to face one more repulsive thing that night. In her mind, she kept seeing those ghoulish visages in the bar crowd. She thought of the man in the maroon shirt and others who'd died. Life was short, precious. It shouldn't be all work and worry. Maybe she did need a break. "Okay, I'm in," she blurted out. "Let's go camping next weekend." "Hot dogs, sis. Are we going to have fun?" "Good. Then if you two are done eating, let's collect our doggy bags and get out of here. I need sleep." Grabbing her purse, Cassandra stood up. "We'll talk more about the camping trip tomorrow," Johnny said as Sarah paid her tab and Cassandra paid for her and Johnny's. "And other things," Sarah added. "Now we all need to go home. Get a good night's sleep." They dashed out into the rain and got in their cars. Amid lightning flashes, the other 2 vehicles appeared tiny, unreal, as she drove away. On her way home, she caught the tail end of the news on the car radio. They reported a 4-car traffic accident earlier that evening. Maggie Sounder had been one of the drivers who died in it. That was why Maggie hadn't been at work. Cassandra felt dreadful, though she knew it'd been coming. Maggie's poor kids. Once more, guilt assailed her. She should have warned Maggie. It might have helped. This time, she should have tried to save her, should have done something. Pulling her car over to the side of the road, she put it in park and wept on the steering wheel. She didn't know why she'd been given these cursed insights, but she abhorred them. Knowing when people were going to die, seeing wraiths and ghouls, it was torture. Why her? Where would it stop? When she raised her head, she was gazing at her church. If she ever needed someone to confide in and comfort her, she needed someone now. Her weariness forgotten for a greater need, she switched off the engine and entered the large stone building. It was as she got to the front doors, she remembered they locked it up tight each night at 10 o'clock. Standing in the rainy dark beneath the ledge covering the entrance, she faced the closed doors and was about to turn and walk away when they opened. "Come in," someone called from inside. "We are open." And she did. She liked being in Holy Family at night when other people weren't around. The ambience, smell, and familiarity of the old church composed her. The ceiling and walls of marble and granite towered above her. The sweet perfumes of polished wood and incense mingled with the scents of the people who'd prayed there over the years and made her feel serene. God dwelt there. She could feel him. She'd never met the priest who was kneeling in the pew at the rear of the church. She knew the 3 priests that ran Holy Family, Father Luke, the elderly priest, who'd been there the longest and knew everyone, Father Dave, who was good with the older people, and Father Steve, who was good with the young people. This man wasn't any of them. He must be new. Could it be the priest Ellie talked of all the time? The man stood up, a welcoming smile on his face and black robe swishing against his legs, and strode towards her in the church's faint lights. It struck her how much he resembled her brother. They could almost be twins. Medium height, spare of frame, and rail thin. The priest's brown hair was lengthy on the sides, but balding on top. It made him look like a monk from the old days. His face was long and narrow, his forehead creased from thought, his lips thin, but he had the kindest eyes, like Johnny's, she'd ever seen. It was hard to tell what age he was. He could have been 30 or 50. There were people who, when Cassandra first met them, it was as if she'd known them for all her life. This priest was one of those. "I can see you're wet and tired, child," he said, coming up to her. "Here, sit down and rest." "Thank you, Father Manasseh." Ah, Ellie's invisible friend. So he did exist. She was relieved for Ellie's sake, anyway. She put her hand out. "Hello, Father. I'm Cassandra Greystone." He took her hand in his. His was so warm. "I know your aunt, Ellie Greystone." His eyes were sympathetic. "A godly woman. How is she these days? I haven't seen her here for weeks." "She speaks highly of you as well, but she hasn't been in the best of health lately." "Ah, the Alzheimer's. A terrible illness. But God is watching over her, Cassandra. Never doubt that. She has not been forgotten, and neither have you." What a strange priest, she thought. She smiled and sat down in the pew he'd gestured her to. "I'm surprised to see the church open so late." "Tonight is special. I was expecting someone." "Oh, then I'm intruding. I'll stay here in the back and say my prayers quietly. I came to light a few candles, too, and afterwards I'll be gone." "No, you're not intruding. You look as if you need a friend, as if you need someone to unburden yourself to. That is why I'm here," the priest said, sitting down next to her. He smelled of trees and fresh winter air. She felt blessedly cool around him. It felt good. "I came to pray," Cassandra explained. "I feel the need to. It's been a horrible week." The priest hung his head. "In that case, let us pray." He recited a prayer she'd never heard, his voice almost spellbinding, and it gave her peace of mind. She felt the troubles she'd been carrying drift away. After they finished praying, he asked, "What is wrong, Cassandra? Tell me everything. That's what I'm here for." She didn't understand why. He was a stranger after all. But she told him what was bothering her. Most of it, not everything. She didn't want him to think she was as ill as her aunt. But once she began talking about the unusual things that were happening to her, and how alone and frightened she felt, she couldn't stop. There was something about him that drew her secrets out, and in the end, she told him everything. He didn't act like any priest she'd ever known. No matter what she said, he seemed to believe her, never once made fun of her. She spoke about knowing when people were fated to die, the healing power she might have, and the strange things she thought she was seeing everywhere. It all gushed out. "I'm afraid. I might just be delusional," she whispered, shaking her head. "Unwell, like my aunt. It could run in the family." The lit candles in the front of the church flickered. Their smoke, a living snake of mist, wafted around the inside of the church. Once, when she looked over at Father Manasseh, She could have sworn there was a faint halo of light around him. It had to be a trick of the shadows and candlelight. It had to be. Father, could I be going insane?
No.
His eyes found hers. He didn't flinch.
You're not crazy, Cassandra.
You are seeing exactly what you believe you're seeing. Demons. Demons? She stared at the priest. He was serious. His voice was a raspy murmur.
Some of us are given gifts, my child, to see, to know things others do not, and will be called upon to perform extraordinary tasks as the end days approach. Your talents are God-given for a purpose, and in time, you'll know what that purpose is.
Don't tell me that the church actually thinks, as do my aunt and uncle, we're in the end times too. Shocked, she couldn't process what he was saying. But somehow, when he said it, she thought it must be true. He wasn't lying, wasn't frightened. His steady gaze appeased her. Priests didn't appease a mad person, did they?
I can't speak for the church, but I know it's true. There have been omens, though only God knows when the true end of the world will come. Yet, I'll tell you this. Your aunt is right. These are end times. Do not doubt yourself, child. God is with you.
I can't speak for the church? What kind of priest was he, anyway? And you're saying that I'm really seeing ghosts and demons? Her lips twitched nervously. You're humoring me, aren't you?
I'm not. And no, for the record, there aren't such things as ghosts. You are only seeing demons in different incarnations. There are only demons. They reside in the forms of man, supernatural entities, and beasts, and do as much mischief and wickedness as they can manage. Just as there is God in the heavens, there is Satan in hell, and he has his minions here on earth. They do his bidding and cause great misery.
His voice was softer still.
One of your gifts is to be able to recognize them. So do not doubt yourself. You see what is really there.
Flabbergasted, she thought. What a strange priest. His beliefs bordered on the fanatical. The truth was, though, she no longer felt desperate, alone. Speaking with him consoled her heart, dampened her fears. He made her feel strong, safe, and sane. He made her believe all he said. Outside, thunder rumbled, one booming roar after another, and rocked the world. If she could hear it inside the fortified stone church, the storm was a bad one.
It's late, Cassandra. The tempest rages outside these walls. The creatures you fear wait. Yet you are safe here tonight.
Father Manasseh stood and looked down at her.
You must set aside your concerns, your fears, and rest here a while. Then go. God be with you.
He touched her forehead. She became so sleepy she couldn't keep her eyes open. As she reclined in the pew, her eyelids closed. The last thing she heard before she fell asleep was the father's voice.
Stay away from Raynor. Ellie sees true. He is one of the evil ones and means you harm. Avoid him.
Yes, Father, she thought dreamily. Yes. In the morning, her eyes opened again. The priest was gone. She felt refreshed, happy, as if she'd slept in her own bed. No aches or stiffness. Light streamed through the stained-glass windows, and people were coming in for the early Mass with Father Luke. She'd slept all night, and she was hungry. Had the night before and her visit with that unorthodox priest been a dream? Probably. He couldn't have told her what she'd thought he'd told her. She used the restroom in the front of the church, then stayed for Mass. On her way out, she spoke with Father Luke. For as long as she could remember, he'd been at Holy Family and had to be no more than a day away from retirement. He'd known her whole family, had christened and confirmed every one of them. She liked him, trusted him. After genial conversation for a couple minutes, she mentioned, "I just met the new priest."
"What new priest? As far as I know, we don't have a new one here at Holy Family. Just Father Steve, Father Dave, and myself, as always. The diocese won't budget in a fourth priest, though God knows we need another one. Last few years, our congregation's numbers have exploded. Oddest thing. I've never seen so many parishioners as we have now. We can hardly fit them into the church at Sunday Masses. You'd think the world was coming to an end."
He chuckled good-naturedly as the crowd spilled out the doors around them. A flood of babbling humanity, their conversation interrupted as someone moved up to speak to him.
"Say hi to your aunt and uncle for me."
His voice trailed after her as she was shoved down the steps by the departing multitude. The fireworks had ceased, but the skies were overcast, and the wind had a chill in it so unlike August. There was a queer feeling to the air, strange scents. Perplexed, Cassandra made her way to her car. If there was no Father Manasseh, then who had she been talking to last night? Whoa! Another trick of her mind. Huh! And she thought her aunt's sanity was slipping. On the way home, she replayed her visit with the mysterious priest over and over. What she'd said, what he'd said. She had talked to him last night. She was sure of it. He'd made her feel as if she wasn't crazy at all, made her feel as if everything was happening for a reason. It couldn't have been all in her mind. Could it? Chapter 10. Cassandra. Cassandra hurried from the car to the house, looking straight ahead. She couldn't bump into anything else she couldn't explain. If it happened in the daylight, she'd go off the deep end. Inside her flat, she took a shower and put on clean clothes. She felt recharged and not tired at all. Her night of sleep in the church had done wonders for her. Ought to sleep there more often, she thought. Ought to chat with non-existent priests more often, because her mood had improved too. She'd come to the conclusion that the answer to what had been happening to her was simple. It had been the power of suggestion. That's why she was seeing the things she was seeing. Her uncle and aunt had gotten to her with their talk of the end times, and her lack of sleep and worry over her problems hadn't helped any either. She'd be better now. Day was here. The sun was out. After she'd cleaned her apartment and picked out the clothes she'd wear that night at the club, she telephoned downstairs. "You got a pot of coffee on, Uncle George?"
"Sure do. Also have a mess of flapjacks coming off the griddle in minutes. You timed it just perfect, girlie. Come on down."
"I'm coming." She had breakfast with her aunt and uncle. Her aunt, for once, was herself, and they had a fine visit. Ellie rattled on about the shirt she was sewing for George and the new dress for herself.
"I could make you a dress too, Cassie. You'd look pretty in this flowered print here."
The old woman smoothed her fingers over a pile of material patterned with delicate blue and lilac flowers.
"It's been a long time since I saw you in a dress."
Her aunt made a face at what she was wearing.
"That T-shirt and those awful cut-off jeans don't do you justice. You don't even wear makeup much anymore. No jewelry. And why do you always have to pull back your hair in that ponytail? So unflattering. I'd even pay for your haircut."
"I don't want to cut my hair. I like it like this, stays out of my eyes, and I don't wear dresses, Auntie. I haven't for years, you know that. It's not me."
"More's the pity. You're an attractive woman. But you try hard to hide it. You'll never get another man if you don't pretty yourself up more."
She'd heard it before, many times, and responded as she usually did. "I don't want another man, I told you. My family and my music are all I need." for now anyway. I'm happy as things are." As always, she placated her aunt. She had to be careful what she said to her these days. She never knew what would set the old woman off. "Okay, if you make me the dress, I promise to wear it." Knowing that would probably never come to pass, Ellie's breaks with reality were coming more and more frequently, lasting longer. It was rare that she was this clear-minded this long, so she, as well as her uncle, wanted to enjoy it. The dress wasn't worth fighting about. Ellie could make her a sack dress, and she might not wear it, but she'd love it. Cassandra told her aunt and uncle about their plans to go to the music festival the next weekend. She didn't mention she wanted to get away and clear her head. Didn't bring up possibly seeing demons. She didn't want to send Ellie off into the Twilight Zone again, but she had to ask about the priest. "Aunt Ellie, I met your father Manasseh last night at the church. Unusual fellow for a priest, though. His beliefs don't strictly follow the church's, do they?" It wouldn't do any good to actually bring those beliefs up with Ellie, so she didn't. "No, he has his own ideas, all right." "Funny thing is, Father Luke has never heard of Father Manasseh. Aunt Ellie, who is he?" Her uncle sent her a questioning look. What Ellie said after that bewildered both of them. "Well, first off, Cassie, he's not my Father Manasseh. He's an angel from God." Oh no, the other Ellie was back. She hadn't seen it coming. Yet her aunt didn't act like she'd relapsed. Her eyes were unclouded, and her voice wasn't that childish one she adopted when her mind went off somewhere else. "He told you that?" "Oh, not in so many words. He put the thought in my head, though, and I know when I'm in the presence of an angel." "Really? How come you never told me about Father Manasseh being an angel?" Her uncle directed the question to his wife, plainly hurt. "Because you didn't believe there was a Father Manasseh to begin with, silly. You thought I made him up. So I didn't say anything that would make me look even nuttier than you two already think I am." It didn't sound like the other Ellie either. Too rational. Her aunt looked at Cassandra knowingly. "But you saw him, the angel, didn't you?" Uncle George raised an eyebrow at her, waiting. She couldn't lie to either of them. "Well, I met someone who called himself Father Manasseh. We talked together when I'd stopped to pray last night at the church. He was average height, had kind eyes, and was going bald on top." "That's him. In looks, he reminds me of your Uncle George here." "Angels don't appear for no reason to just anyone, Ellie." Her uncle spoke up, acting now as if he might be talked into believing his wife. "What's he here for?" "For Cassie," Ellie replied matter-of-factly. "For me?" "He says he's your guardian. Says you've got a big role to play in coming events, and that there are evil entities, that's how he put it, that would hurt you if they could. He's very protective of you. He's also my friend." Last night she'd been talking to an angel? No, she couldn't believe that. Cassandra covered her face with her hands to collect herself. She was going nuts. She peered through her fingers at her aunt. Evil entities, angels, danger, the end of the world? For heaven's sake, stop it. "That's enough talk about this mysterious Father Manasseh," her uncle insisted, steering them to another topic. "Cassandra, I got some more of those unreadable bills from the doctor's office yesterday. I can't make any sense of them. Could you help me out?" She took her eyes off her aunt, who was now reading the newspaper as if they'd never had the discussion about the angel. "Sure, Uncle George, I'll give it a go." Her uncle fetched the paperwork. While he was out of the kitchen, her aunt ate a second helping of pancakes and lost herself in the newspaper's headlines. Cassandra wasn't hungry anymore. She kept going over her imaginary meeting with the priest of the night before, and still wanted to believe she'd gone to the church and in her distraught state had fallen asleep in the pew, that she'd dreamed her encounter with him. Thinking about it was giving her a headache. She finally decided Just not to think about it anymore. Last night had been such a strange night all around.
Cassie, don't worry.
Her aunt looked up from the funny papers.
That angel's been looking out for you real good. He made sure that lightning bolt didn't hurt you the other night, didn't he? It went all around you but didn't toast you.
Her aunt giggled.
He's really powerful, but not as powerful as our God.
Her cup of coffee stopped halfway to her lips. You saw the lightning hit me last week?
Not really. Oh, I was there, but I was busy getting rescued, and it was raining so darn hard I couldn't see a thing. Father Manasseh told me about it. Said for me to tell you it wasn't no accident. It was evil trying to harm you, but God took care of it. You're one of the special ones.
Cassandra didn't want to accept an angel had told her aunt she was invincible, protected by God. Ellie must have seen the lightning hit near her and made up the rest. That had to be it. Her uncle returned to the kitchen.
Oh, by the way, Cassie, your friend from next door was looking for you last night.
Raynor? Cassandra again heard the priest's warning in her head.
Stay away from Raynor. He is one of the evil ones and means you harm.
What did he want?
Wanted to know where you and Johnny were singing.
Did you tell him?
No. I recollected you didn't much cotton to the man. Thought he was stalking you. So I misdirected him to that place on 49th Street.
Thanks. It worked. I didn't see him at the club. Unless he'd been one of those beast faces hidden behind a human one, and hey, that wouldn't surprise her one bit if he had been. She helped her uncle decode his medical bills, then went out to shop for the three of them. Later, she spent time alone in her apartment pulling together her thoughts. She called Maury, and they talked about Maggie's untimely death, and that there wasn't going to be a local funeral. The family was taking her body up to Seattle. Her folks wanted the burial up there, so that was that. Maggie was gone. The afternoon had become cloudy, and a fine lace shawl of mist descended to cover the grass and the trees and churned down the darkening streets. She didn't want to leave the house, but had to go to work. Those things she'd been seeing, partial to the night and the fog as they were, would be out there, waiting for her. She listened to the evening news. There'd been another Category 5 hurricane on the Florida coast. Rare enough. There was another one right behind it closing in on New Orleans again. Thousands of people were dead, thousands more injured, homeless. There'd been the worst earthquake in 100 years in Japan. There were erupting volcanoes in Hawaii and super tornadoes in Illinois. More dead, distressed, and dispossessed. The weather unnerved her. She wondered how bad it'd be in a year, too. She took out her Bible and her pearl rosary from its tiny silver mesh purse, the one her aunt and uncle had given her for her first communion, and she prayed. It made her feel better. Nothing happened out of the ordinary to her that night, the night after, or for the rest of the week. She saw no more fiends in the crowd's faces, no more ghosts in the graveyards she passed. No invisible targets on people's foreheads. No shadow creatures slinking between parked cars. She didn't see Raynor. Ellie was healthy and happy and didn't have one bad spell. Johnny's car didn't break down. The world was as normal as could be for the rest of the week. Chapter 11. Cassandra, Sarah, and Johnny. I've been looking forward to this weekend. Sarah sat beside Cassandra in the front seat of the car. Johnny was driving. The three had been trading jokes and laughing. It was Friday morning, 7 o'clock. The sun, though lackluster in appearance, was shining. They'd gotten up early so there'd be time to stop for breakfast and get to the campground soon enough to stake out a choice spot for their tents. She and Johnny loved camping out at the weekend music festivals. Sarah missed the conveniences of home. She'd brought along an extra thick air mattress, blankets, and more junk food than they could eat in a month. "I get ravenous telling people's fortunes and pocketing their money. I expect to make a bundle this weekend," she said, rubbing her hands together gleefully. "I hear the crowds are going to be huge. Seems like everyone wants out of the sweltering city." For Cassandra, the weekend was about getting into the woods, soaking in the peacefulness of nature, and barbecuing hamburgers and hot dogs over a grill. They were there to enjoy themselves, not work. No peacefulness for Johnny. "I can't wait to jam with other musicians around the campfires. I heard the focus this weekend is on old country and bluegrass. Anything acoustical." "No rock or heavy metal?" Cassandra asked, smiling. "Nope. Neat, huh? Our kind of people. It's going to be so laid back, so mellow. There are bluegrass groups lined up to play tonight, and an entire day tomorrow and Sunday morning. Sunday morning is strictly gospel music, of course. Wish we were playing." He was looking at a piece of paper he'd copied from the internet, listing the groups and bands that would be there. "Not me. Pay's not so hot. I'm here to rest, little brother, not work. But you go ahead and sit in as many times as you want. Sing, strum, and socialize your heart out. I'll stay in the audience and cheer you on. You're just lucky Maury let us have the weekend off." "No luck involved. I told you I'd get that replacement band to cover for us. Maury was happy to oblige. He thought we'd been working too hard and needed the time off anyway." It wouldn't surprise her if her brother had told their boss she was having some sort of nervous breakdown or something. She didn't care. She was content to be heading to the woods and the festival, happy to know she'd be among musicians all weekend. Musicians were sensitive people. Surely none of them would be beasts in disguise. They found a campsite by the lake, tucked beneath towering oak trees, and put their 3 pup tents up close to each other. They covered them with tarps for the rain whenever it might come. So far it had held off, but the forecast for the weekend had changed into possible sporadic thunder showers, which meant it would positively rain on them sooner or later. Folding chairs were set up. The picnic table was covered with a plastic tablecloth. The coolers were overflowing with soda and meat. A bag full of snacks kept the tablecloth from blowing away. "Well, I'm off to set up my booth." Sarah strolled towards the noise. "Come on." Johnny grabbed Cassandra's hand. "Let's mosey about the campsite and see if there's anyone here we know." They met singers and songwriters from the local music circuit, acquaintances from other festivals, and an old neighbor of Ellie and George's, Peter Holliday, who was there with his wife and 5 kids. "It's truly a small world," Johnny remarked after they left the Hollidays' camp. "Sure is." Johnny joined up with 2 guys he knew, Rick and Norman, from a country group, and when they began discussing women, Cassandra meandered back to the campsite to get an apple. Weaving between the tents, she munched and took in the sights. There was a quartet of troubadours practicing their rendition of a Beatles medley. Not bad. Someone was off-key, though. Cassandra loved the Beatles' music, even if they'd been popular before she'd been born. "You were born too late," her aunt always said. "You would have fit right into the 60s. Next campfire had a group of folk singers singing modern folk songs with 5-part harmonies. Pretty good. One of them, a tall, lanky guy with silky, long blonde hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and smiling eyes, was sort of cute. Cassandra stopped to talk to him when he caught her eye, flirted a little with him. He flirted back. The cute guy had heard her and Johnny sing many times. They asked her to join in if she wanted, but she shook her head and moved on. "I'm slumming this weekend," she told them. They understood. Musicians were pretty understanding, too. As she strolled off, the cute guy grinned and waved at her. "See you later," he said. Perhaps she would, and perhaps she wouldn't. Musicians, and she should know, were also notoriously fickle. She usually made it a rule not to get involved with one, no matter how cute. Perhaps she'd make an exception this time. It was relaxing to amble through the park in the shade of the trees, breeze on her face and the chirping of birds in her ears. It made her nearly forget there was a scary world beyond the picnic tables. The day had grown cloudier and was cooler in the woods in the low 80s than the city. The heat wave of the months before was on vacation as well. She made her way down to the bandstand where the bands would be playing in an hour or so. The stage was constructed of wood and decorated in flowers, banana yellow ribbons, and American flags. The flags, a tribute to the fighting American troops in Russia, Korea, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, and across the Middle East. The wars were escalating every day. They made Cassandra so sad. The bandstand was nice, real rustic, centrally located in a hollow cradled by trees, so the campers could hear the music wherever they were, because the sound would travel. There were 3 men on stage testing the equipment and the PA system, joshing and grinning. Must be the first group getting ready to play. She recognized one of them, Jim, she thought his name was, as being the banjo player for the Blue River Canyon Band. Good band. Jim wrote most of their songs, and they weren't half bad, with their old-fashioned bluegrassy melodies. Johnny would be happy to hear they were playing. He liked them a lot. She found herself smiling. This had been a good idea, this camp-out. She felt better than she had in weeks. The only drawback was they'd left her aunt and uncle alone for a whole weekend. And what with the way Ellie was behaving, that worried her. But she'd telephone every morning to check on them and to make sure they were okay. They were only an hour away, if they had to beat feet back home. She browsed among the craft booths that had sprouted up everywhere around the campers and tents. She bought a couple of sparkly beaded bracelets for herself and Sarah, a tiny hand-blown glass angel for Aunt Ellie, and a jar of homemade strawberry preserves for Uncle George. Homemade fudge brownies for her brother. She kept an eye on Sarah as she read cards off of a folding table for a string of people in shorts and blue jeans. During a break in Sarah's customers, she stepped up. "The cards seem to be harsh today, my friend. Bad news for the last 3 you read for. Accidents, failed romance, financial trouble? That happens often?" Sarah scrunched up her mouth, her fingers reshuffling the deck in preparation for her next patron. "No?" Her lips were curved down. "It's been like that for months. A lot of bad luck. Told you something big is coming. It's bleeding into everyone's life. I brought an extra chair." Sarah nodded her head to her right. "Sit down here by me." Cassandra sat down. The next person Sarah read for, thank goodness, got a hopeful reading. Her new business, a coffee and craft shop, would prosper. She'd end up marrying her boyfriend, or so the cards said. After the woman left, Cassandra said, "Now, that was better. I was beginning to think your cards were marked." She grinned. It was an old joke between them. "No one marks the cards here but God," Sarah replied the way she always did. But she still wasn't smiling. She cleared her throat. "I didn't tell her everything. Sure, her shop will do well. She'll get married. What I didn't tell her was that after that, she'd see the death of some people very dear to her. An unpleasant tragedy will soon befall her sister, and she'll never have kids." "That's it." Cassandra sprung to her feet. "It's time for charring the hamburgers and hot dogs. Lounging around over the campfire. No more bad news. You returning to camp soon?" Off in the distance, the music of guitars and mandolins filled the air. The festivities were beginning. The sun hovered on the horizon, and with the blanket of ashen clouds above, shadows changed the evening prematurely into night. There were the smoky, mouth-watering smells of roasting meat and wood campfires on the air. There were the mournful cries of a harmonica and the thrumming strings of a stand-up bass. Soft voices singing familiar old songs. Mirth. Everything was so perfect it brought tears to her eyes, and a sudden melancholy found her. She had an intuition there wouldn't be many weekends like it after this one. She didn't know where the thought came from, but she was afraid it was true. Sarah put the cards in her purse, folded up the table and chairs. "You betcha I'm coming. Right behind you. I'm through for the day. All that misfortune depressed me. A big juicy hamburger with all the trimmings will cheer me up, though. You and my brother, you've got bottomless bellies. I'm not sure you two aren't related. Here, I'll help." She took 2 of the chairs from her friend and followed behind her to their tents. Johnny was cooking the meat over a roaring fire and looked up with a self-amused grin. "I started without you two. It's almost done." "I don't believe it. My brother's actually cooking something, not mooching it." Pushing the hair away from his face, Johnny snorted. "Hey, I cook a lot. At home. For myself, you just don't see it." "Yeah, sure. But thanks for grilling the meat, Johnny. It's sweet of you." Johnny puffed up. 5 more minutes or so and we eat. You girls can get the rest of the fixings and plates out, okay?" "We can do that." Cassandra dropped the chairs on the ground by Sarah's tent. Then she collected the paper plates, plastic utensils, and buns, got out the condiments and cans of soda. They ate with gusto, music floating all around them as dusk crept in. Voices carried over the campgrounds as people sat around their fires, talking and laughing, just as they were doing. "The Blue River Canyon Band is here," she mentioned to her brother. She'd devoured 2 hamburgers and was stuffed, but couldn't stop eating. Pork and beans disappeared from her paper plate. Everything tasted so much better in the fresh air. After their meal, the sun was low in the sky, and the woods were diffusing into a soft velvet ash color. There was the scent of rain, but so far no raindrops. If there was a moon rising, it was hidden behind the trees and clouds. "I know, Jim came by earlier, asked me if I'd sit in with them at 9 o'clock tonight, and at 7 tomorrow evening. They were guitar players short 'cause Dave couldn't make it. He's visiting his mom, who's in the hospital. Do you mind, Cassie?" "Of course I don't. I don't own you. Go ahead and sit in. Do what you want to do. Sing your lungs out. Blow them away with your fingerwork on the 6th string. Have fun." Johnny was happiest when he was on stage. It didn't matter where or with whom. "I'm sure Jim would like it if you sat in too. You want me to ask?" "Nah, I'll pass. Remember? Vacation? I just want to lie around in my reclining lawn chair. Listen to other people work. That's a treat for me." "Suit yourself. Since Jim wants me over at his campfire at 8 o'clock to compare songs we know and practice some, I'll just fetch my guitar from the car and go. You two going to come over and watch at least?" "We wouldn't miss it," she promised him. Johnny marched toward the vehicle. "Now I know why," Sarah ruminated out loud. "He brought the 6th string along." They were sitting at the wooden picnic table the park supplied each campsite. Both had slipped sweaters on, as the woods around them were cooling off. A mandolin strummed on the evening breeze. "Oh, I knew why he brought that guitar along from the moment I saw it in the rear seat. Johnny can't say no when it comes to sitting in, and people like the sound of that guitar." "Nope, Johnny can't say no." "You going to get the cards out any more tonight?" She fidgeted in her chair, her eyes examining the inky woods beyond the campfire. Was there something moving out there? Something not human? Had they followed her here from St. Louis? "No." Sarah fell silent, but studied the tree line. "Tomorrow morning when the sun returns and the world is bright, safe again, I might. Not now, too risky. I think I'll huddle before the fire with you, eat junk food and enjoy the free music. The band playing now is good. Wait until you hear the Blue Canyon Band. They're even better." "I can't wait. Now, isn't this so much better than inhaling a lungful of nasty smoke in a bar and watching silly people get rip-roaring drunk? Or being caught in the middle of a bar fight? Though I'll miss your singing, Cassie. This is way so much better." Johnny swaggered past them with his guitar case. "See you two ladies later. Save me some of those Oreos. I'll be hungry when I get back." He waved a hand at them and merged into the shadows. The 2 women laughed. After listening to the Blue Canyon Band for an hour, Sarah got up and stretched. "How about we take a walk on this lovely evening, work off some of that food we've had?" "Ah, you can't fool me.
You want to go watch Johnny play and scope out the men.
You know, Cassie, you're the one who needs to be searching for a man, not me. I'm not looking anymore. I'm sure Walter's the one. I'm thrilled to hear it. I was hoping you two were serious, because he sounds like a great guy. Generous, has a job, rare these days, treats you well, so I have a good feeling about him. You're happy when you talk about him. He makes me happy, that's why. Sarah reached out and tapped her arm. Cassie, you avoided answering my question about you finding a man. You know that's a touchy subject. I don't want anyone now. End of discussion. When she refused to say more, Sarah, probably knowing she'd made a mistake in even bringing her love life up, added, With Walter and me? It's love, for sure. But I want to go down to the bandstand anyway, if you come along with me. Ah, afraid to brave the woodsy paths alone, huh? There might be wild animals out there. Okay, I'll go with you, but in a minute. After sundown, the surrounding woods had chilled the air. Shivering, Cassandra crossed her arms and scooted her chair closer towards the fire. Sarah did the same. Okay, Sarah. I know your moods so well. What is it? Like you? I don't care much for the dark away from the city, and especially after what you've told me. It's spooky in the woods. There's no moon tonight. Easy to run into a tree, or into other things. What are you afraid of? She asked. I don't know. It's a feeling I have. Her friend avoided looking at her. It's nothing. Never mind. Sarah? The other woman shook her head and said more firmly, Forget it. She knew when to stop. With some things, Sarah was as stubborn as she was. Don't worry, I brought flashlights. I'll be with you, protect you. Her friend sent her a grateful look. She rose from the chair. Well then, let's go heckle the entertainment. Johnny will be expecting us to be in the audience. We don't want to let him down, do we? Nope. The two, flashlights held out in front of them, threaded their way along the trail through the trees. She noticed that Sarah jumped at every noise. Lost spirits wander in the dark, Sarah had said as they began to walk the path. And though I sometimes communicate with them through the cards, I've never met one in the ectoplasm, so to speak. I've always told you I'd like to meet a ghost, but after what you told me the other night, I'm not sure now I really want to at all. Cassandra had never taken any of her friend's spirit talk seriously, until lately. It came to her now that Sarah had good reasons for being afraid of dark places, like she herself did. The remainder of the evening, they enjoyed the bands and socialized with people they'd never met before. Johnny played with the Blue River Canyon Band, and no one could tell he was just filling in. A quick study. He was skillful at adapting. He did a couple of his own songs and was great. After the concert at their own campsite, the three sat closely around the fire as the temperature dropped. It didn't feel like summer, but fall. Cassandra loved it. Fall was her season. They reminisced about old times, about their childhood. Remember when Dad used to take us in the boat down to Lake Carlisle? Johnny poked the fire. She and Sarah roasted marshmallows. There were faint echoes of music drifting between campfires, volume low because it was getting late. You mean the boat that kept sinking? She laughed, remembering the small speedboat that had consisted of rotted wood and holes. We worked hard on that boat, Johnny protested, patching it, painting it, trying to keep it afloat. Dad loved it. It was a piece of junk, she said, aside, to Sarah. Dad never had enough money to buy a decent boat, never had enough to fix that poor excuse for one either. We had fun in it, though, didn't we? Johnny smiled wistfully into the firelight as he added wood to it. He'd brought along pieces of copper pipe stuffed with hunks of old garden hose. When he threw them in, they burned, producing a myriad of bright colors. Uncle George had taught him that trick. Except it sank almost every time. What made you think of the boat? It's this place, sis.
Reminds me of Carlisle Lake. The way the land dips past the bandstand, the species of trees and undergrowth, the smells, that creek running through to the lake. She thought the same thing earlier when they'd arrived. The woods around the creek were so familiar, they'd given her an overwhelming feeling of déjà vu and a feeling of loss. Her brothers and sisters had run rowdy, happy in those other woods. They'd played and sailed the boat in those other woods. It does me too. Also, Johnny continued, these woods remind me of our old homestead. Remember how we used to play hide-and-go-seek in the woods behind the house? Remember the time? It was winter and the snow was real deep. We lost Jason, and after hours of searching, we found him in that deep crevice in the nearby field, crying because he'd fallen in and couldn't get out. Johnny was deep in memory mode. Sarah, who used to come over and play with them, was listening. "That was an awful long time ago, Johnny," Cassandra murmured gently. "Sometimes I can still see our outings in my head as if they happened yesterday. I can see their faces, hear their voices." He meant their dead brothers and sisters, and their mother and father. "Even though I was just a baby most of those years. I can see them too." She stared out into the woods. Their neighboring campers had quieted down because it was after 12. There weren't many people left awake. Yet there were strange noises beyond the campfire she was more conscious of as the night progressed. Grunts, scrapping, snarling. The noises were most likely other campers across the lake, her good sense told her. Her imagination thought differently. "Remember, Cassie, how we used to sing at the moon on the swing set in the backyard at night?" Johnny reclined in his chair, peered into the sky. "Yeah?" Now it was Sarah's turn to laugh. "I thought you two sounded like scalded cats. Thanks, friend." She stretched her feet nearer to the fire. There were the most brilliant green flames eating at the log in the middle, and a lovely shade of lavender on the fringes. "Although I thought we sounded pretty darn good for little kids." "Not at first. I have to admit, though, you two have gotten better as the years have gone by. A little, anyway. Instead of scalded cats, you sound like harmonious cats nowadays." Cassandra threw a twig at Sarah. "Remember how we used to go looking for wild strawberries or blackberries in the woods behind the house?" Johnny asked. "How delicious they'd been." Yum." "Yeah, anything we could find to eat. I recall wild grapes, too, at the end of someone's yard. A cherry tree with bitter cherries. With 9 of us, there never was enough food, and we were always scrounging around for stuff to fill our bellies." "That's why you're always hungry now." "Could be." Their father had been a siding salesman. Groceries and other necessities had often been scarce between commission checks, sometimes non-existent. They'd often gone hungry. "Ya think?" Sarah and Johnny exchanged a knowing look in the firelight. As children, Sarah had brought them sandwiches or snacks, had them over for lunch or supper at her house a lot. As children, Sarah, an only but lonely child, had been the wealthy one. The three talked a while longer about the good old days. After that, Johnny called it a night and retired to his one-man tent. Soon they could hear him snoring. "I'm not sure, but I think I see the tent moving," Sarah said, and both women laughed. Cassandra kept her eyes on the murkiness around them. The woods had fallen silent, too silent. Where were the crickets and the frogs, the owls in the trees? "Cassie, I've wanted to say something to you since our little discussion last weekend. You know, about what you've been seeing." There was an uneasiness in her friend's tone. "I'm not taking any of it back, you know." "I know. And I believe everything you told us. Probably more than you think I do. I have something for you. I waited until Johnny went to bed to give it to you. I don't think he believes everything yet, but he will soon enough." Sarah dug in her jacket pocket and brought out something that shone in the firelight and handed it to her. Something silver on a woven chain.
It's beautiful, Cassandra breathed, holding the long, tapering silver cross with elegant etchings over it up to the firelight. It was unique. She'd never seen one like it. Looks old. You have no idea. Thousands of years, perhaps, I don't know. I got it from that gypsy psychic friend of mine, Lottie, who lives in Seattle. You know, the one I said I was going to ask about you? Well, I did. She saw danger ahead just as I saw and sent me this cross for you. A gift. She claims it comes from Jerusalem. Hinted it might have belonged to someone very holy, perhaps even the mother of the Messiah. No one really knows, but anything's possible. It's been handed down through Lottie's family for centuries. She said it was waiting for you. Cassandra examined the delicate cross. Unbelievable. Waiting for me? Why? Lottie wouldn't or couldn't say. She just wanted you to have it. You want me to wear a holy talisman? You're serious, aren't you? Very. After you told me about seeing those hideous creatures, I telephoned Lottie, and that's when she sent me the necklace to protect you. A friend she trusted dropped it off last night on his way to California. Lottie says it's very potent. Blessed. Look, see that red smudge? She says it's blood. Rumor is that Christian martyrs wore it. And she swears it'll protect you. Please put it on. Right now. I don't know what to say, Sarah. Why would Lottie give me one of her family's most priceless heirlooms? Like I said, she believes it was meant for you and you need it, that you're special. I'm happy she sent it to you. I don't want my best friend to be hurt. Hurt? Lottie thinks you're in grave danger. I'd take her seriously. To my knowledge, she's never been wrong. Cassandra brooded on that for a moment and nodded. It wouldn't surprise her if she were in danger. She'd sensed it now for weeks. I'm touched. Thank her for me, please. She clasped the amulet around her neck. Where it touched her skin, the flesh felt warm. Or better yet, give me her telephone number and I'll thank her myself. I will. Lottie wants to talk to you anyway. You'd think you were some celebrity or something. Yeah, sure. I sing in a bar with my brother. I see death and ghouls. Some celebrity. She brushed off the compliment, but couldn't deny the shiver that crept up her back and into her neck. She thinks you might have some vital destiny or something. Or something. She let out her breath, her fingers on the necklace. Johnny thinks I've gone over the edge, and to be absolutely honest, I'm afraid I have, too. These things I'm seeing and feeling, what if they're all in my mind? What happens if I'm truly crazy? They say that crazy people don't think they're crazy. So I'm not. Well, since I've known you all my life, practically, and know you, I don't believe you are. Be almost better if you were. Sarah squeezed Cassandra's arm. Because if what I fear comes to pass, none of us will be very happy. Except those, as your aunt and uncle tell us, who'll just go immediately to heaven. Rapture, isn't that what it's called? Yes. She could have said, oh no, that can't happen, that can never happen. But she was no longer sure. The world wasn't right, and she'd seen too much. Sarah shook her head slowly. Well, then I'm in trouble. I haven't been a religious enough person to think I'll be taken straight away in the rapture with the true believers. And most of the people left behind, though many will be basically good people, will be confused, scared. They won't know what to do. Some, there's no getting around it, will be bad people. Yikes. Imagine what the world will be like after rapture. Then, there'll be years of catastrophic and supernatural disasters. It's not going to be fun. Who'd want to be the one still here? I know I don't want to be. Sarah, the whole rapture scenario is religiously intriguing. But come on, do you really believe we're close to it? I don't know what's happening, but it can't be that. It can't be. Well, we'll know soon enough. Lottie and many of my other clairvoyant friends have also been seeing signs for years now. Most of them have kept quiet until now. They're frightened. Anyway, Lottie says to wear that cross and keep your eyes and ears open." Cassandra cradled her head in her hands and sighed. "I can do that." They climbed into their tents to sleep, but Cassandra couldn't find rest. There was something sinister about the sudden, dead stillness in the countryside. She was anxious for the night to end, the sun to rise, and chase away the darkness crowding in. It might be childish, but the feelings wouldn't go away. They'd only gotten stronger through the evening. She hadn't wanted to walk through the dark woods to the bathrooms at 4 a.m., but no way out of it, she had to. Grabbing a flashlight, she thought of waking Johnny or Sarah to go with her, but felt silly about it. What was she, a wuss? There were people sleeping all around her. Dawn was near. The restrooms were close. Nothing would happen to her. So she crawled out of the tent and made her way down the path. The forest hushed as she shivered with the chill. Her flashlight beam bounced in front of her. She'd made it halfway when the whispery rustlings among the hulking trees began. With each step, the racket grew louder. Now, it was a sort of hissing. She began to make out words, or she thought they were words. "She's alone. Get her. She's the one. Now, before the sun comes." She froze in place. Her heartbeat so loud it rivaled the din around her. Snapping off the flashlight, she let her eyes adjust to the dark and saw the crimson orbs glittering back at her. Hundreds of them. Not human, not animal. Something else. She switched the light on again when she thought she saw the orbs rushing at her. She'd never been so afraid, not even when she'd seen the ghosts or the beastly faces in the bar. But she was more vulnerable now, alone. The fingers of her left hand found the cross around her neck. "Protect me, Jesus. Help me get through these woods, please. Help me." She prayed out loud so the things in among the trees would hear her. There were flashes of light above the woods, plunging into the ground like long, ragged needles. So swift, she wasn't sure she'd seen them. The invisibles howled and growled and uttered nasty curses, or what she thought were curses. Then came the resonance of retreat, with smashing limbs, claws dragging across underbrush, and screeches of pain that faded away into the night. Was that something burning? There was a bitter stench on the air that made her want to gag. Burning flesh. Silence. Strangely, no one else in the campground appeared to have heard the commotion. The flashlight blinked off. The malevolent eyes had vanished along with the whispers. She was alone. The relief of her being safe made her a little dizzy. She switched the light back on. She ran to the restroom, used it, returned the way she'd come, and slid into her tent. Snuggling into her sleeping bag, she prayed until the sun came up. She was never so happy to see the morning arrive as that day. Unable to stay in bed a moment more, she got up to stoke up the campfire and make coffee. The campground was stirring. The familiar chatter of fellow campers up early, enjoying the new sun, pots and pans clanking, the voices of children and people shuffling around making breakfast, comforted her. The sweet aromas of bacon and eggs pleased her nose. When Sarah and Johnny joined her, she said, "We can stay through the day, but I want to be out of here before dark tonight. No back talk. I mean it." "Ah, sis, I'm supposed to play with the band again tonight," sulkily. "Tell them you have an emergency at home. Tell them anything. Or get your own ride home. I'm not staying. Sorry." "Okay. What happened?" Sarah wanted to know. "Something did. Tell us." Since Sarah wouldn't leave her alone until she answered, Cassandra described the experience she'd had in the night woods. Johnny stared at her as if she'd just said she'd seen a spaceship land among the trees. Disbelief all over his face. but he threw his hands up in capitulation. "Okay, we'll go home." Sarah put her arms consolingly around her and scolded. "What were you thinking going into those woods alone after all the warnings you've had? You need to stay away from the dark. Didn't I tell you that?" "Yes." "I guess that relic worked then, huh?" "Either that, the praying, or something else." Johnny rubbed his sleepy face with his hands, garbled something that sounded like, "I have a sister and a friend who are crazy, crazy, crazy," and then said, "I'm going to make breakfast. Maybe your sanity will return with a full stomach." "You're cooking again? That's funny. At home you never cook." "Yeah, I'm cooking again. You think I'd let a crazy woman fry my eggs? No way. You'd probably burn them, seeing creepy crawlies in the flames or something." "Very funny. I'll help, though." She got the pan out. Sarah set the picnic table. As her brother fried eggs and sausages in the skillet, he kept mumbling words under his breath she couldn't quite hear. He didn't really mind going early, he confessed later as they drove home. He just didn't know what to make of all the weird things she'd been seeing. "You might not think so, but I've had a hard enough time accepting that you know when a person's going to die. Now I have to swallow that you're also seeing ghosts and fiends. I'm really worried for you, sis. What next?" "I don't know, but I'm worried about me too," she'd mumbled. "Just stay away from the dark," she repeated to herself as the scenery sped by. That's all she had to do. Yeah, sure, if it would only be that easy. Chapter 12. Raynor. Raynor had discovered where Cassandra and her brother sang on the weekends. He'd asked Mrs. Tyler. She'd known because George had told her weeks before. Raynor went there. He couldn't go into the bar. Cassandra and Johnny were singing on the other side of the door. He could hear them, wanted to see them, but he couldn't stand to be among all those inebriated humans and the other demons. The humans were bad enough. All he wanted to do was bite them and shut them up. But the other demons he absolutely couldn't stomach. He didn't know why or when it had begun, but he no longer could tolerate those of his species. It had been that way for centuries, yet he'd never felt it as strongly as the last few decades. It was an obsession. His kind made him sick with their stupidity, their bloodlust, their detrimental loathing of humans. Their stench even made him ill. Not that it mattered how he felt about them. They didn't accept or trust him either. He wasn't like them anymore. Past that realization, he hadn't gotten much further. Things were changing. He was changing. He accepted that, but he couldn't figure out where he fit in anymore. Not in the demon world, that was for sure. Not in the human world. Humans were terrified into fits when they saw his true self. They thought they were good, and he was evil, and never would the two puzzle pieces fit. Cassandra had something to do with the way he'd begun to feel. For the first time, he wasn't looking at mortals as merely prey. When had that happened? About the time he'd met her. The hidden world was roiling furiously, and in the real world there was a thickness to the air. Everywhere, the gloaming was filled with strange noises. Raynor was alert to it, could hear it, because the noise was his own kind. There were thousands fighting to get out, more every day, and many were seeping from the other world into the human one. His brethren were building their numbers, proliferating at a staggering rate. Why? He didn't know the answer, but the situation interested him enough so that he decided to seek out an extremely ancient one of his kind to consult with. Bryn Mawr, something he'd never done before. Bryn Mawr was older than him by at least a millennia. Perhaps he'd know what was going on if Raynor could find him. Last time he'd seen him, several 100 years past, Bryn Mawr had been on his way back to Africa, a continent where there was abundant prey to hunt and endless places and superstitions to hide within. A blood drinker could get and remain lost there. Raynor would have to track Brynmore down if he wanted to confer with him. If there were still a Brynmore to track down. If his mentor still existed. No one, not even demons, were immortal. Then there was the transporting. It had been a long time since he'd transported across oceans and continents. It took a great deal of concentration to levitate that far. Power. It was dangerous. He'd have to really put his mind to it. It had been eons since he'd cared enough about anything to go through such trouble. Oh, he could take one of those airplane flying contraptions, but they made him air-sick, claustrophobic. Not to mention hours squeezed in tight with humans, with their sordid, petty emotions, and demons with their vindictive thoughts and horrible smells. No, he couldn't do that again. The music inside the red carpet had stopped. Raynor checked his wristwatch. 1 o'clock. Following his plan, he left the front of the building and made his way to the parking lot and Cassandra's car. It was beneath a streetlight, so he waited in the shadows a few feet away. He'd sabotaged her car. Oh, nothing major. Loosened a few spark plug wires. Easy to do. Easy to fix. He wanted to win Cassandra's trust. Helping her when she was in need might do that. He let her get in the car and attempt to start it. The engine wouldn't start. He waited until she'd opened the hood and was trying to figure out what was wrong before he walked up. "May I be of assistance, Cassandra?" She jumped. The look on her face was fear, which she then hid. Seeing it hurt him, and that was another revelation. He'd never cared what a human thought of him before. He'd never experienced hurt before. Until now. "What are you doing here, Raynor?" She turned away to fool with the engine, pretending not to be afraid. Very brave of her. That, or she knew he couldn't hurt her. "I was inside the bar, listening to you and your brother." He concocted a small lie. She'd never know he hadn't been inside. "You two are really good. Your voices blend so perfectly. I'm impressed. I fully enjoyed it." He leaned against the car and observed her hands. They were nowhere near the spark plugs, so she didn't know what was wrong with it yet. "Thanks for the compliment. I didn't see you in there." "Oh, I was in the back, and truthfully, hadn't been there real long." Another fib. "What are you doing? Following me?" He recognized the controlled anger in her voice. "Sorry, I wasn't." Another untruth. "A friend dropped me off earlier, and was supposed to return and drive me home. So far he hasn't, so I'm stranded. Since we're neighbors, I thought you might give me a ride home." "You did you?" Every time he edged closer, she edged away. She didn't want him anywhere near her. He'd never harmed her in any way, so why was she leery of him? "I mean, since I did help find your aunt that time." "Gee, too bad my car's acting up. So sorry, can't help you out. I'm not sure how I'm going to get home myself if I can't get it running. Johnny's off on a late date, so I can't call him. Probably have to call a tow truck. It'll take hours, or hitchhike home."
"Let me have a look at it, then."
He didn't give her time to argue before he had his head stuck under the hood. Raynor knew about cars. He'd studied them over the years. He knew how to tune them up, change a tire, and yes, drive them. Teleporting himself through the air was faster and cheaper, though. And no car insurance, gas, or repair fees. No way of being tracked. But sometimes taking a car was the only way to appear human. He faked fooling around with different parts of the engine and eventually got to the spark plug wires, replacing them in the correct order. There. It was only a few loose wires. Try starting it now, Cassandra. Thunder boomed once, twice, and 3 times in the sky behind him. A few stray raindrops spotted his clothes. The car started right up. "Can I have that ride now?" She hesitated, not answering for so long he thought she was going to say no. But instead, she surrendered. "How can I refuse, since you so expertly fixed the problem?" Her words dripped with insincerity. She got in the car. He got in on the passenger side, then watched Cassandra edge herself as far away from him as she could get. Why did she act this way towards him? They drove down the highway, with lightning veining across the sky like claws of light. Raynor made polite conversation for a while, but when the rain began to rap on the roof, he couldn't bear her unmistakable disdain any longer. "Why do you dislike me so, Cassandra?" It must have taken her off guard, because she paused, glaring out the window as the lightning repeated its dance above and around them. She turned and gave him an icy stare before her gaze returned to the road. In her eyes, he saw what she saw, a monster sitting beside her. It was easy to see. It was all over her face. "I'm weary of this game you're playing with me, Raynor. I have the right to choose my friends, and I don't choose you. That's all. Simple. There's something off about you, and I'm sick of acting as if I don't notice it when I do. When I look at you, I see someone or something else, primitive and repulsive, staring out at me from behind your face. You aren't human. What are you, anyway?" She recalled what the priest had said. "A demon?" Raynor couldn't help himself. He laughed, which he hadn't done in so long he couldn't remember the last time he had. In all his years on Earth, no mortal had ever asked him that so bluntly. "You can really see me, then? See through my disguise?" Oh, boy. She was startled by his candid admission. "I can. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to, but I can. And I suppose you've been seeing many more of my brethren lately. Seeing other strange things as well, right?" She wouldn't answer him. "Ah, you have. I knew it. You are special." "I'm not, that I know of, but I won't put up with your deceptions any longer. Are you a demon, or aren't you? And what do you want from me?" He blinked at her. Lies raced through his brain, but something made him tell her the truth. "I guess your kind calls me a vampire, because I need blood to survive. But really, I'm not what you think I am." He couldn't believe he was humoring a human. What had gotten into him? "I've seen so much." "Are you a demon?" she asked again. "Evil, no soul, and one of Satan's own." For the first time in his whole long, torturous existence, he didn't know what to say. He actually stuttered. Evil? Depends on what you call evil. I don't believe I'm evil. I kill to survive. Humans kill also. I don't know what a soul is. A lot of humans don't know either, but I don't think I have one. That I'm aware of anyway. Satan's own, no, I don't think I know him." "Sure," she deadpanned. Her hands were shaking on the steering wheel. She wouldn't look at him, but kept her attention on the road. Lightning lit up the interior of the car. He thought he saw something glowing around her after it had receded. "I don't care what you think you are," she snarled at him. "You're not human. You don't have a soul. In my book, that means you're evil. I believe in God, so I can't stand you being around me, much less being a friend. You get it now?" He looked at her. Once more he had that sensation of being sad, or he thought it was sadness. He wasn't sure. She hated him, didn't want anything to do with him. She wouldn't allow him in her life. She didn't want him around at all. And how strange that he even cared. "I'll tell you what I have never told another human," he purred in his most beguiling voice, the voice that ordinarily made humans do anything he wanted. "I don't know what I am. I feast on mortals' blood and flesh. My kind live centuries, millennia. I do not think I'm evil. I just am. You kill us, eat us, and you don't think that's evil? Are you evil for killing and eating a cow, a pig? It's survival. Does it make me evil?" "Cows and pigs are animals. A human has a sentient life and an eternal soul. Evil or not, if you kill us for any reason, that makes you our enemy." He could feel the tension between them. It was as cold and hard and real as stone. "I don't want to be your enemy, Cassandra. You're different. You make me curious to find out more about your kind. How many are like you?" "Do you mean how many of my kind can see you?" There was a cunningness in her question that didn't escape him. What was she up to? "Yes." He used his highest mind control to get an honest reply. But as usual, she was too strong-willed and elusive for him. "Probably a hell of a lot more than you think." And he thought she wouldn't tell him, even if she knew. "Here are a couple of questions for you, Raynor. How many of your brethren are there? Why are they growing in numbers?" He was surprised. "I have no idea to either." Of course, that wasn't the absolute truth. He'd been concerned with the increase for months. Yet how did she know about it? "You getting ready to attack us? Take us over?" she demanded. "Are these the end times?" "Attack you openly and show ourselves, that would be unwise. Our strength is that you don't believe we exist. And the end times. What are you talking about?" "Never mind," she muttered. She was speeding, the car flying and bumping down the road as if she couldn't wait to get where she was going, couldn't wait to deposit him out of her presence. Oh, now he knew a little about the end times. That had been what the old woman had been babbling about the other night in Cassandra's kitchen. He'd overheard other of his associates talking about them over the centuries. Even before that, he'd heard the fairy tale of the end of days, and his curiosity was whetted further, so much so that he had to hide it from her. But his growing restlessness, the strange things he'd been witnessing, and the proliferation of his species, the bizarre weather, Cassandra's powers, and how a human was able to see him, was all beginning to make sense, if it signaled a great change coming. His excitement peaked. Perhaps the end times weren't a myth. Imagine if it were true that the end of everything was coming when for centuries he'd longed for it. Or did he still long for a final conclusion to his existence? He peered at Cassandra. Perhaps he no longer did. "If demons exist," she whispered so softly he almost didn't hear it, "do angels exist too?" She wasn't speaking to him, but was asking something or someone else. He wondered whom. You see angels as well? He sputtered, stunned, taking a wild guess. What would it mean if angels were real, and here among them? It couldn't be good for his kind or him. They pulled up in front of her house. She twisted around, an angry stare on her pretty face. "We're here. Now get out of my car and get away from me. I don't want to see you anywhere around my family or me ever again. I warn you, stay away." He could see her white-knuckled hands clenched on the wheel, see the fear in her eyes she tried to hide. She was afraid of him, but she wasn't backing down. So brave for a mortal. "I cannot hurt you, you know. You're safe." Now why had he said that? "So you've tried to hurt me?" There was that fear again. He shouldn't have said anything, but did. "You seem to be protected, so don't fear me. I can't harm you. I don't think anything can. I saw the lightning strike you out in the storm the night your aunt ran away. I saw what happened, what you did." "What did I do?" Her desperation made her face sharp and reminded him of a cornered animal. Now she looked like one of his prey. He found he didn't like it. "Please. You scared the lightning away. You were stronger than it." But he didn't feel the need to tell her about him being blown away from her window by a gust of wind. Too humiliating, too incriminating. "That's ridiculous. Nothing happened. The lightning struck nearby. It missed me. That's what happened. That's all that happened." Her voice was too shrill. "It hit you. I saw it." "Why are you telling me this? Why are you stalking me? What do you want from me, other than to gorge yourself on my blood or my flesh? Oh, no, that's right. You can't do that, not to me anyway, because you've tried." Her scorn wasn't lost on him. With a sigh, he smiled at her, attempting to come across as human as he could. "I've told you I mean you no harm. You intrigue me, that's all. I want to know how you can see me, how you can scare the lightning away, what other powers you have." He'd moved in close, using the full influence of his mind control on her again, and felt her stiffen. "If I had powers, you really think I'd tell you? You really think I'd tell you anything?" He tried another strategy. "I know Ellie and George. Those are their names, right? Are your aunt and uncle, and Johnny's your brother. Do you have any other family? A mother and father, or any other siblings? Tell me about yourself, your weaknesses. Give me a way to get to you." "Get out!" Her fingers closed around something at her neck. She unclasped it and shoved it into his face. "This is a blessed relic, very holy. I don't think you want it touching you." The heat of what she had in her hand burned him long before it got near his skin. Scrambling out of the car so fast he was a blur. He didn't even care if she saw his inhuman speed. The door slammed shut. She left him, standing out in the night, worrying what the heck that thing she had thrust at him had been, and why it had affected him the way it had. A holy relic. He'd never believed in the power of the church. He'd only stayed out of the houses of worship because the incense made him nauseous. Or that was what he always told himself. The chanting and praying hurt his head. He'd never known blessed objects could affect him that way either. But then, it had never been put to the test. No relics ever shoved in his face. Cassandra was the only one who'd ever known what he was, so no one had ever tried to repel him before. Now, why had she done that? He'd told her he couldn't hurt her before she'd produced that trinket. Humans. He shook his head and disappeared into the night. He'd waited too long to feed and was ravenous. Angry, too. He wasn't used to mortals treating him the way Cassandra had treated him. Who did she think she was? He made a sound that could have been another laugh. That was the question, all right. Who was Cassandra Greystone that she could fluster him so? And what was that whole thing about angels? It wasn't his way to give up. All he had to do was be patient, careful, and he'd learn her secrets. Maybe through someone she cared for, like her aunt or uncle or her brother. Now, it was imperative that he consult with Bryn Mawr about the unusual situation. His old teacher might know more about these things and might have some answers for him. He might know what he should do next. He had to find him. Chapter 13. Cassandra. Cassandra was so upset after she kicked Raynor out of the car she couldn't stop shaking, and she couldn't go upstairs to bed as if nothing had happened. Heaven knew the night before Raynor had been trying enough. Confrontation with Raynor had just been the last whack on the head. After her problems at the red carpet the week before, she'd wanted to quit singing entirely. Those human-faced beasts terrified her, made her doubt her sanity and her safety. But she and Johnny needed their jobs, needed money, so she'd come up with another plan to keep the beasts at a distance. She'd discovered they despised any sort of song that praised God or spoke of him. If every few songs they sang an old gospel or spiritual bluegrass favorite, the fake humans simply got up and left. It worked like a charm or a prayer. But now she had a bigger problem. Raynor had admitted he was a demon, so the excuses she'd used to fool herself into thinking her problem with him was in her imagination dissolved into the air. It was true. Raynor and the human-faced beasts she'd been seeing were demons. They were everywhere, and they weren't just her problem, but mankind's too. She needed to confide in someone who could help her work out what she should do next. Her life, as she'd known it, going along day to day, playing at the red carpet, and only being concerned with her own little cozy world, had changed. She couldn't deny that any longer, either. She wanted to speak to Father Manasseh. If he were the messenger from God her aunt believed he was, he would help her, and if he weren't, as a priest, he'd still help her. God's messenger or not, he had a healing way about him. He'd listened to her, made her feel safe, and acted as if he almost knew what she was feeling. After parking the car in the lot across from Holy Family, she walked to the front doors. There was a light above the entrance, a soft circle of welcoming radiance. It was after 1 a.m. The doors were locked. Her eyes searched the darkness around the church, the neighboring buildings and the parking lot behind her. Her heart beat faster. There was something out there. Were there demons in the darkness waiting? She sat on the top step in the light's protection and dropped her face into her hands. Tears made a path down her cheeks. Her mind reeled with what she'd learned. She hated being such a coward. Crying wouldn't help anything. What was she going to do now? Raynor lived next door. Demons lived among them, and they were growing in numbers, getting braver. Something was about to happen, something big, soon. She prayed for guidance, then felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up. "Father Manasseh, you're here." "I heard your prayer." Beyond being surprised at anything anymore, she didn't ask him how. I need someone to talk to. She swiped tears from her cheeks. Then talk. This time, he wasn't dressed as a priest, but in blue jeans and a white knit pullover. A faint aura of light pulsed around him. His calm demeanor made her feel she could tell him anything, and he'd pay attention, give her counsel. Settling next to her, he took her hands in his. Cassandra, I know why you're here, and I will tell you this. Do not doubt what you're seeing. Father Manasseh tilted his head upwards, opened your eyes to the evil around you. It is his will. Are you really a priest? His spontaneous, melodious laugh, so different from Raynor's, made her smile. His soft touch soothed her. I'm in God's service, and that's all you need to know for now. I thought seeing me as a priest would be easier for you to accept. I wanted you to trust me. You know what I am. What my aunt says you are? Your aunt is a believer. From the beginning she saw with true eyes. Angels. Her aunt, an expert on the celestial world, had told her as a child, You know, Cassie, there are 9 levels in the hierarchy of angels. Angels, archangels, principalities, powers, virtues, dominions, thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. Are you an angel? His eyes were full of such gentle sorrow. I am whatever you believe I am. She'd been holding her breath. Now she released it. The night whispered and shadows flickered. Truth was, she didn't know what to believe anymore. Perhaps she was off her rocker. Everything she saw was an illusion, and what she actually needed was a fistful of little blue pills or something, or a super-duper shock treatment. Is your name really Father Manasseh? You can call me that if you like. Oh, whatever he was so exasperating. Why are you concerned about my aunt and me? I've been sent to watch over both of you, all of you. I have been with you since the day you were born, along with others. I guard over many of you. Of us? Mortals. Why? Manasseh let go of her hands. She read nothing from his placid face. You shouldn't know yet. It would put you in grave danger. So these are the end times. Her mind spun in circles, trying to make sense of the way she was feeling. More afraid than she'd ever been. It couldn't be true. Yet he hadn't denied it. Only God knows the answer to that. Her eyes couldn't leave his face. His mannerisms were antiquated. He spoke in riddles. Was she talking to an angel, or was he just a cleverer one in camouflage of those other kind? Was she being tricked? Angels had wings. Where are your wings? She thought he was going to smile, but he didn't. I don't let humans see them often, if ever. It's not allowed, except under very special circumstances. Darn. What's my destiny? You are one of God's warriors, he stated simply. What do they do? Before the rapture, they'll prepare, learn of their powers and their destinies, become aware of the enemies around them, learn to fight, and fight if they have to. After the rapture, they'll convert those left behind, those unsure of their faith, into believers, and will protect them through the time of tribulation until the second coming of the Son of God. They'll fight the battles for the remaining souls. You mean I'm supposed to fight? What, the enemies of the Lord? Minions from hell? The things I've been seeing? He said nothing. She moaned. You're not going to tell me anything more, are you? It's too soon. She looked away. I don't believe this. Not any of it. I'm no preacher. I'm no warrior. I can't fight or use a gun or a sword, and I'm supposed to kill demons and convert unbelievers? She had a startling mental image of herself decked out in leather armor and various weapons, mostly sharp blades and automatic guns, hanging all over her body like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or that woman from the Underworld films. It made her laugh out loud. I'm not sure I could hurt or kill anyone or anything. Why would God ask this of me? I'm a nobody, just a woman who sings in bars with her brother. It's absurd. When the time comes, you will do what you must, Cassandra. Trust me. God knows what he's doing. His warriors are born to fight. You already have some of your abilities. Seeing death? Ghosts and horrid-looking monsters? Will werewolves and 10-foot spiders come next? He corrected her. There are only demons. Oh, whoopee! Only demons. Why me? Why not you? Do you question God? No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm only trying to make sense of everything. I'm still not sure I'm sane. My head's dizzy with all of this. Something occurred to her. Wait a minute. If I am one of these warriors, does that mean I won't go to heaven in the rapture? Not that she'd expected to. She wasn't as good a Christian as she could have been. She wasn't totally selfless and as giving as her aunt and uncle. Didn't go to church 3 times a week, and sometimes even skipped Sunday Mass. She sang in bars and cursed when she was irritated, had bad thoughts about people she didn't like. She used to drink, had sex without marriage. When Johnny got under her skin, she sometimes wanted to slap him. It's not that you won't be worthy, but that God has other plans for his warriors. I know. They must stay behind and fight, right? Right. She was exhausted. It was too much to absorb in too brief a time. This is a dream, she thought, or a nightmare. Surely she was at home, sleeping in her bed. This is not a dream, and it's late. You're tired. Go home, Cassandra. More will be shown to you as you need to know. For now, be at peace. Do not fear Raynor or any demon. Though be sentient that he and his brethren will hunt you out. The dark is forever drawn to the light. You're not invincible. And if your enemies can't get to you, they'll try to hurt the ones you love and care for. So sit not on the sidelines any longer, but seek out the many others like yourself and fight. Fight now? Like tonight? Or tomorrow? How will I do? But as the words fell from her lips, Father Manasseh was gone. She'd blinked, and there was no one beside her. She was alone. She thought she heard someone whisper, "Fear not," though it could have been a trick of her mind. Damn, she grumbled, frustrated. Standing up, her eyes searched the wet gloom between her and her car. The words, "Fear not," still hung in the air, but were swept away by the rain as it roared in, harsh and cold. Yeah, fear not. That was easy for her imaginary friend to say. He could appear and disappear like Casper the Friendly Ghost, while she was still here, solid in the line of fire. Dashing for her car, she jumped in and drove home, partially in a trance. She couldn't stop brooding on what Manasseh had told her. If the whole situation weren't so preposterous, she would have laughed. She was to be someone who would fight on the side of good and wage war against evil, in this case fiends from hell. Rapture was coming and the world was going to end. Demons were behind all supernatural beings she'd irrevocably believed were myths until a short time ago. Phew! At home, she couldn't sleep. She ached to telephone Johnny and Sarah and tell them everything. But it was the middle of the night. Morning would be soon enough. It couldn't hurt to allow them peace of mind a little longer. It was bad enough her world had shattered all to hell. Perched on her sofa, she drank hot cocoa as the rain beat on the roof. Part of her was amazed she was to play a role in the final days, had met an angel. Part of her despairing. Her life was going to change in ways too great to imagine. It overwhelmed her. Beyond her window, the night lived. Creatures, both good and evil, went about their business. The cup she held warmed her hands, but her heart was frigid with what was to come. Was Raynor out there watching her? He could be. Other demons could be as well. What would she do if evil targeted her? But that had already happened when she'd been camping out in the woods. Luckily, she'd escaped unharmed. It made sense now. Why the lightning strike hadn't electrocuted her, and why the human-faced beasts hadn't been able to hurt her. Yet, anyway. You're not invincible. The rain fell. It took a while to find sleep. Lying in bed, she hoped she'd wake up the next morning and would have forgotten everything that had been revealed to her. She didn't want to be a warrior. She didn't want the world to end. A normal life in a normal world was what she wanted, and now, unless she'd imagined the last few weeks and the strange man in the church, that would never happen. Either way, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 14. Cassandra. She woke at dawn and put off phoning Johnny and Sarah. Let them have a few more hours of sleep and innocence before she scared them with talk of demons and danger. She got dressed and drove to the neighborhood bakery instead. She had a hunger to taste and enjoy what the world had to offer while it was still there to partake of. Soon there might not be bakeries to buy jelly donuts from. There might not be a lot of luxuries they had now. Or at least that was what a tiny voice in her head kept telling her. In reality, she still didn't believe the world was coming to an end. She couldn't believe it. But just in case. The bakery, Our House Coffee and Pastries, wasn't only a bakery. It was a gathering place for the locals to sit and sip cappuccino, munch donuts, and spread gossip from 6 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon, 5 days a week. Cassandra was there when the doors opened. She watched the owner, a middle-aged woman who'd run the shop for 6 years, through the glass before she walked in. There were people behind her already. "Good morning, Debbie." "Morning, Cassandra. Haven't seen you in here for a while." "Been busy. But this morning the best donuts for miles around were calling me. Hey, you've redecorated. I like what you've done to the place." The walls had been painted a sunny yellow, and the worn booths had been replaced with smaller, trendier tables and wire-backed chairs. It was a tiny place, but with the tall windows on all sides, it made the bakery seem bigger. "Thanks. Michael and I did the work ourselves." Michael was her husband. "It lets us seat more people. What can I get you?" Cassandra ordered the donuts her family liked. With everything on her mind, it was hard to make amiable banter as she waited at the counter. She wanted so badly to blurt out, "Debbie, I must tell you that the world as we know it could be ending soon, and there are demons in human camouflage everywhere, preparing to feast on us. You better get ready, get that Bible out, and while you're at it, better learn how to use a gun and wield an axe. Stock up on holy water and salt, too. You're going to need them." But she said nothing. She had her sack of pastries and was leaving when something made her stop. Why was she in such a hurry? There were a few people sitting at the tables drinking coffee and nibbling on crullers, living in the moment and taking pleasure in it. Take advantage of this moment. There might not be many more like it. She looked back at Debbie. "Oh, what the heck? Give me a cup of that mocha coffee, please. I think I'm going to take a little time and drink it here, eat one of my donuts." Cassandra seated herself at a table in front of the window. 2 teenagers in stained Burger King uniforms, probably getting ready to go on their shifts, were gulping down sodas and cream donuts beside her.
"Jed," one of them said to the other, "get a load of that sky. You ever seen such a color?"
"Wow, awesome, all right, scary." The other boy scratched his shaved head as the rest of the customers glanced at the skies on the other side of the glass. Cassandra looked. When she'd driven over, it had been dark, but now the sun brightened the earth, and she could see the thick layers of clouds. The sky was a putrid shade of green.
"If I were you people,"
an elderly woman with a long braid and a tiny face and body piped up from the corner,
"I'd get myself home, or to a safe place like a basement. That's a cyclone sky. I should know. I've seen a few. Never seen one this threatening, though. It's going to be a bad one. I'm gone."
She grabbed her purse and half of a donut and scurried out the door.
"Bye, Debbie. Close up shop. Go home, too. Something's coming."
The 5 others in the shop lost no time in leaving. Outside, the winds picked up. Trash cans and tree limbs flew by the windows. There was a shrill whining, steadily getting louder. Cassandra sat there, the last one, and drank her cup of coffee as she studied the sky. It was an unusual shade, and the winds were awfully strong. She'd heard them blustering around the building when the door had opened to let the others out. Watching the world go by outside, all she could feel was lethargic. Her body was too heavy to move. Her mind too full of other horrors to react to this new one. So what if there was a tornado coming? It was just another storm. They'd had so many of them that summer. The trees dipped and swayed. An empty cardboard box, tumbling faster and faster, bounced down the street.
"Are you going to take Viola's advice and scamper to a safer place?"
Debbie asked from behind the counter.
"She's as old as the hills, but she's seen enough destructive weather to recognize it, I suppose. She lived through that awful tornado, the one that leveled Dallas a year ago. That's when she moved here."
"Are you going to scamper to a safer place?"
"There's a basement under this shop if I need it. By the time I'd get home, it'll have hit. I live on the east side, down by the brewery. I'll tough it out here. Protect the donuts, you know."
"That's admirable. They're worth protecting." Her eyes were on the swirling clouds that had settled around them. It was as if the shop had been dropped into a huge wad of army green cotton. The storm howled. The sky higher up was black. Night had returned uninvited.
"You should stay here too, Cassandra," Debbie offered. "It'd be safer. This is the worst I've ever seen, that sky, which is saying something since we've had so much bad weather lately. You want another cup of coffee?"
"Sure." She got up and stood before the counter. Her cup was refilling when she heard the freight train. Only there were no railroad tracks anywhere nearby. Call it a premonition or an impulsive terror. But she had to leave. Immediately. "Goodbye, Debbie. I have to get home. If there's a twister coming, my aunt and uncle are alone. They're old. Probably still asleep. They won't know what to do." She grabbed the white bakery bag, her purse, and was out the door before Debbie could get another word out. The drive home was short but wild. The train followed behind her the whole way. Now that she knew what she knew, she questioned if the forces of darkness were affecting the weather. But surely that was God's domain. The priest had told her to fear not. She was protected. But then, did that mean her loved ones weren't? She had to get home. The car skidded, flying debris crashing against its fenders as she fought to keep the wheels on the road. She couldn't believe she'd driven the same route not less than an hour before, and it had been windless. This time, she could have been Dorothy in Kansas at the beginning of The Wizard of Oz. It wouldn't surprise her if a house flew by. She screeched into the driveway, running up to her uncle's door. A peek over her shoulder showed the tornado bearing down on her. Outlined in an eerie glow, the gigantic cyclone crowded out the sky. She let herself in. Her uncle was in the bedroom getting her aunt, who was crying like a frightened child, into a robe.
"Cassie," he yelled over the noise, "what the heck is going on out there?"
"Tornado! Big one!" she shouted back. "Let's get in the basement quickly." They retreated to the lower floor as the electricity blinked out. In the dark, they made their way down the last steps and underground.
"Got an emergency flashlight here behind the steps somewhere,"
her uncle said loudly.
"Got it."
In its light, they found a couple folding chairs, sat, and listened as the world above them roared, the winds screamed. She held her trembling aunt tightly as the train ran over them. They stayed in the basement until the noise died down, then ventured upstairs. The house was still there, intact, inside anyway. Cassandra checked outside. A backyard tree had been uprooted. The yard, front and rear, was littered in branches and trash, and so was the park across the street. A broken gutter hung to the ground from the roof. The neighbors had fared about the same, minimal damage that called for lots of cleanup. Her car was untouched. The tornado was gone. The dark chartreuse sky wasn't. The winds had died down, although the aberrant silence was nearly as forbidding. The danger hadn't entirely passed. "We were lucky," she said after she returned inside. "We're here, and so is the house."
"Ellie,"
her uncle pleaded.
"Please say something, Ellie. What's wrong?"
Refusing to speak, her aunt had ceased crying, but now was a statue sitting in a chair. Her face drained white, her eyes closed. It was as if she were seeing, hearing something they couldn't.
"Better telephone your brother," Uncle George said to Cassandra, "and see if he's okay."
Cassandra picked up the phone, dialed, but eventually hung up. "No luck. Phone lines are dead, it figures." They were drinking milk, eating donuts, and waiting for the electricity to come back on when Johnny drove up. Cassandra let him in. "What's wrong? You're wet and dirty. Your clothes are torn. Did you get caught outside in the storm?"
"Hi, sis. You might say that."
Her brother's expression was forlorn. He turned to her uncle and aunt.
"Uncle George, Aunt Ellie, you got room here somewhere for a homeless man?"
He gave them an impish grin as he cradled his right arm, its sleeve soaked in blood, close to his body. Cassandra threw her arms around him. "Oh, Johnny, what happened to you? You're hurt."
"The apartment's gone. Tornado flattened it. Almost flattened me." He chuckled. "I was praying you guys were okay. I couldn't call or nothing. Thank God you're all right."
"Were you inside when it hit?"
"Yeah, kinda. I was sleeping, and the racket woke me up. I looked out the window and saw this huge spinning funnel touch down a house away. It smashed that house and hit mine next. When I heard the roof being torn off, I jumped out the window. That's how I got hurt. I must have landed on something sharp."
"You jumped out of your apartment window?"
Cassandra saw the pain in her brother's face. He was hurting.
"You're on the second floor."
"Tell me about it." "Son, why didn't you go to the hospital?" her uncle wanted to know.
She and Johnny exchanged a resigned look. Remembering what they'd soon be facing, and how trivial it seemed to keep secrets from each other any longer, she explained. "Because he doesn't have any medical insurance, and, as you know, he's afraid of emergency rooms in hospitals." Uncle George did know. After the fire, it had been him and Ellie that had sat those long days with the heartbroken boy in the hospital, until he was well enough to come home with them. But all Uncle George said was,
"You need that tended to, John. It looks bad."
Cassandra peeled the cloth away from the skin. Her brother's arm was hamburger. She could see bone beneath the sliced flesh. "Johnny, this is a serious wound. Insurance or not, afraid or not, we should take you to the hospital right away. It's a marvel you're walking around. Doesn't it hurt?" She reached for her purse and put her hand on her brother's good arm. She hated leaving the old folks, but Johnny's arm had to be cared for by a doctor. Her brother refused to budge when she pulled on him. "Sis," he whispered under his breath, "can't you touch it? Lay your hands on it and make it well, like you did the last time?" "I can't be sure it'll work," she whispered back. "Can you just try first?" Ellie had stopped plucking at her robe, muttering to herself, and was observing them closely. Her Uncle George was staring at them too, waiting. She hoped his ears weren't working too well that morning. No such luck.
"What are you two whispering about?"
her uncle asked Johnny. "Cassie can heal me," Johnny stated. "She's done it before. After that bar fight at the red carpet, she touched a cut on my forehead, and it disappeared. Cassie, it's time they know what you can do." But the looks on her uncle and aunt's faces unsettled her. "No," she denied it at first, then thought, now, what does it matter? If it helped Johnny, she had to try. "Okay, I'll try to heal it." She gave in with a groan. "Sit down, Johnny, before you faint." She helped him get out of the shirt. His arm was a bloody mess. How was she supposed to heal that? He winced, his face blanching with pain, as she gently put her fingers over the injury, saying, "Please, God, heal this wound." She met her aunt's encouraging gaze. The old woman grinned, as if what Cassandra was doing wasn't strange at all. A gentle light circled her hand on Johnny's arm, and within seconds, her brother was smiling. When her fingers moved away, the maimed arm was mended. "It worked," he cried softly. "My arm is okay, the pain's gone. It's healed, look." He moved the arm around, and the pain had left his face. Everyone stared. Her uncle rubbed the healthy skin on his nephew's arm under the dried blood stains.
"If I wouldn't have seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Cassie, you really healed him."
"God healed him. I'm surprised as any of you. It's the first time I've purposely tried to mend someone." It thrilled and frightened her at the same time to think the abilities she possessed could be used for good and not just something to torment her.
"She's been touched by God, George."
Aunt Ellie was her old self, her eyes clear and her voice steady.
"Chosen? I've seen God's light around her growing stronger and stronger every year. Father Manasseh says she has these gifts for a reason."
Should she tell her aunt and uncle the rest of it? About the demons, rapture coming? Time was running short, and she had to begin somewhere. Why not with the people who loved her the most? They should know what was coming so they could prepare, and she'd need their help. So she sat down and told them everything. Demons, seeing death before it came, what the enigmatic priest had shown her.
"Father Manasseh's an angel, you know."
Her aunt smiled, as if she'd just thought of it. "Who's an angel? You saw an angel?" Johnny asked Cassandra, his eyes round as an owl's. Cassandra slouched in her chair, exhausted. The flashlights and candles they'd been using in the dimness of the kitchen had made her revelations spookier than they might have been. It made her fear the end was already coming. "I don't know if he is or not. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'll reserve my judgment until I'm sure." "Sure he isn't just some nutcase and has you both hoodwinked?" Johnny asked. She thought he was still fighting the truth.
"He is an angel."
Ellie gave Johnny a sharp look, then huffed to her husband.
"I told you so, George, see? I wasn't lying."
"Well, I don't know if the father is an angel or not," Cassandra commented. "But he knew things he shouldn't, and he has this weird effect on me. Just talking to him makes me feel better."
"See?" her aunt grumbled. "That's what angels do. Make you feel better." "Ha! I'm not nuts all the time either."
Cassandra hugged her aunt. "We know you're not nuts. We love you no matter how you behave or what you say you see. If you think you've been talking to an angel, we believe you." She threw a warning glare at the other two in the room, as if to say, Let's not upset her any more than we have to." When Ellie was a girl, she'd also wanted to be a nun, but at 14 she'd met George. Their love was stronger than her desire to take the vows, so she married him. But Ellie had devoted her life to God in other ways. A faithful churchgoer, she helped the nuns and priests run their parish in any way they asked of her. She visited the sick, took food to the elderly, or made cakes and pies for the bake sales. Until she'd become sick, she'd been an essential part of her church, involved with everyone and everything. She knew her Bible through and through, as well as revelations, prophecies. She was Cassandra's religious expert, with George a close second. "Auntie, I'm going to need your help. Can I come to you for advice if I need to?" If she made her aunt feel necessary, perhaps she'd stay in her right mind longer. It was worth a try.
"You better. I'm going to reread the prophecies for the end of days right away. You'll be able to ask me anything, and I'll have the answers. I won't let you down." The old woman's expression was apprehensive. "As long as I can remain myself, that is," she muttered. Her eyes clouded and she became silent. "You'll be fine." She felt sorry for her aunt. The woman was just sick enough to recognize she was headed in an emptiness that would someday claim all her memories and mind. In her lucid moments, that knowledge had to hurt. Johnny, who'd been examining his arm like a child given a shiny present, whispered, "Cassie, try to cure Aunt Ellie, too. Go ahead." The look her uncle sent her was heartbreaking. They all wanted Ellie to be well. They loved her, but her uncle carried the heaviest burden. "I can try," she said hesitantly, though she had the sinking feeling that it wouldn't do any good. It'd be too easy. God wasn't into easy. She laid hands on both sides of her aunt's face and prayed to God to cure the Alzheimer's. Her uncle and her brother's eyes, full of hope, were on her. "Both of you pray, too." When she was finished, she was unsure. Ellie looked the same. Nothing was different. "There, I tried. Now we'll see. It's in God's hands." "How will we know if she's healed, Cassie?" Johnny asked. "Time will tell."
Her uncle spoke for her.
"His will be done, whatever the outcome." He kissed Ellie's lips. "I love you no matter which way it goes, old sweetheart. Forever and always, remember?"
They smiled at each other. She wept as he gathered her into his arms.
"Well,"
her uncle addressed Cassandra,
"this has been quite a morning, all in all. A tornado, Johnny homeless and healed, and Ellie, we can only pray. Finding out that our niece is being called by God to help herald in the rapture and the end times. I knew something was going on in the world, but I still can't believe it's that. Even though I said all the time that we're in the end days, I didn't actually believe it."
He met Cassandra's gaze.
"What will happen now, Cassie? Did that priest tell you how much time we have before the rapture? Before everything starts?"
"It's already begun. He didn't know the date when the rapture will come. He said only God knows that. Besides, what he did tell me was enough to put me in shock. I'm still processing it all." The one thing she hadn't told them was what Raynor was. It would only scare them. Raynor living next door, and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. She'd keep that secret for now. "I'll see Father Manasseh again, I hope. Maybe he'll have more he can tell me." The electricity snapped back on. They cheered. It relieved her to have the modern comforts returned. One day, if what she'd been told were true, she'd have to face their absence. All of a sudden, electricity, television, and running water were so precious. First thing she did was brew a pot of coffee and bask in the warm lights of the kitchen. Johnny gobbled donuts and gulped fresh hot coffee. Discovering the phones were on as well, she telephoned Sarah. There was no answer. The automated phone lady said the number was out of service, but gave no reason or alternate number. The storm must have brought her telephone lines down. She hung up. Outside, the olive sky worried her. Everything was dead silent again, as if the planet was holding its breath, and the storm wasn't over yet. "I'm driving to her place to make sure she's okay." "I'll go with you." Johnny stood up. They were on their way out the door when Sarah's car, dented and covered with mud and twigs, rattled into the driveway. Dressed in stained, wet pajamas under a robe, Sarah didn't look much better. Her expression was stunned, her eyes fighting tears. Cassandra hurried over to her friend. "What happened?" "I got caught in that tornado, that's what." She gave Cassandra a flimsy smile. "Scared the feathers out of me, but I'm not hurt or anything. So get that look of panic off your face. I'm all right. Physically, anyway. Now my house, that's another story. Got any coffee? I sure could use some, and I'll tell you about it." Arm around Sarah's drooping shoulders, Cassandra escorted her inside. She placed a cup of coffee in front of her. The girl was shaking, her hands dirty and scratched. "Drink it. There are donuts, too. Help yourself. What about your house?" It struck her that her earlier plan of getting them together to tell them what was going on had been achieved, in an odd fashion, but achieved nonetheless. The people she loved the best in the world were there in that room with her. Something or somebody was telling her something. "Coffee and glazed donuts. Yep, that'll make everything okay, all right." Sarah helped herself to a donut. "My house? The tornado took it. I mean, it's gone. I watched it go up into the air and whiz away into the stratosphere, leaving me cowering behind a bearing wall. There's not much left. Furniture and most of my personal items flew off, too. What I have left is what you see in front of you. Me, my pajamas and robe, my purse and my car, even my tarot cards. The hand-painted ones my friend sent me from New Orleans are gone. They were in the house." Sarah had a tiny house on 9th Street that she'd worked hard, read a lot of poems to pay for. She'd remodeled it from condemned structure to a comfortable home. She'd loved that house. "Oh, no, Sarah. I'm so sorry." She knew Sarah was hiding her grief at losing her home. Couldn't fool her, though. She must be devastated. "Thanks, but that doesn't change the fact that I've lost everything." Sarah wiped her face with dirty, trembling hands. "Now you and Johnny are both homeless," Cassandra said. Thing was, Sarah had owned her house while Johnny had only rented. It was a big difference. Cassandra felt awful for her and couldn't do enough to make her comfortable. She got her more coffee, waited on her. Was this how it would be from now on? Their lives full of bad happenings? If what was foretold to come really came to pass, this would be only the beginning. She could barely stand to think about it. "Johnny's homeless, too?" Sarah sent her gaze in his direction. He bobbed his head in the affirmative and repeated his story. "Oh," Sarah voiced numbly when he was done. "And you're moving back here?" She turned to Cassandra. "I was going to ask if I could stay with you, Cassie. Guess you don't have room for two, huh?" "I'll make room. You can stay with me upstairs," she said without hesitation. "I have an extra room and a couch. No one's going to be homeless." "John can stay with us," her uncle spoke up. "We have that spare room down here. John, you'll need clothing. There's a box or two of your old clothes in the basement. Good thing you're still as thin as a baseball bat. They'll do you for now." So that's settled. Cassandra was standing. Her aunt had fallen asleep in her chair. George motioned for her to move out of the way so he could take his wife to bed. Johnny got up and helped him. When the three left the room, Cassandra turned to Sarah. "We have to talk. I know it might be a bad time, but there's no time to waste. I have news that's going to knock your shoes off. Your cards were right. I'm sorry I ever doubted them, or you. Something big is coming. The biggest." "What are you going on about?" "I want you to listen to what I have to say until I'm finished. Then you can jabber or ask questions. I've explained this once already this morning. I only learned about it myself last night." Sarah nodded her head, then sat quietly and listened. This time, Cassandra told her everything. Her visits with the priest and what he'd said, healing Johnny's arm and trying to heal Ellie, including Raynor, what he was and how he'd reacted to her necklace. When she was done, she was surprised to see tears in her friend's eyes. "I knew it. I knew something big was coming, and oh my God, this is the biggest. Thank goodness I gave you that blessed cross when I did. Heaven knows what would have happened if you wouldn't have had it." Perhaps nothing, Cassandra thought. She might have been safe anyway, but she didn't say that to her friend. "Maybe you should have kept it. It might have saved your house." "It wasn't meant for me." Sarah looked out the window, a frown on her lips. "I knew what was coming was important. Knew it was going to be horrific, Cassie. But to be absolutely real with you, I never truly believed it would be the end of everything. No matter what I said, I kind of hoped the warning had been meant for what's already happened to us today. Now you tell me this. Lordy, I wish I had my cards. See what they say now." "Most likely things you wouldn't want to hear what they had to say. You believe me, don't you? I know it's hard to swallow." "Oh, I believe you. It was wishful thinking that the tornado was the main event. The cards have been hinting at something apocalyptic for a very long time. I should have known better. She stopped talking. Cassandra could see the fear in her friend's eyes. It disturbed her, because all their lives Sarah had been the fearless one. The one who would take any dare or try anything once. The one who had stood up to the bullies in the schoolyard. The first one to look in a dark corner, while Cassandra had been the cautious one, the one who held back and waited. Except during the fire. I know. I can hardly believe it myself. It's like a nightmare, isn't it, that won't end. But there's a reason you're here. Johnny, too. I was praying to be shown what to do next, and here you two are. The next step on the path. Whatever's going to happen, we're supposed to be close and give each other strength. Thanks for saying that, Cassie. And we will stick together and give each other strength. Now I'm thinking in the scheme of things, what's an apartment or one little house? This could be it. The end of life as we know it. Sarah then added, think of the miracles we're going to witness. And the horrors. That too. Sarah drank more of her coffee, her eyes numbly taking in the kitchen around them as if she were seeing it for the first time. Her face was dirt-smudged, and her eyes looked through Cassandra. I can't believe my home is gone. I'm moving in with you. At least there's nothing to move in. I have nothing. Sarah's voice choked. Tears glistened on her cheeks. You have all we have. You're not alone. You have us. We'll be your family. Thanks, Cassie. I couldn't have a better friend. Johnny and I think of you as our sister. Our home is your home always. Well, what do we do now, sister? I'd hoped you wouldn't ask me that. I'm not sure. Father Manasseh says I'll know what to do when the time comes. My bet is that circumstances like the experiences I've been having lately will point the way. Look, first step's been taken. Contact. Assembling of the troops. Disclosure and acceptance. She smiled to hide her uncertainty. Sort of. All I know is that I'm afraid. Sarah's eyes shone. Don't be. Do you know how remarkable the next years are going to be? We're going to live through and see things most humans never have. We're going to witness miracles. We may even be part of the final battles. Yeah, remarkable. We'll get to live through virulent plagues, natural disasters like we've never seen, and worldwide upheaval, if we make it that far. And the rapture will come. Will any of us go then, do you think? I don't know. Father Manasseh says I and people like me won't. I have another destiny. Fighting for good? For God? So he said. It's funny, I can't think of myself as a warrior. Not at all. Oh, Cassie, it makes sense to me. You could be. You've always had the heart of one. You're strong, stronger than you know. A survivor. I've seen that since the day you pulled Johnny out of that burning house. You saved both your lives. There was a reason you two lived when the others of your family died. Now we know why. What will my part in all of this be? Cassandra's face turned from the window, where she'd been watching the trees swaying in the wind, to look at Sarah. I think to believe and help other believers. Oh, what if you go in the rapture? Not that I wouldn't be happy, but I need you. I would miss you so. That would be something. Being taken like that, I mean, but I don't think I'll be going then. Reading tarot cards and palms pretty much makes me exempt, a real Christian would say. I rarely go to church, though I do believe in God and Jesus Christ. I imagine I'm going to have to work for my final salvation. Besides, if you're not going, then, Cassie, I'm not going either. I want to stay with you and fight. You'll need me to watch your back. We're in this together until the end. You're a true friend, Sarah. Cassandra's eyes had tears in them. Sisters, remember? Cassandra put her arms out, and they embraced. Now, you might want to come upstairs with me so we can settle you in. If you feel up to it, you can have a hot bath and clean clothes. I've got clothes I used to wear before I lost weight 3 years ago. I believe some of them will fit you. Good thing I hung on to them. You pack rat. You hang on to everything. I'd love to have a bath. I'm a mud ball. I can't sleep on your clean sheets like this. First, though, I need to put in a call to my insurance agent. The house was covered, and regardless of what's going to happen in the future, we're going to need money. For a while, at least. We'll have to live in this world and prepare for the next at the same time. Quite a balancing act. I've been thinking on that. About my life, my job. You're right. For now, there are bills to be paid, groceries and prescriptions to buy. Last night I was told to seek out others like myself, lead unbelievers to the faith. I was afraid I'd have to quit my job, take to the road. This morning taught me I couldn't do that. My aunt and uncle need me. You and Johnny need me. I need all of you. I need my music. It feeds my soul almost as much as my faith. I need more time to swallow all this, to prepare. So I'll take a day at a time. Do what I can from here, see what happens. I suspect our existence won't be normal for long. The exploding demon population will soon affect our lives, affect everyone's lives. Whoa! Seeing devils, I can't wait. Sarah's tone was slightly sarcastic. They're not pretty. Worst thing is, when you're around them, they fill you with despair and loathing. They make you feel sick. I can't describe it. Like I said, I can't wait. Johnny came back into the kitchen, shaking his head. I don't think the cure worked on Aunt Ellie, Cassie. She's back in La La Land again. She says there are giant cockroaches under the basement, waiting for dark to crawl up and eat us all. Ugh. Johnny was deathly afraid of bugs. Well, that's that. She was more disappointed than she let on. I tried. Could be there's a reason, Sarah candidly suggested. You couldn't heal her. Could be. Did you catch Sarah up on what's been happening to you? And what your priest said last night? There was this mischievous glint in her brother's eyes. Not precisely disbelief, but a good dose of cynicism. He wanted to believe, but being a realist, he was having trouble. If he believed, he'd have to accept that the end of the world might be coming, and he obviously didn't want to do that yet. She told me everything. Sarah, reviving, stuffed a piece of donut into her mouth. She was staring at the arm Johnny had hurt. I can't believe she healed your wound. Can I see? Johnny let her inspect the now healthy limb. Amazing. Sarah gazed up at him. Johnny, I know it's hard, but you better believe what your sister says. My cards have been saying the same thing for a long time. Pretty soon you'll believe, after the rapture, if not sooner. Everyone will. They'll have no choice. So you both say. I know Cassie can heal by touch, and she can tell when someone's going to die. The rest of it, we'll see. To Cassandra, he said, Sis, got a more down-to-earth question. Are we going to work tonight? We are, if the tornado hasn't taken the red carpet away. We need the money. Unless, she looked at Sarah, you want us to go back to your house with you to salvage anything? Not much to salvage. No, I don't want you to go back there with me. I can do it later. Okay, then, Cassandra answered her brother. Call Maury and find out if the club is still standing. Johnny went for the phone. She switched on the television that sat on the counter to see how much damage had been done around town. There'd been a great deal. There'd been fatalities. It had been the worst tornado in St. Louis in decades. But cleanup was underway, and aid was flowing in to the victims who needed it. If she weren't going into work, she would have offered to help. She could go into the streets and heal people's wounds. No, she couldn't do that. It would put a spotlight on her that would be dangerous. The demons would see. They'd know what she was. Whatever that was. Might as well put a giant fluorescent target on her back. Oh, but she wished she could help. What good was her new gift if she couldn't use it? Johnny was off the phone. Red carpet's in one piece, Maurice says. So we work tonight. You sure you want to? I'm sure. Rent's due and Ellie needs medicine again. I don't know what to do next anyway, so I'll keep doing what I've always done. Until something happens, or I get some kind of instructions. We'll all keep doing what we've been doing for now, Sarah seconded. Darn, wish I had my cards. I don't think you need them anymore, Cassandra told her. Ellie has said many times that evil can come through them. Since we're going to have to be more cautious these days, perhaps we should stick with the Bible and Revelations to see what the future might hold. For a while, anyway. Never thought I'd say this, but you could be right. So for now, no more tarot cards. The sky outside resembled the inside of a pickle jar. It had begun to drizzle. Upstairs, she and Sarah cleaned out the spare bedroom, and she found her friend clothes to wear. The whole time, as Sarah rattled on about what they could be facing, in between crying fits over losing her house and all her possessions, and sometimes playing half-heartedly with Snowball, Cassandra worried quietly. She prayed quietly. Filled with doubts, she was on the edge of a precipice, and she wasn't sure when she fell if she'd soar like a bird or plummet like a rock. What exactly was she supposed to do? If she ever needed guidance, she needed it now. All she could do was go to the church and, as last time, call for help, and hope Father Manasseh would come. She'd do that as soon as Sarah was calmed down and settled in. The girl was a wreck. As she was putting a clean blanket on Sarah's bed, the cat jumped, meowing and pouncing, in the middle of the bed to hide. Even Sarah laughed. See? Snowball is trying to make you feel at home, she said, grabbing the cat up into her arms and snuggling her. If you're lucky, she might even sleep with you some nights. Fine. As long as she doesn't snore, she can. She doesn't snore, but she likes to play in the middle of the night. That's fine, too. I sleep like the dead, so she won't bother me. The two women regarded each other, and their laughter dwindled away. The mention of one of them and the word dead after the day they'd had was too close to the mark to be comfortable. They finished getting the room ready and spoke about pleasanter things, like what to have for supper and who'd cook what. But beneath her smiling face, Cassandra was fighting off the dread that had been growing all day. What would happen next? And how would they deal with it if it were worse than the morning they'd had? She didn't have an answer, and that's what troubled her the most. She didn't think she was strong enough to do what she had been asked to do. She was no warrior, and she was so scared. Just thinking about it made her blood shiver and her hands tremble like an old woman's. So how was she going to fight eternal evil when the time came? She had no damn idea. Chapter 15. Cassandra. As twilight fell, and before she went to work that night, she drove to the church. Afterwards, she'd swing back by the house and pick Johnny up. It was better, she'd told him, if they drove to and from work together from now on. Better if someone was always with the old folks as well. Safer. Inside, she lit candles for her family, for guidance, and prayed for courage. She called for Father Manasseh, but he didn't come. As if he would. What was she thinking? In the recesses of her mind, the uncertainty she'd had earlier festered. What if Manasseh wasn't a priest, or an angel, as her aunt believed? What if he was a demon? Now, why, she scolded herself, would she think such a thing, and had no answer for that either. She drove home to collect her brother and go to work. The entire night at the red carpet was tough. She was distracted, her mind obsessed with what was happening to them, and Johnny was more withdrawn than she'd seen him since the fire. It creeped her out there were so many demons in the crowd. Then they played their set of gospel songs. The human-faced beasts cleared out like bats caught in a spotlight. Fine with her. She was sick of seeing their repulsive faces, of putting up with their stench. A putrid stink like garbage left out in the sun too long, that grew stronger each day. When she smelled it, she knew they were around, and her stomach would clench. At the end of the night, there was a telephone call from Sarah. "Your uncle asked if you would bring home some eggs, bread, and more milk. He said we wiped out his supplies when we made supper. We're out of the basics upstairs, too. Oh, can you also get some chocolate? You know what I like." "Sure. We'll stop and pick the stuff up," Cassandra told her. "Three Musketeers, right? Or Milky Ways. Can you get me a couple of each?" Sarah had to have chocolate when she was upset. Stopping by an all-night quick shop, she and Johnny bought the food. For once it wasn't raining, but there was the ever-more-present pea fog surging in that her headlights couldn't cut through. Just another stressor to add to her list. When they entered the store, her nerves began to tingle. "Let's get what we need and get home, Johnny. You grab the eggs and milk and I'll take care of the rest. Meet you at the checkout counter." He went one way in the brightly lit store and she went another. In aisle 3, as she picked out candy bars, she looked through the glass windows into the parking lot. The curdling fog and the night were hiding something, but as she squinted her eyes to see better, the mist eddied and exposed pale-skinned people moving around beyond the lights. They were glaring in at her. She couldn't tell if they were clothed. Indistinct with fuzzy silhouettes, they wavered like bad reception. Looked like ghosts. There was a parking lot full of them. They weren't people, and they didn't look happy. She grabbed what she needed and quick-stepped to the register. Johnny was behind her with his arms packed. The young woman at the counter, obviously bored, scanned and bagged their groceries and went back to reading a paperback. Some horror novel with a sexy vampire on the front, showing her blood-dripping fangs. Fiction, not reality. Huh, she wanted to say to the cashier. "Look outside, missy, if you want to see something scary. Just look outside. Or more closely at the faces of some of your night customers." "Thanks," she mumbled in the clerk's direction and shoved her brother out the exit towards the car. "What's the hurry?" he whined, turning to look at her once the door closed behind them. "You don't see them?" "See who?" "The creatures out in the parking lot." "No. Am I supposed to?" "Never mind." "Here we go again," he humphed. Behind her, glass was breaking. Uh-oh. The mob was getting restless. Someone screamed. Cassandra spun around and stared at the quick shop. "I've got to go back inside, Johnny. That girl needs to get out of there." "Sis, you can't do that. If the things I can't see, but you do, can break windows, they can hurt you. Us, it's not safe. We should get out of here." She couldn't walk away. Something inside her wouldn't let her. "You go sit in the car and wait if you like. Lock the doors. I won't be long. I just want to make sure she's okay." The specters, embedded in dark, pulsating auras, were agitated and milled around outside the building. They pressed against the windows, trying to get the guts, if they had guts, to get inside. There had to be 20 or more. She snatched up a broken limb from the ground and marched into their midst, yelling and waving it around. The stick went right through the wraith-like beings and scattered them. The cross at her neck glowed, was red-hot against her skin. The creatures were more fearful of her than the stick. The lacy vestiges of what looked like human beings, with holes for eyes and decayed bits of flesh hanging from their skeleton forms, stared defiantly at her from a distance, but didn't move back. An angry hum buzzed around them. A couple had rocks in their hands, ready to throw again. They looked as if they'd been caught between this world and another. "There are nothing but demons," the priest had said. It was hard to believe their outward appearance was a disguise. She didn't know what to do, didn't react, and the creatures surged towards and encircled her. "I know what you are. Get away from here." She stepped forward and intimidated them with the stick again. "In God's name." Well, it might work. She was winging it here. They hissed at her, milled around angrily. They acted as if they wanted to rush her, but something was holding them back. She had an idea. She began to sing at the top of her voice. "I saw the light, I saw the light, no more darkness, no more night. Now I'm so happy, no sorrow in sight. Praise the Lord, I saw the light." The banshee-looking creatures skittered away from her down the street and vanished behind a line of darkened stores until she couldn't see them anymore. Wow, it worked. She stood alone in the parking lot. She should have felt proud, victorious. So why did she feel as if they'd only been taunting her? They'd left too easily. Inside, the clerk was passed out, her head bleeding, on the floor. A window was broken, and large rocks lay around her. Cassandra crouched down and put her fingers on the girl's lips. Thank God she was alive. How was she going to handle this? The girl should go to the hospital, no telling how bad she was hurt. The bell over the shop door jingled, and then Johnny was standing above her. "Are the ghouls gone?" He looked around for the apparitions he couldn't see. "For now. They flew off down the street somewhere." Johnny nodded at the girl on the floor. "Is she going to be okay?" "I don't know." "You going to heal her?" "I can try." She put her hands on the girl's head and found the long brown hair sticky with blood, while her face was flower white. Cassandra whispered a simple prayer. At first, nothing happened. But then, the young woman slowly came back to consciousness, sat up, her fingers rubbing the side of her head. "Ouch! Something hit me. I must have fainted." Her eyes took in the store's damage. "The window's broken. Boy, the boss is going to be mad at me." "That wasn't your fault," Johnny told her. "What happened?" The girl, with their support, stood and looked about with a puzzled scowl on her face. Johnny and Cassandra exchanged furtive looks. His hand hiding his mouth, Johnny whispered softly, "We can't tell her the truth." "I know," Cassandra whispered back. She turned her attention to the clerk. "A bunch of teenagers throwing rocks, that's all. They broke a window and ran off. Tell your manager, tell him what happened. Get someone to take your shift or close the store and go home for the rest of the night. You've had a scare." "I can't. No one available to come in on such short notice. My boss, Neanderthal that he is, would fire my butt for sure. I need this job, got a kid at home." The girl was alert now and inspecting the damage to the window and the store. Her fingers explored her head again, and finding no wound, she narrowed her eyes at the blood all over herself and the floor. "Whoa, where did all this blood come from? It's everywhere." "Dunno." Johnny scratched the side of his face, trying to look confused. She shook her head, and he got the message. There was no account they could give the girl that would make any sense, so why try? Pretending ignorance was all they could do. The clerk's small frame shook. "You know, I think I will call the police and let the boss worry about getting someone to replace me for the rest of the night. I don't feel so good. I need to clean up this mess before I go, though. The boss will have my job if I don't." She wobbled on her feet. Johnny caught her. "Go ahead and phone your boss," Cassandra said, "and we'll stay here with you until someone comes. We'll help you clean the mess up." Johnny tossed her a dirty look, but didn't contradict her. "You don't have to do that. It's my problem to take care of, my job. But thanks anyway. We're helping, and we won't take no for an answer. Johnny called the police." He picked up the phone, complaining under his breath the whole time. "I'm tired.
Want to go home. But oh no, we have to be nice people and help. Sheesh.
You have a broom, a dustpan, and a bag or something so I can sweep the glass up? Cassandra asked the girl. Some rags? Shouldn't we wait for the police?
Nah, we can tell them what happened, and the window will still be broken for the insurance company to see. Get rid of the blood and get rid of the evidence, Cassandra was thinking. What she didn't need was the police interrogating her about where all the blood came from. It'd be harder to hide the truth from them. They remained with the girl, busy sweeping up glass and wiping away blood, until the police arrived. They repeated the vandalistic teenage story and got out of there as soon as the police said they could. Well, that was fun, Johnny said snidely as they left the store. Is this the way it's going to be from now on? Aiding and saving people and all from things I can't even see? Behind the words, Cassandra caught a touch of smugness. Johnny liked being a hero. Imagine that. I guess we'll find that out as we go along. Remember, I'm new to this, too. Be grateful you can't see what I see. It'd scare you more than not seeing, believe me. And if what the priest said comes to pass, you too will one day see monsters. A fact I'm sure will thrill you to no end. Don't bet on it, he groused. Sorry. I know you didn't ask for this either, Cassie. So it's not your fault. We're both stuck in the same funhouse. Now can we go home? It's after 3. I'm ready to drop. Excitement and pushing a broom around after singing all night has worn me out and made me so hungry. What's new? And yes, we're going home now. Good. Let's swing by the all-night cafe on our way and get a couple hamburgers to go. Your treat because I'm sort of out of cash again. I give up. She tossed her hands into the air. Okay, I'll spring for burgers, but that's all. There's soda at home. Chips, we have to watch the money. What little we have of it. As they walked to the car, she saw the pale shadows waiting for them on the other side, where it was darker. The ghouls had returned. Oh, goody. Get in the car now, she told Johnny. We've got company again. Who? He looked around, flustered. Never mind, you can't see them, remember? They can see us. There was something that looked like a man in tattered clothing with deep gashes in his head and a bloody face. His eyes spiteful and ravenous, and he'd moved in front of her brother. The creature reached out with clawed fingers, and Johnny recoiled, his hand going to his cheek where long scratches emerged. Ow, what the hell? I'm bleeding. She thrust herself between the two, grabbed her brother's arm, swung him around, and pushed him into the driver's side of the car. She threw herself in next to him, shoved him over, slammed the door, started the car, and burned rubber out of the parking lot. Studying the rearview mirror as she hit the highway, she saw the apparitions stumbling around in the fog, looking for them. There were so many of them. And then they were gone. Poof! Just like that. Now your invisibles are attacking us? Johnny snarled, slouched in the seat. She couldn't tell if he was mad or terrified. Not my invisibles. Believe me, they're everybody's. And if I am to believe what I've been told, they're demons. Different kinds than the ones I've been seeing in the bars. Demons all the same. I'm sorry you got scratched. I wasn't prepared for so many of them or how vicious they'd be. Now they're tossing rocks, breaking windows, and mauling us. What's that about? She shook her head sadly. I've seen them before, though. I thought they were ghosts, but they've never tried to hurt me or anyone before. Please, can we go home now? Johnny pleaded. She pulled the car to the curb under a bright streetlight and parked it. As soon as I take care of those scratches, we don't want them to become infected, do we? We don't. She touched his face. When she pulled her hand away, the scratches were gone. Thanks, sis. He gave her a smile. Hey, that never gets old. You're welcome. Time to go. She looked out the window and saw gleaming eyes prowling in the murk up against the buildings. Her survival instinct urged her to flee. She put the car back in drive and sped away from the curb. Johnny was already eating a candy bar from the grocery bag beside them. He hadn't seen a thing. When they were far enough away,
and she didn't see anything following them, she relaxed. A little. There was no telling where the glowing eyes would turn up next. She almost drove past the restaurant, but her brother nudged her. "Hamburgers, remember? I need sustenance. And please, now after what I've gone through, can I have fries?" For the first time feeling safe since the whole incident began, she laughed. "And a shake, too. You've earned it." They used the drive-thru and got cheeseburgers for anyone who might be awake at the house. She figured Sarah would be up. After the day she'd had, she would have trouble sleeping until her friends were home. As they snuck in the house, Johnny, sucking on his shake, cracked. "You think our neighbor, Rainer the demon, is watching us now?" "Who told you Rainer was a demon?" "I overheard you and Sarah discussing him in the kitchen earlier today. Sorry, I didn't mean to snoop. You guys were just talking too loud." "If you say so." She gently punched him in the shoulder. "Well?" "I can't tell you if he's peeping, and I don't care, as long as he stays away from us." No lights on the lower floor, which meant her aunt and uncle were sleeping. What she'd hoped. "Come upstairs, Johnny. We'll eat there. But be quiet. I don't want to wake the folks." "I'll be quiet." Johnny followed her up the stairs to her rooms with the bag of cheeseburgers. She carried the groceries. Sarah was waiting for them on the couch in one of Cassandra's old robes. The television was on mute. "Up kinda late, aren't you?" Johnny dumped the bag in her lap. "We brought home food. Hope you're hungry." "Some. I couldn't sleep." There were smudged circles around her eyes, cuts on her brown face, as her gaze swung towards Cassandra. "I keep seeing that tornado taking my house away. I can't stop being jumpy. Every time the wind picks up, I think the twister is coming back for me." She got up. "Oh, I miss my cards. I'm going to have to buy a new deck." Cassandra flashed her a hopeless look, and her friend returned it with a sheepish shrug. "I know you think the cards are a bad idea," Sarah said, "with all that's going on, but I have a feeling that God will forgive me if I get another deck and use them, especially if I ask him to bless the readings. They might even help us at times. We're going to need all the help we can get." "They might help, and you might be right about us needing all we can get," Cassandra conceded. "If I see our elusive priest again, I'll ask him what he thinks. Until then, I don't see what harm a new deck would do." Sarah acknowledged her friend's remark with a downward motion of her head. She unpacked the burgers and fries from the bag and put them on the kitchen table, popping a fry into her mouth. "You guys are kind of late even for you, aren't you?" Johnny had finished his shake, so Cassandra fetched 3 cans of soda out of the fridge. "We got delayed at the quick shop getting the groceries. Attack of the Invisibles." He shrugged his shoulders, making light of it. "Something attacked you?" "Yeah. We think demons." Cassandra took over the story as they sat down to eat. "So our night was as peaceful as our day," Johnny snapped glumly when she was finished. "Then your evening was as sucky as mine." Sarah shook her head and bit into a cheeseburger. Cassandra was almost afraid to ask. "What happened?" "The insurance agent returned my call. He says I'm covered for the full amount. Thank goodness. But there's been so much destructive weather this summer, a great deal of claims, so I might have to wait before he can get to me. Said this was the nastiest year for storm and tornadoes his company's ever seen. After talking to him, I drove back to where my house used to be. I thought I could salvage something. Anything. No luck. There wasn't a spoon or a knick-knack left behind. It was as if the property had been sucked clean of everything, bulldozed and plowed under. Only thing left was dirt and lost memories that made me cry. So I came back here. I've been vegetating in front of the tube all night, sniffling and praying." "Sorry, Sarah." Cassandra laid a hand on her friend's shoulder. She knew what it was like to lose a home and everything in it. No words could describe it. No comforting words could ease away the loss. A person had to ingest the pain and move on. Sarah's lips curved up. "I wallowed in self-pity until Walter phoned, and after talking to him I feel better." She had never been one to let setbacks keep her down. "It was only a house. I'm alive. All of you are alive. That's what counts." "Walter called here?" Cassandra fed another piece of cheeseburger to Snowball. The cat loved fast food, even French fries. She shouldn't be giving the animal table scraps, but was worried about her lately and had been catering to her. Snowball had stopped going outside. All she did was cower in the apartment under the bed, unless Cassandra was home. Then the cat just wanted to shadow her steps or hunker in her lap. She couldn't get rid of her. Yep. When he couldn't reach me at home, he tried my emergency backup number, which is yours. I just got off the phone with him. We talked a long time. He can cheer me up no matter what. I love that man, she sighed. What have you told him? I blabbed everything. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. About the tornado, what the cards had predicted, what's been going on, and what you told me this morning. All of it? Panic flushed Cassandra's face. She'd never asked Manasseh if she was supposed to be telling everyone yet about the world ending. There'd been little choice with Johnny, her aunt and uncle, and Sarah. They knew her and had guessed something was wrong. They'd squeezed it out of her. She hadn't been able to hide what was affecting each and every one of them anyway. They'd become a part of it. But telling Walter was another matter altogether. She didn't know him. It's okay. Walter and I don't have secrets from each other, and I wanted him to hear it from me. He's one person I knew would believe us, not laugh at us. He needs to know. He's coming, Cassie. You told him everything and now he's coming here? Oh, there were other reasons. He'll explain when he gets here. The stinker wouldn't even tell me. His circus left Canada a week ago. They've been playing small towns up in Wisconsin. I thought they only played the Midwest. Me too. He said business was lousy, so they'd expanded the circuit. A couple of towns in Wisconsin asked for them, so they went. Something like that. They're all coming this way? The whole kit and caboodle, then? Johnny yawned. He'd woofed down 3 burgers so fast Cassandra couldn't believe it. She was on her first. The clock showed it was 3:35, way past their bedtimes. No, only Walter. He's quit the circus. She directed the next question to Cassandra. He's asked if he could borrow your sofa bed for a while. He has no family in St. Louis, no place else to stay. If I had a house, he'd be staying there. But it's gone. I don't want him in a hotel. I want him with me. Please, can he stay here? Cassandra didn't know what to say. A man she'd never actually met, staying with them? And now, of all times? When's he coming? In a few days. By Wednesday, I think. For how long? I don't know. He didn't tell me that either, but asked me to plead with you, says we all need to be together, it's important. Sounds like your Walter is a man of mystery. No wonder you love him. You two are so alike. Well, since I'm never one to stand in the way of true love, I give in. He's welcome here. Any friend of yours is a friend of ours. And perhaps it was meant to be. Thanks, Cassie. And I don't mean just for that. I mean for taking me in. Everything. You'd do the same for me or any of us. I would. Then stop thanking me. Okay. Now, Cassandra stood up. Johnny, go downstairs. We need to get some sleep. It's been an exhausting day and night. My bed's calling. I second that. Johnny rose from his chair, grabbed one last hamburger, and aimed himself for the door. See you all for breakfast. Let's make it a late one, huh? Fine by me. Cassandra bolted the door after him. Locking doors and windows was something she'd begun doing. It didn't make her feel much safer, but it had become a habit. Cassandra and Sarah didn't stay up long after Johnny left. They talked a few minutes, yawning often, and then went to their beds. Sarah in the guest room, Snowball cuddled up with her mistress. Whatever else needs to be worked out can wait for morning, she consoled Sarah before she turned the lights out. Things will look better after a good night's rest. They usually do. Or so she hoped. And anything, she brooded, to put this awful day behind them. Chapter 16. Walter. Walter had been a clown in the Carson Brothers Circus since he'd been a boy. His father, Carlos Garofini, had been a clown before him, and his grandfather, Antonio, before him. People didn't understand that it was a vocation, being a clown. It took study and practice. It was a way of life that wasn't easy. His grandfather used to say it was a calling. He'd learned everything he knew from his father and grandfather. His grandfather, stage name Troubles, with his face the facade of a sad loser, had been famous, even rivaling the late great Emmett Kelly. The world had known him. He toured the globe, and had even had guest cameos in a handful of movies in the 1940s and 50s. Not many people had known that his grandfather had been more than a clown. He'd been able to see the future. He'd told Walter things he'd never unveiled to anyone else. The old man had died when Walter was 11, and he was still missed. His grandfather might have known what the world was going through now. He might have cleared up things and given him much-needed answers. Oh well, all in all, Walter had led an unusual life. His father, mother, and 2 brothers had perished in a car accident when he was 14, and he'd gone to clown school courtesy of Carson Brothers, all expenses paid. He'd been given a job in the show for as long as he wanted it. So Walter, as his father and grandfather before him, became a professional clown with a fancy piece of paper to prove it, and he'd been with Carson Brothers ever since. His next birthday, he'd be 30 years old. It had been a good life living among the eccentric carnies. They were generous, big-hearted people who'd give you their last dollar if you needed it. When his parents had died, the other clowns had as good as adopted him, showed him every trick they knew, how to smile with his eyes, how to somersault and fall without hurting himself, how to make the crowd laugh and cry, how to live the life of a clown and nurture a clown's heart. The whole circus was his family. He loved them all. There was Matthew, who ran the sideshow, ate light bulbs, lay on nails, spiked his nose, and swallowed fire. Martha, the pretzel lady. Tula and the web spinners, who danced the high wires. Daisy, who was shot out of a cannon each night into a paper target. Jacob, with his big cats. And Hugo, with his beloved elephants. The carnies had finished raising him. They were his people, and the circus was his home. All he'd ever known, and he'd been happy. He shared a roomy RV with Big Nose, another clown. Then, the weird occurrences, some of which his grandfather had forewarned him of so many years before, had started. At night, as he slept on his side of the camper, he heard the scratching, 1,000 tiny claws on the exterior metal. Through the windows, he glimpsed hairy beasts skulking among the trees and the other RVs. Mostly at night, in the beginning, but lately he saw them in the morning and evening twilight. They ran, moved like men, but they weren't. Often they melted away in front of his eyes. At first, he thought he was having vivid nightmares. He began to see them hiding among humans wherever there were crowds. They looked like people, but weren't. He had a hunch that if he traveled into the villages, sauntered along the streets, and roamed in the shops, he'd see the beasts in human form there as well, and in the towns they were passing through. When he began to see other beings of pulsating light moving in the crowds, observing everyone, he thought his fantasies had evolved into certified madness. As the others, they resembled men and women, but instead of being repulsive, they were beautiful. They didn't frighten him, but filled him with reassuring peace. He didn't know what those monsters hiding behind human disguises were, didn't know what those beings of light were, but he wanted to. He desperately wanted to understand what was happening. Seeing things weren't the worst of it. He had the sense that something or someone was stalking him, and he asked himself if he was becoming paranoid. He was a spiritual man. As a young child, he hadn't wanted to become a clown, but devote his life to God. join the church, help others. After the accident stole his family during his greatest need, he'd thought of the church again, but heard voices in his head. Not now. When it is your time to serve, he will summon you. For now, follow the path your family laid out for you. Oh, he'd been sure they were angels, but as he grew, they'd ceased whispering to him. He'd waited, but they hadn't returned. Eventually, he came to believe they'd only been his imagination during a tragic time of his life. Compassionate, imaginary friends when he needed them the most. He was sure he'd never see or hear from them again. Until he began seeing the beings of light. An enormous change was taking place in the world. He could feel it. And now he'd begun to see it. He didn't know why these things were being shown to him and not to others, and he didn't know what to do about it. Until that night. Although, even before the incident, he'd considered leaving the circus, going on winter break early. Big Nose talked him out of it. "We have another 3 weeks," Big Nose argued. "Don't leave me to do the act with just Big Feet. It won't be as funny. You're the one who gets the most laughs. Little Troubles, you're the one they come to see. You got the magic." And Big Nose didn't want him to go, because he didn't want to be alone sooner than he had to be. They were close as brothers, so Walter had stayed. Later, he'd be sorry he had, for what had happened would not leave him. The day had began as any other for the Carneys. The circus had arrived in O'Donnell, a town in Wisconsin 20 miles south of Lake Superior. At dawn that September morning, it had been more like a late October morning with the deep chill in the air. No warmth anywhere. The sun had been cold as they'd pulled the wagons through the creeping mists into the pasture. The big top went up in the clearing, and the circus folk parked their trailers, campers, and cars beneath the sprawling trees along the creek. The cages with the tigers, lions, and bears were unloaded. The elephants were emptied from their trucks and hobbled in the shade so they could be fed and groomed for the evening show at 7. The first part of the day had been uneventful. The Carneys got ready for the show and tended to the animals. They had supper together, smeared on their makeup, and put on their costumes. The customers, or rubes, as the Carneys dubbed them, filtered in, packed the midway, and bought food from the vendors. Tantalizing aromas of hot dogs, funnel cakes, and cotton candy infused the air. A normal night like so many others. The circus animals made their feral noises, and the performers joked and laughed among themselves. Then Walter sensed a rising agitation in the forest and the air around them, everywhere. For weeks he'd seen those nearly invisible creatures with the crimson glowing eyes scurrying about, scrutinizing him and his friends wherever the circus spent the night. There were more each week. Alarmed at their increasing numbers, he'd nonchalantly inquired if anyone else was seeing them, and though most eyed him strangely, they told him they had not. He thought he was losing his mind, but was more afraid he wasn't. What unnerved him most were the crowds. He'd seen many more human faces and bodies shifting into something hideous. So often he lost count. Snarling and baring their fangs, they made his skin goosebump, because he knew they were evil. That evening, Walter sat in his trailer and carefully painted on his clown paint. Snow-white face and large, sad eyes, big red, sad mouth turned down at the corners. He climbed into his costume of brightly colored patches and a funny straw hat with a flower garden tucked around the brim. Voila! Little Troubles was frowning back at him in the mirror. His RV was sparsely furnished. He and Big Nose used it mostly to sleep or play checkers or cards when it was raining. The remainder of time they spent outside with their friends, eating meals in the mess tent or socially mingling. The RV legally belonged to Big Nose, but Walter had been told to think of it as his own, so he did. He wasn't looking out the grimy windows into the dusk, but was thinking about how long he could remain with the circus, even with Big Nose begging him to stay. If he were this unstable, creep shows everywhere, he must truly need a rest or something. He somersaulted out into the main ring, as he did every night, along with Big Nose and Big Feet, playing skits off each other to get laughs. The throng of people clapped, shouted, and whistled, and the night began. He didn't notice anything odd until the second half, and by then it was black night beyond the tent. He jumped off a stack of wobbly boxes and dashed into the crowd to hand out balloon animals. He was presenting 3 little girls in the second row with twisty pink horses when he gazed up into the faces of their parents. They weren't human. Grimacing, their eyes hatefully bored into his. Their mouths had razor-sharp teeth. Their skin was onyx. He saw their whole form ripple from human to beast and back again. It was such a shock, seeing them so clear and so close, he nearly fell off the bleacher. He was pretty sure they saw that he saw. He searched the other faces. The uglies, as he'd begun calling them, were everywhere. Too many to count, and more in one place than he'd ever seen. There was this arrogance about them, of eager antagonism barely leashed. They were waiting for something, scheming something, and he didn't think it would be a good something. That's when the inner panic began. Something awful was going to happen, and the uglies were going to be behind it. If he knew what it was, could he stop it? When he didn't even know what they were or what they were capable of? He scrambled out of the bleachers to edge towards the exit, his eyes guiltily taking in the other performers. His friends, his family. Should he warn them? The final act of the night, after the elephants, was Jacob and his wild animals. 3 ivory tigers and 2 tawny lions. The elephants were being led out, and Walter was out of sight, behind the main ring during the performance, when a blur sprinted from the crowd, low to the ground and as swift as a cheetah. Then another, and another. The blurs sped towards the tiger's cage, and a split second later there were tigers and lions everywhere, though not normal ones. Twice as big as ordinary animals, they pawed, growled, and roared, had filthy fur and lizard eyes. Their ear-splitting ferocity shook the tent. The cage doors sprung open, and animals bounded into the crowds, ripping and biting and clawing. The screams of the people were blood-curdling, but short-lived. Blood splattered against the canvas of the tent as the hellish beasts feasted on human flesh and consumed every morsel. Heads, feet, bones, and all. Then there were the elephants. The circus only owned 2, but there were 8, no, 9, rampaging through the stampeding mob. They crushed anything that got in their way beneath colossal feet, speared people with their spiked scarlet tusks, and then devoured them like tasty appetizers. Elephants? It was as if he'd stumbled onto a cast and crew making a horror film out in the woods. But the special effects weren't on green screens. Nightmares were never this real. Walter hid behind a large cage and watched as the bloodthirsty animals chased the people into the night woods. The screams were more than he could bear. He wanted to help, wanted to do something, but there was nothing he could do. Unless... He bent down and grabbed a piece of broken metal bar, one edge razor sharp, which had torn away from the cage. When he got his feet to work, he ran out behind the fleeing rubes, swinging at every animal he came across that was attacking a human being. His blows didn't help much. They bounced off, but he didn't give up. He couldn't just stand by and watch people die. Twice he almost became a snack himself, yet he never stopped moving. dodging, praying all the while, and somehow avoided being mangled or killed. Some kind of miracle. The carnage was over quickly, but he'd never get the grisly images of bleeding, shrieking people, some he knew and cared about, staggering through the woods with demonic animals mutilating and devouring them, out of his head. When it was over, the beasts were gone. Bodies lay inside and outside the tent and in the grass and dirt of the woods, among the fallen leaves. The wounded moaned in pain, and the dead were forever silent. Many were just gone, their remains nowhere to be seen. Matthew and Big Nose were two of the missing. Walter made his way through the carnage to his trailer and telephoned for ambulances, then aided his injured friends as best he could. He'd had EMT training years before, but had never treated wounds like the ones he saw that night. Skin was shredded from bones, and hunks of flesh had been torn loose. Soon there were strobe lights and yellow crime scene tapes everywhere. There were speculations on what had taken place, but most of the survivors were in shock and could barely speak, much less say what had occurred. The tigers and lions went rabid and got loose. They went after the people. Simple, that's what. For the small-town sheriff, Jeremy Jackson, it was an easy call. What else could have happened? He had the wounded, lifeless, and missing. He had stories of the circus animals savaging them and running off into the woods. I'm always saying these traveling carnivals are dangerous. Too many big animals with sharp teeth. Everyone thinks it's so safe because they're behind bars. Huh. They get loose and wham, what do you have? What you have here. A bloody massacre. The cop had no rationalization for why there were only 2 dead elephants and a couple of lions and tigers, covered in bite and claw marks. Nowhere near as many wild animals as the witnesses swore they saw chasing them. The elephants went rabid as well. Walter was standing over one of them, Norma, when he asked. Norma had been the sweetest creature he'd ever known. She wouldn't have hurt anyone. The poor creature was mutilated and sliced up as if she'd had a messy autopsy. Dead as a tree stump. Then how did the animals end up butchered like this? A bewildered look spread across the police officer's face. Well, could be another animal attacked it in the confusion and clawed it up. Or do you have any other ideas on the matter? Walter might have told him about the uglies lurking in the woods and the crowds, and that he thought they were behind the entire fiasco. But he didn't think the sheriff would go for it. The man believed in statistics, guns, and computers. He wasn't the type to believe in fanged boogeymen who could metamorphose into any vicious mammoth creature it wanted to be. No, it's probably as you think, Walter retorted glumly and fell silent. What else could he say? These fiendish-looking beasts that hide behind human faces did it? Who'd believe him? There were so many human and animal casualties. Walter was sick with anguish. He'd lost a lot of friends, and he had guilt. He should have done more. Warned them before it happened, fought harder. But it had gone down so fast. He'd been in shock, done what he could. It just hadn't been enough. That's it for this circus. We have to shut down, Nathan Carson, grandson of the late owner, said after the ambulances took away the wounded and dead. The grounds were eerily quiet and dark. The carnies, still living, that hadn't gone to the hospital, shaken and devastated, dragged themselves to their beds. Whatever had haunted the place a few hours before was no longer present. For the season, Walter sat in Carson's office trailer, a 30-foot-long plush model that must have cost a bundle. Both he and Nathan had lent a hand bandaging the survivors and reassuring the bereft, then gone inside after the police had left. They were having a drink, resting, and trying to come to terms with the evening's heartbreak. Maybe forever. Carson's dirty fists rubbed his eyes. It's a terrible tragedy. People,
And animals died here tonight? I don't rightly understand what took place. Do you? Something unexplainable, that's for sure. Carson exhaled. I don't know what made all those animals turn into man-killers like they did, Walter. I helped raise those critters, and never thought they could hurt people. I've never seen nothing like it. It was as if they were possessed or something. And his eyes had a glazed quality. It seemed to me, too, as if there were more animals charging through the woods than we had.
Walter said nothing. Carson hadn't seen what he'd seen. Apparently, no one had seen what he'd seen.
Don't get me wrong. I'm so sorry about the injuries and deaths. I'm not a heartless man, Walt. But being realistic, this is going to wreck our insurance. As sue-happy as people are these days and all, now we're under investigation. Sheriff Jackson won't give up until he closes us down completely. We're finished. Besides, 2/3 of our people are either dead or gone.
Walter, still in his clown clothes and makeup, had never felt so low.
Is there anything I can do to help, Nathan? I have money saved. For a lawyer or anything? It's yours if you need it. It won't help. And it ain't only the money. I can't get the cries of the wounded and dying out of my mind. It was horrible. Worst thing I've ever seen in my life, and I feel awful. Out of respect for those dead as much as anything else, I'm going to close the show for now. So, go on to wherever you were going for the off-season, Walt. Nothing else you can do here. I'll have someone tow away Big Nose's RV. He had a daughter from a previous marriage. I'm sure he'd want her to have it. It's all he has that's worth anything. Is that okay with you?
Walter knew there was no use trying to convince his boss to keep the circus going. It was obvious, in the other man's bloodshot eyes, and the way his hands quaked, that he was beaten.
It's okay. It was Big Nose's trailer anyway. His daughter should have it. Is this it, then? I think so. I'm not sure. For this season, anyway.
He flicked his hands up in the air, as if it was all too much for him to handle at the moment.
Call me next spring and I'll let you know if there's going to be a Carson Brothers next year or not. But I don't think so.
Walter had vacated Carson's trailer with a heavy heart. There was blood on the wind, and as hard as he tried to refute it, he was afraid as he walked through the woods to the RV. Thank God, he no longer sensed or saw anything among the trees. The rest of the carnies were safe. Whatever had been there before was gone, moved on. But to where? Inside, he took off his costume and makeup and packed what little possessions he had. He called Sarah in St. Louis, and they talked for a long time. She'd had her own troubles that day. She'd lost her home in a tornado and was staying with her friend Cassandra. She said some things that, along with what he'd gone through, alarmed him to the point he almost couldn't breathe. He didn't tell her what had happened at the circus that night, not wanting to upset her further, and truthfully, scared to speak about it over the phone. No telling who or what was listening. He needed time to meditate over the events, put some sense to them, and mourn his friend Big Nose and the others, Daisy and Hugo and all of them, who'd simply disappeared. He'd give her his story when he got there. Time enough to worry the heck out of her. He was joining Sarah earlier than planned, but she was happy that he was coming, and he was happy to be going. Being with the woman he loved and who would believe him was what he needed now. He sure as hell didn't need to be alone, not any longer than he had to be. He drove his '96 Ford F-350 XLT four-door crew cab pickup to St. Louis. He took his time, kept his eyes and ears open, and witnessed a series of odd things. Perhaps because, more than before, he was looking for them. There was more than the usual nervous mistrust among the people he came into contact with at the gas stations and rest areas. Most of them avoided eye contact and hurried away rather than share words with him. Another bad sign. Sometimes he glimpsed the uglies behind people's features. He learned to turn away quickly, or they became suspicious of him. Once, in a quick shop, while getting cigarettes, he followed this guy around the building, and the guy simply disappeared. Walter, close behind, had been baffled when he'd come around the corner. Ghostly laughter lingered on the air, but there was no one there. The weather began to screw up. There was storm after storm, and not a clear sky in sight. Adding to his feelings of disquiet, everything felt off. He couldn't put his finger on why, only that it was. There were bodiless voices haunting the night. He couldn't make out what they were saying. It could have been a foreign language, and he didn't know any foreign languages, and for all he knew, it could have been gibberish. When he checked out of his motel the second morning, his truck wasn't out front where he'd left it. "Don't call the police," a somehow familiar voice whispered in his ear. "It isn't stolen, but nearby. Start walking. Yes, this way." He found his truck a street over in front of a cemetery. Was it some sort of secret message, or was he not supposed to get to St. Louis? He wasn't sure. The truck was intact, as he'd left it, the keys dangling in the ignition. There was an abandoned white stone church in the middle of the graveyard. Weeds surrounded it, and the windows were dusty. It had been a long time since it had seen a congregation. Go to the church. He moved along the path. The church was empty, but the wide open door beckoned him to come in. Curious, and sensing nothing malevolent, he went in and waited. Shadowy and musty inside, the stones still held the coolness from the night. There were candles burning on the altar, and a man knelt before it with his back to him. The man stood up and swung around to him. "I've been waiting for you, Walter." He was leaner and smaller than Walter, who stood over 6 feet tall, and his hair, glinting copper in the candlelight, brushed his shoulders, but was sparse on top. But it was his eyes, the color of gray dove's wings, and filled with old wisdom, that held Walter spellbound. The man's clothes were ordinary, somber, but there was an aura of spun light around him which made him beautiful. "He's an angel. God has sent you a message, Walter." For a breath-catching moment, the man transformed into a radiant being of light, though the eyes, wise and compassionate, remained the same. Wings, as fine and delicate as if made of silk, unfolded and spread, filling the space before the altar. Walter collapsed to his knees, the light so dazzling he had to cover his eyes with his hands. Then the light ebbed away, and only the man, who smiled at him, was left again. And Walter remembered where he'd heard that voice. It was one of the internal voices that had spoken to and calmed him after his parents had died. He made the sign of the cross, exhilarated and ecstatic to meet his old friend. "What," he asked reverently, "do I call you?" "You may call me Manasseh. I've come to tell you, you've been chosen to be a soldier for God during the end days. You are to spread the gospel of the Son and the word that he is coming again soon. Prepare the undecided, convert the unbelievers, counsel those who have need, and protect those who are in peril." "Me?" He was at once honored and horrified. "Why me? I'm just a clown. No one special, no warrior or holy man." "You are special, Walter, and you must seek out others like yourself, for the final battles are coming." The final battles? It was the same thing Sarah had been going on about on the telephone the night of the circus massacre, when he'd called her. "The ones between heaven and hell for the souls on earth." "It's really coming. Now?" He'd been fighting what he feared to be true for a long time. Now he could no longer deny what was going to happen. "Soon. I'm here to warn you. Prepare. Do not stop your present journey for anything until you reach your destination. Not to sleep or to eat. It's not safe. They're waiting for you. Who? Your enemies. You know who they are." Walter rubbed his unsteady hands over the lower part of his face. He did know. The Uglies. "Why are they waiting for me?" "To kill you if they can. They now know who and what you are." That was direct. "How do I protect myself?" "God will protect you." "Am I doing the right thing by going to Sarah? Am I pulling her and her friends into danger?" "You're following the path God has set for you. You're going where you will be needed. Sarah needs you. They need you. It's where you belong. Trust them. Pick up the sword and prepare to do battle." He thought of Sarah's tarot cards and her mysticism that had until now struck him as merely artsy and unconventional. He'd accepted her quirks, psychic abilities, fortune-telling and all. He'd loved her from the moment he'd met her, and it had never occurred to him that she was an authentic clairvoyant. So, what she'd been seeing for a long time was real? Oh, God. Is Sarah special, too? No, but she's a believer. Cassandra and others will stand by your side. Sarah's friend, Cassandra, she is also one of God's chosen warriors, as are you. It was almost too much to take in. He had so many questions he didn't know which to ask first. But the being called Manasseh solved his dilemma. In time, all will be shown to you. You'll know what you must do. For now, go in peace. Go to them, but hurry. Time is short. Wait! Walter thrust his hands out imploringly. What about? Leave now. When you need me, I will come. Manasseh was gone, in a cascade of radiance that all but blinded Walter. He stumbled up from his knees, which, because of a fall during one of his shows, sometimes locked and sent him to the ground, and hobbled out of the church. Later, in his truck, he thought he should have stayed and thanked God for the honor bestowed on him. He should be terrified. To fight for God in the end war? Instead, after the shock had worn off, he was humbled, amazed at being chosen, eager to enter the fray. He found himself not only accepting his destiny, but embracing it with his whole heart and being. Suddenly, his life and all he'd gone through made sense. Wait until he told Sarah about what had happened to him and meeting Manasseh. And Sarah's friend, Cassandra. He couldn't wait to speak to her either. He'd heard so many stories about her and her brother Johnny. It was as if he knew them already. Besides the tales of their escapades, Sarah had given him a copy of their demo CD, and he listened to it in his truck all the time. He was a great fan. He shook his head in amazement. Cassandra and he were warriors for the Almighty. He could barely comprehend it. What did a singer and a clown have that God could use? He didn't know about the singer, but he wasn't a soldier. He couldn't even throw a good punch. Well, he was stumped, and hoped Cassandra had more answers than he had. The concept of Armageddon was too immense for his mind to grasp. It had been some time since he'd read Revelations, but on the way to St. Louis, he was going to buy a copy and read every word of it. On the other hand, he could be insane, and the uglies and the angel were symptoms of his illness. No, his heart was sure that wasn't true. Hellish beasts had attacked the circus, and a messenger from God had visited him. Those things had happened. Getting into the truck, he returned to the motel, threw his suitcase in the rear seat, and hit the road again. He drove straight through that day, that night, and the next, and arrived in St. Louis Wednesday evening, dog-tired and relieved he'd made it without any catastrophes. He pulled into the Greystones' driveway right at 9 o'clock. Keeping his eyes open for trouble, he'd only stopped to use restrooms, get gas, and once, at a small Christian bookstore where he bought a copy of the New Testament. Though he would have bet a rosary, Cassandra's Aunt Ellie already had one. Through Sarah, he knew that the old woman and her husband were devout churchgoers. Sarah met him at the door. "I'm so happy to see you, honey." He wrapped his large arms around her and lifted her feet inches off the ground. "And I never want to let you go," he rasped in her ear. "Oh, Walter, I missed you too." Beneath the porch light, her smile was as wide as her face, before it slid off her lips. Her hair was so red it shone in the moonlight. "I lost my home, every single brick of it and everything in it," she moaned. "I'm destitute, homeless." "No, not as long as you have me," he assured her, his eyes going from her face to the door she'd walked out of. "And your good friends." "That's true. Ah." She threw her hands towards the sky in a hopeless gesture. "And anyway, it doesn't matter now what I've lost or what any of us will lose with what we're facing." He traced bruises on her cheek, recognized the ache in her eyes. Her bravado didn't fool him one bit. She'd loved her house and the things in it, worked hard for every precious item. This must be very difficult for her. "It was still your home. It's hard to lose it." "That it is." She gave him a poignant look. "Come in, Walter. I can't wait to hear what you wouldn't tell me on the phone. You know me, I can't bear a mystery."
"No, you're just nosy, that's all."
"That's me." She pulled him into the house. "All nose."
Before the circus tragedy, he'd made the decision he was going to ask her to marry him. It already felt as if he'd known her all his life, and they were going to be spending the winter together. He'd wanted them to be married by then. After fattening his bank account, he was ready. He'd only waited to propose because he'd been unsure what he'd do if she said yes, and then asked him to leave the circus. She'd made it clear from the beginning she didn't want the vagabond life of a traveling performer. Now, that problem was no longer on the table. His circus days were over. There was nothing to stop him from asking her, if she'd have him. Especially now, if the world was coming to an end, he wanted to face it as her husband. The first time he met Sarah, he knew she was the woman he'd marry. She came to see him one night at the circus in a small town outside of St. Louis. He'd been doing his act. She caught his eye from the crowd, and he'd given her a lemon-colored balloon, said a few things to her, flirted with her. They laughed together, and he thought she was the prettiest thing he'd ever seen, with her big brown eyes and milk chocolate skin. She'd winked and kissed him on the cheek as a thank you. And he'd known she was the one he'd been waiting all his life for. After his act, before the show was over, his face clean of paint and in street clothes again, he'd introduced himself. They'd talked and went for coffee. He'd asked for her telephone number. She'd given it to him. That had been the beginning. "I'm so glad you're here, Walter." Sarah reached up and caressed his face. "I need you. Things were freakish even before the tornado, and that's not the half of it. Now things are worse." "Yeah? Wait until you hear what I have to tell you," he said. "You don't have the monopoly on weird, sweetheart. Seems we're all in the same boat, going to the same place." His lips lingered on hers as he kissed her. "But we can talk about that later. Have I told you yet that it's so good to see you, Sarah? To have you in my arms again? I've missed you so much." He kissed her again, and neither one of them said another word for a long time. Afterward, Sarah led him into the kitchen to meet Cassandra and Johnny. From the minute he was introduced, he felt as if he'd known them forever, too. Perhaps it was their music. Perhaps it was something else. "Hi, Walter." Johnny grinned as he leaned against the refrigerator. He was eating a cupcake, and there was chocolate icing on his fingers. He looked a lot younger than Walter had pictured him as being. "Hello, Walter." Cassandra surprised him by welcoming him with a big hug. "We've heard so much about you. It's nice to finally meet you. I hear you're staying with us for a spell." "I am, if it's okay with you all." He looked at them. "It is.
Cassandra smiled. "My aunt and uncle are asleep. Been a hard week for them, too, so you'll meet them tomorrow. They said to say hi when you got here and to make yourself at home." Standing in the kitchen, he studied the sister and brother. At first look, they didn't seem any different than anyone else. More stressed, maybe. There were scars on Cassandra's face, but she was still a pretty woman. Yet, as he watched her, he recognized there was something different about her. Strength, an old soul, simmered in her eyes, and there was a rainbow-colored aura radiating around her body. He met her gaze, nodded, and she nodded back. She'd been seeing things too, he'd bet. "Cassandra," he spoke gently, "I think an angel appeared to me. He told me I was one of God's warriors. I was to join up with you, and you'd fill in the blanks."
"I'll be. You too, huh?"
Cassandra behaved just mildly surprised.
"Welcome to the club. Though I don't know much more than you, out of curiosity, was the angel's name Manasseh?"
"I'm sure he mentioned a name, but for some reason I don't recall it. Strange."
"Can you describe him?"
"Before or after he turned all beautiful and iridescent with snow-white wings that were twice his height?" He tried not to grin, but it slipped out.
"I'm so jealous. I've never seen an angel in true form, not yet anyway. To be completely honest, I'm not even sure the man I've been seeing is an angel. Unlike you, I wasn't given proof, but that's me, a cynic. Ellie says he is, but I can't swear on it. You must be extra special."
"I don't think so. The being I saw looked like a normal guy at first."
He described him. "Well now, that sounds like Manasseh, but I didn't get the light show." There was no sarcasm in her words.
"Oh, boy," Johnny moaned in his direction, pretending angst with a dramatic hand to his forehead. "Another crazy soldier for God. I can't believe this. I still think it's lunacy believing the end of the world is coming, my man, and there are demons everywhere trying to kill us. Please, someone wake me up from this episode of Supernatural." Walter threw him a sympathetic look. "Sorry, buddy. I'm afraid it's true. But I know how you feel. Since this dog and pony show started, I feel like I'm in some nightmare, too. It is hard to swallow."
"Walter," Cassandra interrupted, "I'll tell you what we know and what we think we know. It'll take a while, so let's get comfortable. Have you eaten lately?"
"No." His eyes turned to Cassandra. "And I thought you'd never ask. I could use some food. I drove straight through after the first night. No unnecessary stops. The angel in the church warned me not to stop for anything or anyone."
"Then we'll dine and swap stories."
"All this talk of supernatural beings is freaking me out," Johnny moaned again.
Walter noticed how Cassandra kept looking through the window at a darkened house next door. He wondered who lived there and why she seemed so guarded as she inspected it. The house appeared empty. There wasn't a light on anywhere.
"Got a problem over there or something, Cassandra?"
He inclined his head towards the other house as he sat down at the table, pulling Sarah into his lap. "No problem now." Sarah slid her arms around his neck and snuggled his cheek with her face. He couldn't wait to get her alone to ask her to marry him, but he wanted it to be in private. "I'll make us some sandwiches to eat," she said, escaping from his lap. Sarah put a cup of coffee in front of him and went to the cabinets.
"No problem now?" Walter had caught Cassandra's hesitation.
Cassandra deliberated a moment, then said, "A guy I don't trust lives next door. Calls himself Rayner. He isn't what he appears to be. I think he's evil. Anyway, he's been bothering me for weeks, but I think he's vamoosed. Or I hope so. I haven't seen him in days."
"Good riddance, then," Walter grunted. "Hopefully he moved out and moved on."
There was more to it, and she'd probably tell him eventually. They had other things to discuss.
"All righty, you guys," he said to Cassandra and Johnny.
Sarah was rummaging through the refrigerator for sandwich fixings, and the other two were sitting at the table watching him.
"Start talking and don't leave anything out. Then I'll give you my side of it."
They were up talking for hours. By the end of the night,
Walter had heard more than enough. If what they'd all seen and learned were true, there was no way to avoid what was coming, whatever it was, the end of days or a madness they'd all caught. No way at all. Chapter 17. Raynor. The castle was in ruins, and had been for centuries. The stones were crumbling, and gaping sections of walls were gone. It was nothing like Raynor remembered it from the old days. The lavish tapestries and thick fur rugs, rooms of glittering treasures, and dungeon crypts lined with sarcophaguses where the demons once rested, were also gone. And Bryn Mawr no longer lived there, deep in the bush of Africa, along the lower Luangwa and Zambezi river valleys in Zambia, hundreds of miles from the Inkwali outposts. Raynor scoured the encrusted halls and vacant cobwebbed rooms. He found no sign of anyone having resided there for a very long time, centuries. He searched the dungeons and crypts and found them as empty as the rest of the fortress. Not that he'd expected to find Bryn Mawr. It had been a long shot. After all, he'd been the one to break contact with his mentor and others of his breed so long ago. He'd been the one who'd wanted to be left alone, and so he was, alone. He had no idea where Bryn Mawr was now, or if he was still in the world at all. He'd lost track of him, and there was no one else to answer the questions he needed to ask. He rested in the ruins for 3 days, partaking of the native Africans to get his strength back. Transporting himself across continents and oceans had drained him and taken every bit of his reserves. It made him understand he'd let other of his talents atrophy as well. When was the last time he'd mentally swayed a crowd of humans or entered one of their dreams? A long while. When was the last time he'd shift-shaped into a snake or a white panther? Too long. When was he last part of a pack of his own kind or belonged anywhere? He couldn't recall, so he hunted the lush jungles of Zambia, and he spent time reflecting in Bryn Mawr's ancient but decaying lair of a castle. While he was under Bryn Mawr's spell, they'd prowled and slaughtered humans together. His mentor had taught him many things. When Raynor had first met him, he'd been new to the world and new to what he was capable of doing. A strict teacher, the older demon had taught him to survive, but had never divulged where their kind had come from or what purpose they served, and Raynor had never asked. When he was new, though, he'd never cared about why he existed, if he was good or bad, only that he keep existing. Bryn Mawr christened them both gods. They were different even from others of their breed. They were the most powerful primeval ones. The warm African nights echoed with the cries of wild animals. The natives lived along the river in compact tribes, but weren't easy to pick off. More superstitious than Americans, thus they were harder to deceive. Americans didn't believe in invisibles, but the primitive Africans did, so their eyes sometimes saw them clearer. Raynor carefully moved among the natives, not doing anything that would draw attention to himself, because they had an innate sense of what was not right. They could smell the differences in him, and they tenaciously exterminated the weaker invisibles whenever they encountered them. When he'd lived in Africa with Bryn Mawr, they'd witnessed one of their breed executed by a tribe. One sultry, rainy night, they'd come across 3 young ones of their kind, hunting the same region. Bryn Mawr, an elitist snob at the best of times, refused to mingle with them because of the reckless way in which they were behaving. So arrogant, noisy. They're not even covering their tracks. They're not cloaking themselves. Best to stay away from them. Stupidity may be catching. The 2 had slipped by the foolish ones in the jungle and went on their way. Later, they heard the clamor of the human rabble and followed it. In a clearing, as the rainfall ceased and a faint moon rose, they watched dispassionately as the humans butchered one of the young demons they'd seen earlier. With the magic of their medicine man, they cut him into pieces and burned him to ashes on a bonfire. The tribesmen, boogieing around in celebration like drug-crazed cattle, chanted prayers to their gods for helping them destroy the devils among them. "If we are gods, how were they able to kill one of us?" Raynor hissed at Bryn Mawr after they'd slunk away into the bush. "Even the newest of us has strength far above a human. Why, how did he allow himself to be taken?" "Ah, these Africans have impressive witch doctors. Some, the strongest, can sometimes, if they catch us at a vulnerable moment, cast spells on us which make us defenseless for a brief time. Obviously enough time to kill us, as you have seen. So, Raynor, take a lesson from this," Bryn Mawr admonished, as they slithered back into the night, with the sounds of the humans' gleeful blood cries ringing in their ears. "Never underestimate these mortals' ingenuity or their vengeance. They can be as vicious as any of us if they discover they've been deceived or preyed upon. Be careful among them. Never forget this." The long-forgotten warning echoed in his mind as he mulled over the conversations he'd had with Cassandra. She could fight off lightning. She could see him, repel him. What other powers did she possess? She could be a danger to him, and he didn't care. He ached to capture her and learn her secrets. He desperately wanted to know more about the end of the world, if it was truly coming. He had to get closer to her and find these things out. So, where was Bryn Mawr? His old teacher would know how to bend a stubborn mortal to his will and get the information Raynor wanted so badly. He knew he was obsessed with the human woman, and it confused him. Obsessions, such as love and lust, were emotions, Bryn Mawr would say, that only humans believed in. And love, what humans thought of as their purest and strongest of passions, didn't exist either. Humans made that up as well, because it made them feel better. Made it all up. A voice in his head scoffed, as humans made up the story of souls, or of the end of the world, or of angels. He wanted Cassandra, but he didn't want her to despise and fear him. The fascination he had for her grew each day, as if something stronger than himself was attracting him to her, and it mystified him. Oh, he hoped Bryn Mawr, wherever he was, would know what was happening to him. He, as all his kind, knew the world was a gigantic, multi-dimensional sphere. There were many worlds, one upon another, that humans never walked in and never saw. His kind lived covert lives, and kept their hiding places secret. So he racked his memory for Bryn Mawr's other earthly hidden dens, knowing that if his old teacher were in another dimension, he might never find him. There had been a chateau in France, and a country house in Athens. When he left Zambia, he transported himself to the country house in Greece. He had no trouble finding the location, but the house was no longer there. It had also fallen into dust with the passage of time. Now it was a valley of overgrown woods and wild orchards. Yet going there was when he first became cognizant of his comrades' gatherings on a scale he'd never witnessed before. In the woods, outside the nearby village, he saw hundreds, perhaps thousands of lesser demons assembling, plotting to take over the world and eradicate humans. So naive, so silly for them to gather in such numbers so near to the human cities, he thought. They might be discovered, He felt little kinship with or desire to join them, but was astonished at how they weren't bickering or tormenting each other. That wasn't like his brethren at all. Not at all. He tracked a few of them at different times, unseen, to find out what they were up to. They brought humans to their camp, killed them, and devoured their remains. Their hunting territory covered hundreds of miles. After a while, though, he began to feel the unnatural pull and the energy of the horde so much he had to fight the urge to join them. He'd never experienced anything like it before. It was like a siren's song. Come to us, be one of us again, destroy and conquer with us. He barely escaped. It was the same extraordinary situation in France on the land that had once held Bryn Mawr's chateau. The chateau, of course, had long past gone back to the land, but the surrounding unpopulated hills hid thousands of his kind, veiling their presence from the world, but not from him. This group consisted of older, smarter, and stronger demons that knew what they were doing, and it shocked him how openly they were going after their prey, breaking all the demon rules set down through the millennia. They weren't afraid of anything. Oh, how he wanted to understand what was happening. Were there gatherings like this going on all over the world? In America? He didn't tarry long in France either. The longer he stayed, the stronger the call to become one of the swarm grew, and he didn't want to be a tiny part of any massive invasion. Just a robot demon following someone else's orders. He'd been his own boss, an army of one for way too long. He was one, alone, unique. Yet, the gatherings had made him very nervous. Demons didn't fraternize with each other this way, not in this world. Not knowing where else to look for his absent teacher, and not wanting to stay away longer, he returned to Mrs. Tyler's house. He couldn't chance Cassandra leaving and not knowing where she'd gone. Not that he thought she would abandon her aunt and uncle. She was too protective of them to do that. But who knew? Things were changing. He could feel it. "Ah," he reported to Mrs. Tyler. "My visit with my New York publishers went well, but I'm so weary from jet lag. Please don't disturb me for a few days so I can get some rest." She believed every lie he uttered, as she believed he paid his rent every month on time and that he never went out at night, but was upstairs working on his novel. Mrs. Tyler was such a simple-minded woman, so easily led. She caused him no trouble, and that was the way he liked it. He did rest for a short time, though not before he'd snuck out and made sure Cassandra was still living next door. What came as a surprise was the other people now with her as well. Her brother, some other mocha-skinned woman he'd seen once or twice, and another brute of a man he'd never seen, were either visiting or had moved in. It was all so odd. Was she buffering herself with family and friends to feel more secure? It wasn't in her nature. So what was she afraid of, then? He couldn't imagine it was of him. Something else must have happened. He eavesdropped outside the windows as best he could, but the voices from inside the house weren't giving anything away. They were chatting about a circus and animals that had died, and what to do about the aunt, who mentally or physically, he couldn't decipher which, had taken a turn for the worse. And the man he'd never seen before kept moving to the window and staring out as if he knew he was out there. Finally, fearful of being caught snooping, he retreated to Mrs. Tyler's house. It was good he'd fed on the way back on some campers in the woods of North Carolina, an unscheduled stop, for it meant he wouldn't have to go out for a while, which meant he could keep an eye on the people next door. He slept in his room for a night and a day, and on the second night he had a visitor. Bryn Mawr, his old teacher, stood at the foot of his bed. "You were searching for me. Why?"
How did you know?
He sat up. Brynmore was in his true form, all 7 feet of him, with blood-red leathery skin and bottomless sooty eyes under lowered lids. His teeth were long, dirty, and the claws on his tapering hands, smothered with diamond rings, were razor-sharp. His black wings were folded tight against his thick body, and sparkling necklaces hung around his mottled neck. Brynmore hadn't changed much. He'd been a fussy dandy who'd liked priceless jewelry and, in human form, fine clothes, and still obviously did. I heard you summoning me. It had been such a long time. I thought you were no longer on this earth. Imagine my amazement when I recognized it was you. After all these centuries, I'm still here. Brynmore morphed into his human shape because the room was cramped, and he kept catching his wings on the furniture and ceiling. As a man, he was tall, skeletal, with a gaunt-featured face, reptile eyes, and hair to his shoulders the color of a crow's wing. His trousers and long-sleeved shirt were of dark silk. He gleamed, a Christmas tree with jewelry as ornaments. You haven't changed at all, Master Brynmore. You have. The other demon went right to the point. What have you done to yourself? I wouldn't have recognized you if I met you on the streets. What do you mean? I haven't changed. Yes, you have. You've faded. You're smaller. You look so human, Rainer. You sound human, too. I do not. It's merely my disguise. Then it's a good one, Brynmore snorted. You'll need it with what's coming. Why were you searching for me? Brynmore rarely wasted time on casual conversation, and in that he hadn't changed either. Something's altering the fabric of this world. I've sensed it coming for decades. Now, well, on top of it, I've seen such inexplicable things, and I'm curious. Did you know our kind is gathering together to round up and butcher humans? Rare enough, as we never were truly social creatures to begin with, but our numbers, our powers, are increasing tenfold. I feel stronger every day. The weather has become so erratic, and I've seen a great deal of severe weather in my life, but I've never seen it this violent. Do you know anything about this? Ah, Rainer, perceptive as always. Brynmore's human expression was bored. Yet, I'm surprised you don't know what that something is. It's common knowledge among us these days. Where have you been? Hiding, staying away from all of you reprobates. What is? They say our master, the one who made us, has called us to wage the final battles. I've lived for thousands of years, and the day has at last arrived. About time. I never thought it would. I was wrong. There was no emotion in his mentor's voice, only a bland acceptance. In the past, nothing had ever gotten Brynmore excited, and in that he also hadn't changed. Feeling the first daggers of alarm, Rainer was mystified. Our master? Fight the final battles? I thought you said we had no creator, that we just were. What are you speaking of? But he was lying. He understood, and everything made sense. Poor Rainer. Tisk, tisk. Your head was forever in the clouds. The older demon released an ironic chuckle. You prefer not to think of yourself as one of us, but you are. Deny it if you will, it won't change anything. Regardless of what I ever said. One whom the humans call Satan, Lucifer, or a host of other names, made us. He idly motioned his hand in the air, as if to discount all he'd ever told him before.
I was in denial those years I roamed with you. I know better now. I was called before him. I've met him. Once before him, his lineage cannot be denied. I've seen, bowed to his all-encompassing power when it was shown to me. We're tied by a bone and blood promise to obey him for eternity. We owe him for our very existence, and he's called in the debt. Now we fight. Fight? The humans, of course. Their creator, their God, the word verbalized with scorn, has been preparing his soldiers, his angels, to fight as well. Soon we'll meet on the battlefields. You never told me about this debt. He tried not to let his frustration show, but it was hard. The other demon's words had surprised him. You never told me we had a master we had to obey, and who wants us to fight the human race. And the angels, too, Bryn Mawr quipped smugly. Angels, too? You said angels didn't exist either. Raynor screeched in growing anger. You never said anything about having to fight them. You never asked, and I never thought to see this day, yet here it is. Bryn Mawr's voice was haughty. We'll take this world so we can walk free as our true selves anywhere and any time we desire, so we never have to hide again. We'll do what we want with humans as our slaves and food. We will win. A fanatic's fervor laced Bryn Mawr's words. He'd never seen such zeal in his ancient mentor before, and it shook him, as much as learning he irrevocably was a slave to a supreme demon. And yes, my dear Raynor, Bryn Mawr snapped churlishly. For your information, angels do exist. I've seen them. Once I even fought one. The creature gave a wicked chortle. And you won? Raynor was incredulous. Well, not exactly. Almost. Bryn Mawr's shrug was ambiguous. It flew away before I could defeat it, the coward. That doesn't matter now. I know the filthy things exist, and that's what counts. I don't believe it, he mumbled, sitting on the edge of the bed. His body tensed, and his thoughts tumbled in aimless circles. He came to his feet. In a few weeks, all he'd ever believed to be solidly true had shifted away beneath him, and he didn't know how to handle it. What I have said is the truth. Believe it. These humans were going to fight. How can you call it a fight? Why, they can't even see us. He rapidly hid his deceit by hastening into the next observation. I mean, they can't defeat us. We're stronger. He was nervous that Bryn Mawr would probe his mind and see he was withholding vital information. And then, what would he do? He sure as hell couldn't let the other demon know about Cassandra. It'd put her and her family in danger, and he couldn't allow that. In his mind, subterfuge was necessary. Aha! His mentor murmured, reading some of his thoughts anyway. But some humans can see us and will defy us, won't they? You've discovered that, too. Their powers rival ours. They call themselves soldiers of their god, and their ranks are growing. Soon they'll be hunting us as we have them for eons, or so it is said. None of us will be safe. Impossible, he mocked, though the idea of humans hunting him as he hunted them